Kushiel's Chosen by Jacqueline Carey. Narrated by Anne Flosnick. Copyright 2002 by Jacqueline Carey. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Jacqueline Carey, care of Dystel and Godrich Literary Management, and was produced in the year 2009 by Tantor Media Incorporated, which holds the copyright thereto. Chapter 1. No one would deny that I have known hardship in my time, brief though it has been for all that I have done in it. This, I think, I may say without boastfulness. If I answer now to the title of Comtesse de Montrève, and my name is listed in the peerage of Terre, still I have known what it is to have all that I possess torn from me. Once, when I was but 4 years of age, and my birth mother sold me into servitude to the court of night-blooming flowers, and twice, when my lord and mentor Anaphiel Delaunay was slain, and Melisande Shahrazai betrayed me into the hands of the Scaldi. I have crossed the wilds of Scaldia in the dead of winter, and faced the wrath of the Master of the Straits on the teeming waters. I have been the plaything of a barbarian warlord, and I have lost my dearest friend to an eternity of lonely isolation. I have seen the horrors of war and the deaths of my companions. I have walked alone and by night into the vast darkness of an enemy encampment, knowing that I gave myself up to torture and nigh certain death. None of it was as difficult as telling Jocelyn I was returning to the service of Nama. It was the Sangwa cloak that decided me, Melisandre's challenge and the badge of my calling that marked me as an Anguissette, Kushiel's Chosen, as clearly as the mote of scarlet emblazoned since birth in the iris of my left eye. A rose petal floating upon dark waters, some admirer once called it. Sangwa is a deeper colour, a red so dark it borders upon black. I have seen spilled blood by starlight. It is a fitting colour for one such as I, destined to find pleasure in pain. Indeed, the wearing of it is proscribed for any who is not an Anguissette. Dongelines appreciate such poetic niceties. I am Phèdre no Delaunay de Montrève, and I am the only one. Kushiel's dart strikes seldom, if to good effect. When Maestro Gonzago de Escobares brought the cloak from La Serenissima, and the tale by which he had gained it, I made my choice. I knew that night. By night, my course seemed clear and obvious. There is a traitor in the heart of Terre, one who stands close enough to the throne to touch it. That much I knew. Melisandre's sending the cloak made it plain. I had the means of discovering the traitor's identity, should I choose to engage in the game. That it was true, I had no doubt. By the Night Court and by Delaunay, I have been exquisitely trained as courtesan and spy alike. Melisandre knew this, and Melisandre required an audience, or at least a worthy opponent. It was clear, or so I thought. In the light of day, before Jocelyn's earnest blue gaze, I knew the extent of the misery it would cause, and for that I delayed, temporizing, sure in my reasoning, but aching in my heart. Maestro Gonzago stayed some days, enjoying the hospitality I was at such pains to provide. He suspected somewhat of my torment, I do not doubt. I saw it reflected in his kind, homely face. At length, he left without pressing me, his apprentice Camillo in tow, bound for Aragonia. I was left alone with Jocelyn and my decision. We had been happy in Montrève, he and I, especially he, raised in the mountains of Cioval. I know what it cost Jocelyn to bind his life to mine in defiance of his castling vow of obedience. Let the courtiers laugh if they will, but he took his vows seriously, and celibacy not the least of them. Dongelines follow the precept of blessed Eloah, who was born of the commingled blood of Yeshua ben Yosef and the tears of the Magdalene in the womb of earth. Love as thou wilt." Alone among the companions, only Kushiel abjured Elowa's command. Kushiel, who accepted damnation to remain celibate and steadfast at Elowa's side, the perfect companion, reminding the one god of the sacred duty even he had forgotten. These, then, were the vows Jacqueline had broken for me. Montreve had done much to heal the wounds that breaking had dealt him. My return to the service of Nama, who had gone freely to Elowa's side, who had lain down with kings and peasants alike for his sake, would open those wounds anew. I told him, and I watched the white lines of tension, so long absent, engrave themselves on the sides of his beautiful face. I laid out my reasoning, point by point, much as Delaunay would have done. Jacqueline knew the history of it nearly as well as I did myself. He had been assigned as my companion when Delaunay still owned my mark. He knew the role I had played in my lord's service. He had been with me when Delaunay was slain, and Melisande betrayed us both. And he had been there that fateful night at Trois-le-Mans, when Melisande Shahrazai had escaped the Queen's justice. "You are sure?" That was all he said when I had finished. "Yes," I whispered the word, my hands clenching on the rich sangois folds of my cloak, which I held bundled in my arms. "Jacqueline." "I need to think." He turned away, his face shuttered like a stranger's. In anguish I watched him go, knowing there was nothing more I could say. Jacqueline had known from the beginning what I was, but he had never reckoned on loving me, nor I him. There was a small altar to Elowa in the garden, which Richeline Friote, my seneschal's wife, tended with great care. Flowers and herbs grew in abundance behind the manor house, where a statue of Elowa, no more than a metre tall, smiled benignly upon our bounty, petals strewn at his marble feet. I knew the garden well, for I had spent many hours seated upon a bench therein, considering my decision. It was there, too, that Jacqueline chose to think, kneeling before Elowa in the Castelline style, head bowed and arms crossed. He stayed there a long time. By early evening a light rain had begun to fall, and still Jacqueline knelt, a silent figure in the grey twilight. The autumn flowers grew heavy with water, and hung their bright heads. Basil and rosemary released pungent fragrance on the moist air, and still he knelt. His wheat-gold braid hung motionless down his back, runnels of rain coursing its length. Light dwindled, and still he knelt. "My Lady Phèdre?" Richeline's concerned voice gave me a start. I hadn't heard her approach, which for me was notable. "How long will he stay here, do you think?" I turned away from the window that looked out at the garden loggia. "I don't know. You'd best serve dinner without him. It could be a good while." Jacqueline had once held a vigil, snowbound, throughout an entire scaldic night, on some obscure point of Castelline honour. This cut deeper. I glanced up at Richeline, her open, earnest face. "I told him I am planning to return to the city of Elowa, to the service of Nama." Richeline took a deep breath, but her expression didn't change. "I wondered if you would." Her voice took on a compassionate tone. "He's not the sort to bear it easily, my lady." "I know." I sounded steadier than I felt. "I don't choose it lightly, Richeline." "No," she shook her head, "you wouldn't." Her support was more heartening than I reckoned. I looked back out the window at the dim kneeling figure of Jacqueline, tears stinging my eyes. "Purnell will stay on as seneschal, of course, and you with him. Montreve needs your hand, and the folk have come to trust you. I'd not have it otherwise." "Yes, my lady." Her kind gaze was almost too much to bear, for I did not like myself overmuch at this moment. Richeline placed her fist to her heart in the ancient gesture of fealty. "We will hold Montreve for you, Purnell and I. You may be sure of it." Thank you. I swallowed hard, repressing my sorrow. Will you summon the boys to dinner, Richeline? They should be told, and I have need of their aid. If I am to do this thing before winter, we must begin at once. Of course. The boys were my 3 chevaliers. Phèdre's boys, they called themselves, Remy, Fortune, and T. Philippe. Fighting sailors, under the command of Royal Admiral Quintilius Rous, they had attached themselves to my service after our quest to Alba and the Battle of Trois-le-Mans. In truth, I think it amused the Queen to grant them to me. I told them over dinner, served in the manor hall with white linens on the table and an abundance of candles. At first there was silence. Then Remy let out an irrepressible whoop of joy, his green eyes sparkling. "To the city, my lady? You promise it?" "I promise," I told him. T. Philippe, small and blond, grinned, while solid dark Fortune looked thoughtfully at me. "It will need 2 of you to ride ahead and make arrangements. I've need of a modest house, near enough to the palace. I'll give you letters of intent to take to my factor in the city." Remy and T. Philippe began to squabble over the adventure. Fortune continued to look at me with his dark gaze. "Do you go a-hunting, my lady?" he asked softly. I toyed with a baked pear, covered in crumbling cheese, to hide my lack of appetite. "What do you know of it, Fortune?" His gaze never wavered. "I was at Trois-le-Mans. I know someone conspired to free the Lady Melisande Charizard, and I know you are an Anguissette trained by Anophiel Delaunay, who, outside the boundaries of Montreuil, some call the Hallmaster of Spies." "Yes." I whispered it, and felt a thrill run through my veins, compelling and undeniable. I lifted my head, feeling the weight of my hair caught in a velvet net, and downed a measure of fine brandy from the orchards of Lagnasse. "It is time for Kushiel's dart to be cast anew, Fortune." "My Lord Castellane will not like it, my lady," Remy cautioned, having left off his quarrel with T. Philippe. 7 hours he has knelt in the garden. I think now I know why. Jocelyn Verai is my concern. I pushed my plate away from me, abandoning my pretense of eating. "Now I need your aid, chevaliers. Who will ride to the city and find me a home?" In the end, it was decided that Remy and T. Philippe both would go in advance, securing our lodgings and serving notice of my return. How Isandre would receive word of it, I was uncertain. I had not told her of Melisandre's gift, nor my concerns regarding her escape. I did not doubt that I had the Queen's support, but the scions of Eloa and his companions can be a capricious lot, and I judged it best to operate in secrecy for the moment. Let them suppose that it was the pricking of Kushiel's dart that had driven me back. The less they knew, the more I might learn. So Delaunay taught me, and it is sound advice. One must gauge one's trust carefully. I trusted my 3 chevaliers a great deal, or I would never have let them know what we were about. Delaunay sought to protect me and Alcuin, who paid the ultimate price for it, by keeping us in ignorance. I would not make his mistake, for so I reckon it now, a mistake. But still there was only one person I trusted with the whole of my heart and soul, and he knelt without speaking in the rain-drenched garden of Montreuil. I stayed awake long that night, reading a Yeshuite treatise brought to me by Gonzago de Escobares. I had not given up my dream of finding a way to free Hyacinth from his eternal indenture to the Master of the Straits. Hyacinth, my oldest friend, the companion of my childhood, had accepted a fate meant for me. Condemned to immortality on a lonely isle, unless I could find a way to free him, to break the guise that bound him. I read until my eyes glazed and my mind wandered. At length I dozed before the fire, stoked on the hour by 2 whispering servant lads. The sense of a presence woke me, and I opened my eyes. Jocelyn stood before me, dripping rainwater onto the carpeted flagstones. Even as I looked, he crossed his forearms and bowed. "In Kushiel's name," he said, his voice rusty from hours of disuse, "I protect and serve." We knew each other too well, we two, to dissemble. "No more than that?" "No more," he said steadily, "and no less." I sat in my chair, gazing up at his beautiful face, his blue eyes weary from his long vigil. "Can there be no middle ground between us, Jocelyn?" "No." He shook his head gravely. "Phèdre, Eloa knows I love you, but I'm sworn to Kushiel. I cannot be two things, not even for you. I will honor my vow to protect and serve you, to the death if need be. You cannot ask for more, yet you do." "I am Kushiel's chosen, and sworn to Namar," I whispered. "I honor your vow. Can you not honor mine?" "Only in my own way." He whispered it too. I knew how much it cost him, and closed my eyes. "Phèdre, do not ask for more." "So be it," I said with closed eyes. When I opened them, he was gone. Chapter 2. When last I entered the city of Eloa, it was riding in triumph in the entourage of Isandre de la Courcelle, fresh from victory over the Scaldi, with the royal army and Drustin Mab Nectina and the Alban contingent at our side. This time, my return to the city of my birth was considerably less dramatic, although it meant a great deal to me. It is a powerful thing, homecoming. I had come to love Montreuil with its green mountains, its rustic charm. But the city was my home, and I wept to see its white walls once more. My heart, a year and more accustomed to the sedate pace of the countryside, stirred within my breast and beat faster. We had been long days on the road, while the brisk weather of autumn turned to the chill of impending winter. When I had travelled before, it had been with no more than my companions and I could carry on sturdy mounts. Now we were accompanied by laden wagons of wool, product of last shearing of the season, with an entire wagon for my goods, which included the volumes and scrolls of Yeshuite research I had accumulated within a year. It was a goodly amount, for the followers of Yeshua were a prolific folk. Their history is ancient, reaching back long before the time when Yeshua ben Yosef, the true gotten son of the one God, hung upon a Tiberian cross, his blood mingling with the tears of the Magdalene to beget blessed Eloa. I had not yet discovered in their writings a clue to unravel the guise that bound Hyacinth, but I was yet hopeful. Also in our train was a wagon for our gear, tents and foodstuffs, and pack mules for my retainer's possessions. There was even a pair of saddle horses we led unridden, fresh mounts for Remy and T. Philippe, who dashed back and forth between our slow party and the city. "You'll need a carriage," Fortune said pragmatically as we drew near to the city. "It won't do for the Comtesse de Montreuil to ride astride, my lady. But I reckon it can wait until we've sold the wool." "It will have to." I had supposed before Isandre's Chancellor of the Exchequer had informed me that I was the inheritor of Delaunay's estate and never claimed title, that all d'Angeline nobles had coin in abundance. In truth, it was not so. I drew a modest income from my holdings at Montreuil, and I had funds from the recompense of Delaunay's city house. It had been seized upon his death when I was judged in absentia to be his murderer. Now my name was clear, thanks to Isandre's intervention. In the city of Eloa it is known that I loved my Lord Delaunay well, and had no part in his death. As he named me his heir, so did I inherit. Still, I had no wish to dwell in the place where he died. So his estate of Montreuil I inherited, and I accepted recompense for the sale of his home in the city. But the proceeds from the former went toward the payment and equipage of my retainers, and the latter toward the purchase of a home for us. Of the small amount that remained, I confess a great deal went into my library. Those purchases I did not regret. All knowledge is worth having, Delaunay used to say, and I had every intention of putting what I garnered to good use, but it left me with little in the way of capital. I had a diamond once that would have financed the beginnings of a salon any courtesan might envy. Thinking on it, I touched my bare throat where it used to hang. I would rather have starved than profit from that gem. As we rode nigh to the southern gate, Fortune raised the banner of Montrève, green, a crescent moon in argent upper right and sable crag lower left. The city guard hoisted their spears in answer, a shout sounding from the white walls. T. Philippe, dicing with the guard, had been awaiting our arrival. I heard a ragged chant arise, all too familiar, the marching song of Phèdre's boys born out of our desperate quest to Alba. Glancing at Jacqueline, I saw his shoulders set with resignation. So we entered the city. In some parts it was small, and in others vaster and more lovely than I remembered, gracious and proud. T. Philippe scrambled down to meet us, and led us inward along the winding course of the river toward the palace. In the street, citizens paused and watched curiously, marking our passage. I could hear the rumours begin to spread. To the east, the hill of Mont-Louis sloped upward. The Night Court was there, with its 13 houses, where I had received my earliest training. In Sirius House, first among the 13. At its foot lay Night's doorstep, my refuge, where Hyacinth had established himself as the Prince of Travellers. That was the past. The future lay before us. In sight of the palace, at the juncture of a narrow street, Remy met us. After a hurried conference, T. Philippe took stewardship of the wool wagons, leading them to the Worcesters district. "My lady," Remy grinned and swept me about from the saddle, rising to point down the street. "Your quarters await you." If anyone might question the wisdom of allowing my wild sailor lads to seek out lodgings for us, their fears would be mislaid. They were jealous of my honour, Phèdre's boys, and no one was allowed to mock it save they themselves. Hidden away in the shadow of the palace, it was a charming house. It had a tiny courtyard, near overgrown with shade vines, a stable, and a deceptively generous layout, being narrow but deep. There was ample room for our party. "I contracted a kitchen mistress," Remy said anxiously, "and a daymaid. There's a lad to help with the stables, and I reckon between the 4 of us," he shot a glance at Jacqueline, "we can do what else needs doing. Will it suit, my lady?" I stood in the entry, where the winter light filtered cool and green through the hardy vines. "It will suit," I said, catching my breath in a laugh. "It will suit most admirably, Chevalier." Thus did I take up residence as the Comtesse de Montrève in the city of Eloa. My first invitation arrived before I'd scarce gotten settled. No surprise, for I'd written to Cecily in advance that I was returning. We had maintained a steady correspondence during my time at Montrève, for in addition to being one of my oldest acquaintances, and one of the few I trusted nearly as much as I did Jacqueline, she was a delightful correspondent, her letters laden with bits of news and gossip that I relished to no end. I accepted her invitation at once. "Phèdre!" Meeting me at her door, Cecily Lavaux-Perrin enfolded me unhesitatingly in a warm embrace that I returned without reserve. Her light blue eyes, set in a face no less beautiful for encroaching age, glowed as she held me at arm's length. "You look well. Country living must suit you." Smiling, she gave Jacqueline the kiss of greeting. "And Jocelyn Verai, I am still jealous of Kushiel's claim upon you." Jacqueline flushed to the roots of his hair and murmured something in reply. He had been more gracious the last time. "With your permission," he said stiffly to me, "I'll see if I can find the Scholars' Hall that Seth Ben-Yavin spoke of, and return for you in a few hours' time. I'm sure you and the Lady Cecily have much to discuss." "As you wish." It was awkward, this formality between us. I could have bitten my tongue at the tone of my voice, though it was no cooler than his. Cecily raised her eyebrows, but said nothing until we were seated in her lesser parlour, the cosily appointed room where she received her intimate friends. A maidservant poured wine and brought a tray of delicacies, withdrawing with the immaculate discretion of one trained to serve an adept of serious house. "So did the strain of your star-crossed union prove too great, my dear?" she asked then kindly. "Not in Montrève, no." I shook my head and took a sip of wine, then drew a deep breath. "I am returning to the service of Nama." "Ah." Cecily rested her chin on her fingertips, regarding me. "And Messiah Jocelyn grieves. Well, I did not think Nama had done with you, Phèdre," she said, surprising me. "You were born to be one of the great ones, not to waste your youth on sheep shearings and barn dances. How old are you? 20? 22? A touch of indignation in my tone made her smile. "You see? Scarce out of girlhood." She toyed with a strand of pearls, but her pale blue eyes were shrewd. "Although I'll allow that you've seen and done things no Night Court adept could survive. Still, in 10 years you might come into your prime. Is it only that, my dear, or is it Anafiel Delaunay's game you seek to play?" I should have known she would suspect it. Cecily had been the one to train us, Alcuin and me, in the arts of love. She had also been one of the few who knew what Delaunay was about. For a brief moment I considered confiding in her. I trusted her discretion. But it would worry her, and it could endanger her too. And unlike Jocelyn and my chevaliers, Cecily was no warrior sworn to my protection, skilled in the arts of defence. It cast Delaunay's dilemma in a different light, and for the first time I sympathized with his desire to shield me in ignorance. "I'm sworn to Nama, and not to House Courcelles," I said lightly. "Unlike my Lord Delaunay, but you may be sure I've not forgotten what I learned in his service. I will keep my ears open and my wits about me. If I learn aught that Isandra should know," I shrugged, "so much the better." Not entirely convinced, Cecily levelled her gaze at me. "Be careful, Phèdre." As an adept of serious house, she had cause to know. In the 13 houses of the Court of Night-Blooming Flowers, Nama's service was an item of faith. As Nama had laid down with strangers on Blessed Eloa's behalf, so did we. But we were mortal, and where power intersects with pleasure, there is danger. Adepts of the Night Court dabbled with great caution in political intrigue. As a peer of the realm, I risked all the more. No one living had done it. Placing a candied rose petal on my tongue, I let it melt in a wash of sweetness. "I will," I promised. "What news have I missed?" "Ah, well," her eyes danced. "Despite the Cruarch's visit this summer, it grows obvious that the Queen is not with child. Now that winter stares us in the teeth, speculation mounts as to whether or not she will take a lover, and if so, whom." "Does it indeed?" I murmured. "Do you think she will?" "We were d'Angeline. Love as thou wilt. She would not have been the first, nor the last." "No," Cecily said decisively, shaking her head before sipping her wine. "Isandra was raised as a pawn on the playing field of marital alliance. She knows how to play the game and commit to none. Any mind, I hear she is committed to him. If House Courcelles provides an heir, he or she will be half Picty." It was true. I had reason to know it. Against all odds, the marriage of the Queen of Terre and the Cruach of Alba was a love match, and the strait that divided them was nigh as deep as the one between Jacqueline and me. Still, Cecily continued, it is open season on the position of Queen's paramour, and contenders abound. If Isandra is not troubled, I'll not trouble myself. I took up the wine jug and refilled our glasses. What of the Scaldy? Have the borders been quiet? As the grave. There was satisfaction in her tone. Somerville was awarded a duchy, you know, sovereign in Lagnasse. No one disputes it. The royal army's been approved to stand down now. Carmelines hold the border. Deglamour's men. I glanced up, surprised. Cecily nodded. The Unforgiven, they call themselves, she said softly. They bear black shields. We were both silent a moment, remembering. Only a few of the allies of Cumlach had survived the Battle of Trois-le-Mont, where the Scaldy warlord Voldemar Selig had united his people, leading an invasion against Terre. He had had reason to believe he would prevail, encouraged in his endeavours by Melisande Charizai, who played a deep-laid game. I know, for she sold me into slavery among the Scaldy when I learned her plan. I do not think she meant me to survive. I did, though. In the deepest winter of Scaldia, I survived to become Selig's mistress, and I learned his plan, escaping in time to warn Isandra. It was enough. By the nearest of margins, Isandra sent me to Alba, and I brought the Cruach's army to my country's aid. In the end, only Melisande escaped unscathed. I could have done none of it without Jacqueline. The allies of Cumlach had been vassals of the traitorous Duke Isidore d'Eglamour, Melisande's ally, whose fatal conspiracy had opened the door for the Scaldic invasion and nearly brought ruin on the nation. Isidore d'Eglamour is dead now, and he died a hero at the end. I was there, watching from the parapet, when he led the charge against Voldemar Selig's army. It was the allies of Cumlach who had driven a wedge into the massed Scaldy, and d'Eglamour himself who slew Selig. He didn't live to tell of it. Not many men of Cumlach had survived that charge. Those who had lived had vowed themselves to driving the invading Scaldy far beyond Dongeline borders. The Unforgiven. It was a disturbing name. "Did you hear?" Cecily changed the subject, poring over the tray of dainties. "Prince Benedict has remarried." "No." "Oh, yes." She looked amused. "Do you suppose the passions of the flesh wither with age, my dear?" "But he must be—" "Only 60-odd," Cecily said complacently, "and 12 years a widower. Ganelon was his elder by a considerable amount. He took a Carmeline lass to wife, whose family was slain in the war. Touré, something like that. They're expecting a child come spring. I didn't tell you?" "No," I said absently. "What does it betoken for the throne?" "Not that I know of." She nibbled at a bit of marchpane. "As Ganelon's brother, Benedict is still formally next in line, but he has 2 daughters to succeed him, although I understand Thérèse is imprisoned for her part in Isabelle Lanvert's death." "And Barquiel Lanvert?" "The Duc Lanvert." Cecily set her piece of marchpane down unfinished. "If you're wary of anyone, be wary of him, Phèdre. Isandra is thick with her uncle, and I do not say it is wrong, for blood calls to blood, but House Lanvert was ever ambitious, and he was your lord's enemy, you know. Isandra may be Isabelle's daughter, but she bears Roland's blood." I knew it well. The Duke Barquiel Lanvert was high atop the list of peers I mistrusted. As it happens, I also owed him my life. "Well," I said reflectively, "a proper hornet's nest, it seems." When were politics aught else? Cecily gave me a long, evaluating glance. If you're going to do this, we'll need to set you up properly, Phèdre no Delaunay de Montreuve. In living memory, no peer of the realm has chosen to follow Narmar's service. You're going against fashion, my dear. I know, I said, but Narmar's arts are older than Terre itself, and her service is ancient among us. I was her servant before I was a peer. There was honour in both once, and neither precluded the other. I swore an oath, Cecily. I made the dedication and released a dove in Narmar's name. Do you say I should gainsay it? No, Cecily sighed, nor will the Queen. Do you plan to maintain a salon? No, I smiled. I never did in Delaunay's service. My patrons prefer to set their own terms, on their own territory. I am an Anguissette, after all. Well, if anyone can restore the lustre to Narmar's service, it's you, child. She cocked her head. You'll at least need the services of a proper attendant. Have you a seamstress in mind? If you've not, I've word of a lass in Eglantine House who might do. I shook my head. Have you registered with the guild yet? You'll need to do that, now that you've made your mark. Oh, Phèdre. Cecily clapped her hands together, eyes sparkling. We've so much to do. Chapter 3. I found the Scholars' Hall, the yeshiva. We had not spoken of it on the ride back from Cecily's. Jocelyn had not offered, and I pushed him on little these days. Pouring more tea, I raised my brows and waited. I met the Rebbe. He cleared his throat and sipped at his tea. He's a rather formidable figure. He reminded me of the prefect. Did you speak to him of studying there? I mentioned it. Jocelyn set his cup down. He thought I was interested in converting, he said dryly. Mayhap I should consider it. The Castlean Brotherhood had a peculiar relationship to the followers of Yeshua. In many ways they held the same beliefs. I felt a creeping sense of alarm, which I hid. You didn't tell him about Hyacinth, then? No. Rising, Jocelyn wandered the study, running his hand over the newly built shelves and cubbyholes. I thought it best to wait. Phèdre, do you really think there's a key? I don't know, I answered honestly, but I have to look. Somewhere far to the west, on a lonely island, my prince of travellers spun out his days in apprenticeship to the master of the straits, condemned to serve out the terms of Rahab's curse. It was a sacrifice he had made for us all, a bitter bargain. If he had not, the Alban army would never have succeeded in crossing the straits, and the Scaldi would have conquered Terre. But, oh, it was a cruel price to pay. For so long as the one God punished the disobedience of his angel Rahab, the curse would endure. And as the master of the straits had said, the one God's memory was long. Eloah disobeyed the commandment of the one God, but he and his companions were aided by our Mother Earth, in whose womb he was begotten. Silent these many long centuries, she did not seem inclined to intervene once more, and this affair was none of hers. No, if there was an answer, a means of breaking an angel's guise, it lay in the ancient doctrines of the Yeshuites. It had been done, I knew. There were tales of heroes who had defied the will of the one God's emissaries, outwitting them with guile and scholarship. But those were in the days when angels walked the earth, and the gods spoke directly to their people. Now the gods kept their counsel, and only we lesser-born mortals, whose bloodlines bore faint traces of ichor, were left to the stewardship of the land. Still, I would try. Well, I will speak to him, if he will hear me. He'll be amused at the novelty. Jocelyn's tone was dry again. A D'Angeline courtesan speaking Yeshuite. He had a hard enough time hearing it from me. I have a gift for languages, but that wasn't what he meant. I closed my eyes against the pain. Jocelyn's, mine, piercing at the core and welling outward in misery. Eloa, but it was sweet. The pain of the flesh is naught to the pain of the soul. I bit the inside of my lower lip, willing the tide of it to subside, horrified in some part of me, but I could take pleasure in it. Melisandre's face swam in memory behind my closed lids, sublimely amused. True scion of Kushiel's line, she would have understood it as no other. Remy found a carriage. Jocelyn changed the subject. I sent him to Emile from Hyacinth's old crew. He still has the stable in Knight's doorstep. How much did he spend? He shrugged. He got it for a song, he said, but it's in dreadful shape. They think they can repair it. Fortune's grandfather was a wheelwright. I ran my hands through my hair, dishevelling the massive sable curls. I didn't care for this penny counting, necessary though it was. My father had been a spendthrift, which was how I came to be bond-sold to Sirius House as a child. It made me wary of debt. Still, I didn't have to like it. Jocelyn watched me out of the corner of his eye. How long do they think? I should send word to Isandra. 3 days, mayhap. Less if they've naught else to do. He made an abrupt movement, gathering the tea-tray. It's late. I will see you in the morning, my lady. There were barbs on the words, his formal address. I endured them in silence and watched him go, leaving me alone with the remorseless pleasure of my pain. It took only 2 days to restore the carriage to a presentable shape, sufficient to arrive at the palace in a style befitting the Comtesse de Montrève. I sent word to Isandra, and had a reply by royal courier that afternoon, granting an audience on the morrow. He stood waiting while I read it, elegant in blue corcel livery, and bowed graciously when I told him to tell the Queen I would be honoured to attend. There was a trace of curiosity in his eyes, but he didn't let it show in his manner. That there were stories about me I knew full well. Télésys de Mornay had included my tale in earliest drafts of the Isandrine cycle, the epic poem documenting Isandra's tumultuous ascension to the throne in the midst of war. There were other stories, too, passed about by word of mouth. Most of my patrons were discreet, but not all. So be it. There is no shame in being a servant of Nama, nor an Anguissette. We are d'Angeline, and we revere such things. Other nations reckon us soft for it. The Scaldi found otherwise. But, too, it is as I have said, our blood has grown thick with mortality, and one such as I, marked by a celestial hand, was a rarity. It is not a thing, I may say, in which I take pride. I grew up in Sirius House, where the crimson mote in my eye marked me not as Kushiel's chosen, but merely as one flawed beyond the canons of the Night Court. It was Delaunay who changed that, and named me for what I was, and in truth I have no special gift beyond the transmutation of pain, which has been as much curse as boon to me. If I am skilled at language and logic, it is because I was well taught. Alcuin, who was a student with me, was better. It is only a quirk of fate that left me alive to exercise them, while he and Delaunay perished. Not a day passes but that I remember it. I would give up all that I have gained to change that past. Since I cannot, I do the best I can, and pray it does honour to their memories. It was strange to have the Queen's Guard bow at the palace gates, to be met by liveried servants, and enter the halls with an entire entourage in tow. If Jocelyn was grave, Phèdre's boys were on their best behaviour, trying hard to look dignified. I didn't worry about Fortune, sober by nature, but Remy and T. Philippe had a talent for mischief. Isandra received us in the Hall of Games, a vast colonnaded salon where the palace nobles liked to gather for gaming and conversation. I spotted her with 2 of her ladies-in-waiting, pausing to observe an intense game of rhythmomachi. Her own Castelline guard, 2 brothers clad in ashen grey, stood a discreet distance away. Not young, either of them, but their straight backs defied age. Few of the great houses follow the old traditions any more, sending their middle sons to serve Kushiel. "The Comtesse Phèdre no Delaunay de Montrève," our escort announced loudly. Heads turned, a few murmurs sounded. Isandre de la Courcelle came toward me with a smile. "Phèdre," she said, grasping my hands and giving me the kiss of greeting. There was genuine pleasure lighting her violet eyes when she drew back. "Truly I am happy to see you." "Your Majesty," I curtsied. Isandre looked much the same, a little older, worn by the cares of the throne, but with the same fair beauty. We were nearly of an age, she and I. "Jacqueline Carey." She rested her fingertips on his arm when he finished his sweeping bow. "I trust you have been keeping my near cousin safe?" It was Isandre's jest to name me thusly. Of a surety there were ties of neither blood nor marriage between us, but my Lord Delaunay, who had taken me into his household, had been dearly beloved of her father Roland. Indeed, that love had gone deeper than many suspected, and Delaunay had sworn in secret an oath to ward Isandre's life as his own. "I protect and serve your Majesty." Jacqueline smiled, warmth in his words and not irony. Whatever lay between us, his loyalty to the Queen was undiminished. "Good." Isandre looked with amusement at the bowed heads of Remy, Fortune, and T. Philippe, who had all dropped to one knee before her. "Well met, chevaliers," she said kindly. "Does your service still suit, or does the sea beckon you back to my Lord Admiral Rouse?" Remy grinned up at her. "We are well content, your Majesty." "I am pleased to hear it." Isandre looked back at me. "Come, Phèdre, tell me how you have been keeping. I am sure your men will find ample entertainment in the Hall of Games, and I am eager to learn what has brought you back to the city of Eloa." If it had been strange to enter the palace as a peer, stranger still to stroll the hall at Isandre's side, her Castelline guards trailing us. It had been different after the war, when everything was still in a jumble, Albans and Dalriada everywhere, and my services in constant demand as translator. This measured order was like the palace of my youth, which I had attended only at the behest of noble patrons. "Matters proceed well, it seems," I observed to Isandre. She smiled wryly. "Well enough. We are fewer than before, I fear, but our alliance with Alba has given us new strength. Drustin will be sorry to have missed you." And I him. There had been a strong sympathy between us, the Cruarch of Alba and I. "Come spring, he'll be back." There was a faint trace of longing in Isandre's voice. I doubt it would have been evident to anyone not trained to listen for such things. "So tell me, was Montrève too rustic for your liking?" "Not entirely," I answered honestly. "It is very pleasant, but there is a matter I am pursuing but I cannot follow from the isolation of a country manor." Isandre looked at me with interest, and I told her of my research into Yeshuite law, my dream of finding a key to unlock Hyacinth's prison. I could not help but mark, as we walked, how all eyes in the Hall of Games followed the Queen, and a hum of speculation followed in her wake. Nobles contrived to place themselves in our path, moving aside with a bow or curtsy. I could see the offers plain in their faces, men and women alike. Isandre handled it with an absent grace. "Your Zingano lad, yes. I wish you luck with it. They are a strange folk, the Yeshuites." She shook her head. "I do not pretend to understand them. We welcome them openly in Terre, and they accept our hospitality on sufferance. There is no room in their theology for blessed Eloa, my lady. They cannot reconcile our existence, and it troubles them." "Well," Isandre's fair brows arched, They have had some time to grow accustomed to the notion. Have you come to a decision on the other matter? She asked then, changing the subject. You are still vowed to Nama, unless I am mistaken. Yes. Unthinking, I twisted a ring I bore on the third finger of my right hand. Black pearls, given me as a patron gift by the Duc de Morban. I smiled. If I bear my mark, I said, you will know my answer, my lady. Isandra laughed. Then I shall have to wait and see. She swept her hand about the hall. They will be wondering, you know. They've naught better to do. I have heard as much, I said reservedly. Majesty. A man's voice spoke, deep and silken. From the corner of my eye I caught a swirl of black and gold, intricately patterned, as a figure rose from a deep-backed chair. He bowed, then straightened, and I caught my breath. His blue-black hair hung in plaits like tiny chains, and eyes the hue of sapphire were set in a dangerously beautiful face, skin like ivory. He smiled, showing white teeth, and fanned an ornate deck of cards. You promised me a game of bâtard. I knew him. I had last seen him in the company of his cousin, whom he had betrayed. I did, my lord Marmion, but I did not say when, Isandra replied lightly. I shall await the day. His deep blue gaze rested on my face. My lady Phèdre no Delaunay de Montreuil, he said, caressing my name. My knees turned to water. For a short life you have a long history with House Shahrazai. Along with his sister Persia, Marmion Shahrazai betrayed his cousin Melisande, mayhap the most dangerous act any of their house could undertake, giving her unto the custody of Duke Quincel de Morban, the sovereign duke of their province of Kushiel. I watched them bring her into Isandra's impromptu court at the fortress of Trois-le-Mans, after the battle was won. I was there at the hearing, where Melisande was accused of treason. I gave the testimony that condemned her. My lord Shahrazai. With all the willpower I could summon, I made my voice cool. Your loyalty to the throne has prospered you. He laughed and bowed. How not, when it has such a lovely occupant, he said for Isandra's benefit. Her Majesty is wise beyond years to recognize that the treachery of one member of a house does not taint all born within it. With one last florid bow, he turned away. I let out a shaking breath. I should have warned you. Isandra gave me a compassionate glance. He's been a great help, actually. We uncovered several of Melisandre's allies, thanks to Marmion. I'd forgotten about your long history with his house. Allies. I wrestled my thoughts into order. But not Melisande. No. Isandra shook her head. She's gone well and truly to earth, Phèdre, like a fox, and I suspect she's far beyond the borders of Terre d'Ange. Wherever she is, her power here is broken. What allies she had have been executed, and no one, I think, would be fool enough to trust her with a bounty on her head. I promise you, you've naught to fear from Melisande Shahrazai. Once upon a time, I was young and naive enough to have thought a queen's reassurance beyond question. Now I merely smiled and thanked Isandra for her concern, holding my fear in check and gazing about the hall of games, wondering where the traitors lay. Of their presence I had no doubt. Chapter 4. The key to finding the traitor in the Queen's inner circle was hidden in that night at Trois-le-Mans. Of that much I was certain. Melisande Shahrazai had vanished from a well-guarded chamber in a fortress on high alert, and someone had helped her do it. If I could figure out how it was done, I would have the beginning of a trail to follow. It was Fortune, the steadiest of my chevaliers, who hit upon the notion of mapping out the route of Melisande's escape. "Do you know where she was held, my lady?" he asked thoughtfully. "The ground floor or the second?" Jacqueline gave me a long look. "It was the second floor," I said. Melisande had sent for me that night, and like a fool I had gone, meeting with her in her royal prison cell. What had passed between us was of no account, save that it left me shaken. Afterward I retired to the high walls, wishing to be alone with my tangled emotions, awaiting her execution at dawn. For all that she deserved it, there was no doubt in the end that Melisande Shahrazai had conspired with the Scaldi warlord Voldemar Selig to overthrow the throne of Terre. I couldn't bear to watch. She had been my patron once. It had never come. Instead, daybreak found 2 guards dead outside her chamber, and a third at the postern gate. "So, if the corridor was here," kneeling beside the low table in my sitting room, Fortune plucked a long-stemmed iris from a vase and laid it lengthways atop the table, "how far from the stairs?" I counted on my fingers, remembering. 3 doors, no, 4. Her chamber was the first door past the corner. "Here, then." He broke the flower's stem, bending it at an angle, then setting an empty cordial glass at one end. "And the stairs here." "Yes." Leaning over the table, I studied it. "Near enough?" Across the room, Jacqueline shoved himself to his feet. "Phèdre." "Yes?" I glanced up from the table. "Leave them out of it." His expression was unreadable. "If you insist on playing dangerous games, so be it. Don't drag these poor besotted boys into your intrigues. I can't protect the lot of you." "Did I ask you to?" I felt my ire rise. "If it disturbs you so greatly, then leave. Throw yourself at the feet of the prefect and beg forgiveness. Or go tell Isandra I release you from my service, and beg leave to attend her. She's used to having castlines around." Jacqueline gave a short laugh. "And let you go hurtling into peril, with 3 half-trained sailors to ward you. At least allow me to keep from dishonouring the last vow I've kept, Phèdre." I opened my mouth to reply, but Fortune cleared his throat, intervening. "Quintilius Rouse does not pick half-trained soldiers for his flagship brother." "It's not the same." Steel glinted from Jacqueline's vambraces as he shifted in frustration. "You're trained to battle, not to protect and serve. It's not the same at all." "I am learning." Fortune's voice held steady. Their gazes locked, and I held my tongue. What would it profit to come between them? Jacqueline had to choose freely or not at all. After a moment he threw up his hands with a sound of disgust. "I wish you the joy of them," he said harshly to me, and left the room. I hadn't thought he would go. I stared after him. "He'll be back," Fortune said calmly. "He cares too much to leave you, my lady." "I'm not sure," I whispered. "I didn't think he'd go at all." "Here." Without looking at me, Fortune bent back to the table, his broad hands moving objects. "If this is the lower level, and the postern gate is here," he placed a vase at one corner, "and this the passage," he moved a lacquered coffer, "there would have been guards here and here." He marked the spots with his finger. "Whoever led Melisande to the postern gate had to pass these points. So did others, no doubt. But still—" I rubbed my aching temples, trying to concentrate, trying not to think about Jacqueline. "They were questioned. They were all questioned, Fortune. If there were anything there, believe me, Isandra would have seized on it." "What if they weren't the right questions?" he asked. "What do you mean?" I frowned at the table, remembering. As one of the last people to see Melisande alive, I'd been questioned at length. In the end I was exonerated, if only because it was my testimony that had condemned her. Isandra was looking for treachery, or evidence of treachery. No one questioned admitted to seeing anything of the kind. But what had they seen? You're right. There was a guard at the foot of the stair too, and someone had to pass them all to get to her chamber. Melisande couldn't have killed those guards herself. One, mayhap, surely not two. I began rearranging the pieces on the table. If we had a list of who passed them that night to compare to the other, we would have a short list of suspects. Fortune's eyes glowed. My lady, this is somewhat that we can do for you. For you to question the Queen's guard, it would seem amiss. Even my Lord Jocelyn is not on easy terms, if I may say it, with the rank and file. But 3 ex-sailors, former soldiers of Admiral Rouse, we could ask. Drinking, dicing, these are things we know, things that loosen men's tongues. He is trained to protect and serve, and not to battle. It is not the same thing, not at all. He looked smug enough with it that I laughed, then sobered. Truly, Fortune, this is a dangerous business. If anyone suspected what you were about, you would be in grave danger. My lady, if you think any of us sought security in your service, you are mistaken. His brows knitted in a dark scowl. We are sailors, after all, and bound to adventure. If we have deemed you a star worth setting a course by, do not belittle our decision. Why did you do it? I asked him. Why me? I saw you on the battlefield of Bryn Gorodom, carrying water to the wounded and dying. And after, when you made us chevaliers. I know the Admiral asked it of you. His sword was nearly as long as you're tall. One corner of his mouth crooked at the memory. Queen's emissary. You looked like someone had hit you over the head. How could I choose otherwise? I sighed and rumpled my hair. All right, then. Learn what you may. But never, I poked his chest for emphasis, never let them suspect you are aught but simple chevaliers, eager to relive your moments of glory and pore over the mysteries of nobility. Don't worry. I have a good luck name, my lady. Fortune smiled. My mother swore it on my name day. Chapter 5. Jocelyn did return, late that evening. I did not question him, and he did not offer an explanation. We greeted each other in the morning, courteous as 2 strangers. He performed his exercises in the secluded rear garden, flowing gracefully through the Carceline forms, steel blades weaving, breath frosting in the crisp air. I watched him, and felt my heart ache within my breast. How strange, how compelling a pain to cause injury to a loved one. One thing else I did when driven to it. I ran away. Properly speaking, I rebelled. I used to do it at Sirius House, and I did it at Delaunay's, although I will say, if I may, that there was more in it than simple rebellion. It was a game with my Lord Delaunay. If I succeeded at it, there would be no repercussions. I was no child now, to run to Knight's doorstep and the comfort of Hyacinth's antics. Still it was a comfort to slip unnoticed from under the eyes of my well-meaning guards, go to the stable and convince the simple lad, Benoit, to saddle a horse for me. I led the gelding cautiously into the street, where Benoit considerately latched the gate behind me. Once astride, I was free. I rode away from the palace, exhilaration singing in my veins, hard put to remember the last time I was well and truly on my own. It is an oddity how having retainers binds one. Without their concerns to think of, I had only my own. I made my way to the river and followed it to the market square, where criers hawked their wares. It was the doves that put it in my head, dozens upon dozens of them, caged offerings huddled against the cold. Choosing the smallest out of pity, I paid for a gilt cage. "My lady has an eye," the vendor said obsequiously, transferring the bird. "This one, he is small, but he has a will to survive." "Eloah hear you, and grant it is so." I smiled, leaning down from my mount to take the cage in my hand. The gelding snorted and tossed his head. "This one is for Nama." The vendor performed an elaborate bow, smiling at me sidelong. My dove rattled his wings against the gilded bars, and the gelding shied, shod hooves ringing on the cobblestones. People cheered as I kept my seat. I was a dreadful rider, once. That was before I fled Voldemar Selig's steading on pony-back through the direst winter. I have spent a good bit of time astride since then. Strange to look back and see how skill was acquired. At the time I only thought to stay alive. With my head up despite the snapping cold, I rode through the streets to the temple of Nama. If people called out and saluted me along the way, it was not because I was the Comtesse de Montrève or Phèdre no Delaunay. They could not see from the street my telltale gaze, but only because I was young and beautiful, and I rode without care, bearing a dove for Nama. The great temple of Nama in the city is a small structure, but lovely with gardens. Even now, with winter's breath in the air, it held warmth and bloomed. I gave my mount over to a stable lass who met me with lowered eyes, and walked alone to the temple carrying the birdcage. An acolyte met me at the door. "Be welcome," he said, bending in his scarlet surplice to give me the kiss of greeting. His lips were soft, and I knew in a way I was home. He looked at me out of eyes the colour of rain-washed lupin, eyes that studied my own. "Be welcome, Anguissette, and give honour to Nama." I took his arm in one hand, carrying the gilded cage within my other, and entered the temple of Nama. Up the long corridor we walked, to the vast statue that awaited us at the end. Nama, her arms spread wide in greeting and embrace. There, beneath the oculus, we awaited the priest. Priestess, it was. I knew her when she emerged, attended by acolytes. Long hair the colour of apricots, and green eyes tilted like a cat's. She had been an acolyte herself when I was dedicated. The priest who had dedicated me had died of the fever during the bitterest winter, as so many had done. "Well met, sister," she said in a murmurous voice that nonetheless carried to every corner of the temple, and kissed me in greeting. I gripped her elbow with my free hand, steadying myself. It had been a long time, and the presence of Nama's servants was a heady thing. "You wish to rededicate yourself?" "Yes," I whispered, holding aloft the gilded cage. "Can you tell me if it is Nama's wish that I do so?" "Ah." The priestess fingered the collar of her scarlet robe and turned to gaze up at Nama's face, welcoming and benign above us. "In the city alone there are many hundreds of Nama's servants," she said softly. 300 at least in the 13 houses of the Night Court, and for everyone who serves at that level, there are others who aspire to lesser heights. In Nama they number in the thousands. No village throughout the land, I dare say, but has one or two called to the service of Nama. You would be surprised at how many ask that question. Is it the will of Nama that I serve her? To each one I give the same answer. It is your will that matters, no less than any other. The servants of Nama keep the covenant of blessed Eloah. Love as thou wilt. Nama's path is sacred to us, for she chose of her own will to win the freedom and sustenance of blessed Eloah with the gifts of her body. It was her choice, and she does not compel her servants to follow. With that said, she turned back to give me a long, considering gaze. To you I answer differently. Her acolytes murmured, drawing near to listen. I set down the birdcage and waited. The priestess smiled and reached out to touch my face, tracing a line along the outer curve of my left eye. Mighty Kushiel of rod and wheel, late of the brazen portals, with blood-tipped dart a wound unhealed, pricks the iron of chosen mortals, she quoted, citing the very verse with which Delaunay had identified my nature. I cannot chart your course, Anguisset. Your calling lies beyond Nama's purview alone. You are Kushiel's chosen, and he will cast you where he will. Only Eloa, whom even the companions follow, knows the whole of it. But you are Nama's servant as well, and under her protection, and to that I may speak. You ask, is it the will of Nama that you serve her? I say yes. Wrapping her robe about her, the priestess gazed into the distance. Tens of thousands of servants of Nama, she mused aloud, all following a sacred calling. And yet our stature diminishes across the land. Whores, catamites, trulls, I have heard these words spoken with harsh tongues, not by all, but enough, too many. It was true, for I had heard it myself. Such words had not existed in our tongue when Eloa and his companions trod the earth, and peers and commoners alike delighted in Nama's service. It was different now, and the customs of Terre were tainted by those of other nations. I had not chosen an easy course. How long has it been since an enthroned ruler summoned the Darwain of Sirius House for counsel? The priestess's sharp eyes measured my thoughts. 4 generations or more, I think. Too long. It is not my place to restore the glory of the court of night-blooming flowers, but the glory of Nama. Yes, I know who you are, Phèdre no Delaunay. She smiled unexpectedly. Comtesse de Montreuil, your story is known, and it is told a sanguine thread woven deep into the tapestry of war and betrayal that nearly sundered our nation. Because of you, the scions of Eloa and his companions have returned to the houses of the Night Court, playing at fashion, grasping at second-hand glory with thoughtless ardour. But you are a peer of the realm now. Is it Nama's will that her presence breach the palace walls to shine once more at the heart of Terre? To you I say yes. I met her eyes and held them. Politics? Her smile deepened. Nama does not care for politics nor power. Glory, yes. What does your heart say, sister? I shivered and had to look away. My heart is torn, I murmured. She touched my face again gently. What does Kushiel say? It burned this time, her touch, heating my blood so that it rose in a warm blush. Priests and priestesses, they have that damnable surety about them. I wanted to turn my face against her palm, taste the salt of her skin. Kushiel's will accords with Nama's. Then your question is answered. The priestess took her hand away, calm and undisturbed. I nearly fell yearning against her, but kept myself steady. And I will pose mine again. Is your wish to be rededicated unto the service of Nama? Yes, I said it strongly this time, and stooped to open the birdcage. I took the trembling dove in my hands and straightened. It is. The acolytes stumbled against one another in confusion. Then one bearing a basin of water came forward to offer the aspergillium to the priestess. I stood, the dove's quick beating heart racing against my palms as she flicked a few drops of water over me. "By Narmar's sacred river, I baptize you into her service." So I had stood, scarce more than a child, while Delaunay and Alcuin waited proudly behind me. No one awaited me now. I opened my mouth obediently for the portion of honey cake, the sip of wine. Sweetness and desire. Eloa, but I ached with it. And chrism at the last, oil upon my brow for grace. When I was a child, I'd no notion of what it meant. Now I prayed I might find it in Narmar's service. It was done, and the priestess and her acolyte stepped aside. I knelt before the altar, the statue of Narmar, holding the dove in closed hands before me. Opaque, those sculpted eyes. We find in her service what we bring to it. "My lady, be kind to your servant," I whispered, and released the dove. I did not watch this time as it launched free of my hands and winged its way to the oculus. The priestess and her acolytes did, tracking it, smiling. I did not need to watch to know my dove found its way. With bowed head, I knelt until I felt the priestess's hands at my shoulders, bidding me to rise. "Welcome back," she said, and kissed me. I felt the tip of her tongue dart between my lips and had to keep myself from clutching her wrists as she released me. The priests of Narmar are not quite like any other. Her long green eyes glinted in the slanting light of the temple, wise and knowing. "Welcome back, servant of Narmar." Thus it was done, and I stumbled twice, leaving the temple, leaning hard on the arm of the acolyte who had admitted me. A dam may hold for 100 years, but once it develops a chink, the rushing tide comes after. Thus did I feel, having dammed the terrible force of my desires for a year and more. The dam had cracked when I opened Melisandre's parcel and found my sanglois cloak. The flood was not far behind. I do not mean, if I may say it, but I loved Jocelyn the less, nor desired him less for it. From the first, even when I despised him, I found him beautiful. And to those who think a Castelline, unschooled in the arts of love, no fit match for a trained courtesan, I may say they are wrong. When he surrendered to it, and he did, Jocelyn brought to our bed a desire wholly untutored, but as pure and wonder-struck as Eloa's first wanderings on mortal soil. That is a treasure no one else has ever given me, nor ever could. What I taught him, he learned as if he were the first to discover it, eager and natural as a new-minted creature. It was enough, for a time. No longer. So it was that I rode home, torn between exhilaration and guilt. Dusk was falling when I reached the house, and by the stable lad Benoit's downcast gaze, I knew he had been chastised for permitting me to leave alone. "Benoit," I said, causing him to lift his head with a jerk, "I am mistress of this house." "Yes, my lady," he mumbled, taking my reins. I couldn't blame him for it. If I hadn't felt the same, I'd not have regarded my escapade as an escape. Nonetheless, I told him firmly, "You do no wrong in obeying my wishes. I will tell them as much." He mumbled something else, hurrying toward the stable and leading my horse at a trot. Chin upraised, I swept into the house. They were all there, waiting. The daymaid sketched me a quick curtsy and whisked past to make her escape. Remy and T. Philippe would not meet my eyes. Fortune gazed at me expressionlessly. In the background, my kitchen mistress, Eugénie, waited nervously. And Jocelyn strode forward to grasp my shoulders. "Phèdre," my name burst from his lips, harsh with anxiety. He shook me a little. "Blessed Eloa, Where in the seven hells have you been?" His fingers bit into my flesh, and I closed my eyes. "Out!" "Out!" The white lines of rage stood out on his face, so close to mine. His hands clenched hard. "You idiot! One of us should have gone with you. Whatever it was, there is no reason for you to go unescorted. Do you understand? Whoever Melisandre's allies are, they know damned well who you are." He punctuated his words with hard shakes. "Never, ever go out unattended. Do you promise me? What on earth would possess you?" Hard, his hands on my shoulders. My head rocked with the force of his fury as he shook me. Our Eloate was sweet. The violence of it was spark to tinder for me. Whatever was reflected on my face, Jacqueline saw it. His hands fell away. "Blessed," he whispered in disgust, turning away from me, his voice trailing off. When he spoke, it was without looking at me. "Don't do it again." "Jacqueline," I waited until he turned. "You knew what I was." "Yes." His voice was brief. "And you what I was. Where does that leave us, Phèdre?" I had no answer, so I gave none, and presently he went away. Remy released a long-held breath and fingered the dagger at his belt. "My lady, if he harms you, Castelline or no—" "Let him be," I cut him off. "He is in pain, and it is my doing. Let him be." "No." It was Fortune who spoke, slow and thoughtful. "It is Kushiel's doing, my lady, and even you can do naught about that." "Maybe." I pressed the heels of my hands against my eyes. "But I choose my course, and it is Jacqueline who bears the price of it." "Stupid to speak of blame when the wills of the immortals are involved." T. Philippe, irrepressible as ever, fished a pair of dice from his purse and tossed them high, grinning. "Let the Castelline stew, my lady. I am told they thrive upon it. Fortune says we have questions to ask and quarry to pursue." "Yes." I dropped my hands and gazed at their open, eager faces, steeling my resolve. "We do, and I must plan my debut." Chapter 6. In the end, my decision was made for me. There are patterns which emerge in one's life, circling and returning anew, an endless variation of a theme. So musicians say the greatest sonatas are composed. Whether or not it is true, I do not know, but of a surety I have seen it emerge in the tapestry of my life. I received an invitation to the midwinter masque at the palace. The first such event I attended was as a child not quite 10, at Sirius House. It was there that I saw for the first time Baudouin de Trevelyan, Prince of the Blood. He is dead now, executed for treason, along with his mother Lionette, who was sister to King Ganelon and called the Lioness of Azal. I used to spy upon her for Delaunay. There was a marquise among my patrons who answered to the Lioness of Azal. It wasn't Delaunay who brought down House Trevelyan, though. That was Melisandre's doing. Melisandre and Isidore d'Aiglemont. None of us guessed then why Melisandre would do such a thing. Baudouin ate from the palm of her hand, or near to it. He gave her the very letters that condemned him, correspondence between his mother and Focleda of Alba, plotting to seize the throne of Terre. I know now, everyone knows. Melisandre knew Baudouin would not have defied his mother openly for her sake, and she had a greater target in mind. Terre d'Ange and Scoldia combined, an empire the likes of which no one has seen since the days of Tiberium's rule. d'Aiglemont was only a pawn, though he didn't know it until the end. I know. I'm the one who told him. Thus my first midwinter masque, and my last. My last had been the last assignation I ever took as Delaunay's Anguissette, and the only time Melisande Charizai ever contracted me as sole patron. I earned my mark that longest night, with the patron gift she made me. It is the only time in 100 assignations I ever gave the signal, the code word of surrender that requires a patron to cease. I gave it twice that night, and the second time for no reason beyond the fact that Melisande ordered me to speak it. Well, and so, that is my history with the Midwinter Mask. When Ysandra's invitation arrived, I took it for a sign, which is how I came to stand frowning at my wardrobe. I have nothing to wear. Irritated, I flung the doors of the wardrobe closed and sat with a flounce upon my bed. Gemma, the daymaid, set down her feather duster and stretched her eyes at me. By her standards, I had gowns aplenty. "My lady," she said timidly, "what of the grey velvet? It is passing lovely, and I have a brother who is apprenticed to a masker. He could make somewhat to match. A diadem of stars, mayhap, or a mist maiden." "No." I dismissed her suggestion, but kindly. "Thank you, Gemma. If I were going anywhere but the palace, it would do nicely, and you are good to offer. No, I need somewhat else. If I am to debut as a servant of Narmar among my peers, it must be somewhat no one has ever seen." Chin in hands, I mused. "Cecily is right. I need a seamstress." Gemma ran for paper. She had been quick to discern my ways, and I penned a swift note. As a former adept of Sirius House, and one of the great courtesans of her time, Cecily Laveau-Perrin's status was undiminished within the Night Court, for within a day I had an appointment to meet with Favriel no Eglantine, and if I thought my own standing had aught to do with it, I was disabused of the notion within minutes of meeting my prospective seamstress. All of the 13 houses claim different strengths, as all of the 13 hold to different versions of Narmar. Eglantine is the artist's house, and her adepts are skilled in a dozen disciplines. Players, poets, artists, musicians, dancers, and tumblers. And, it would appear, clothiers. Even so, all adepts must make their marks before dedicating themselves to their artistic pursuits, and I was puzzled as to how a young clothier had risen to renown while still under the aegis of her house. I was not puzzled for long. "Comtesse," Favriel no Eglantine greeted me briefly, sizing me up in one wry glance. "You realize you've chosen the worst possible time to request my services? I have 24 adepts clamouring for mask attire, and this is scant notice." Taken aback, I blinked. She was no older than I, younger perhaps by a year or two. Wide grey eyes and a mop of red gold curls, a charming sprinkle of freckles across the bridge of her nose. There is a limit, within the canons, of the number allowable for beauty. Favriel's met it. What did not was the scar that marred her upper lip, twisting it slightly. She saw me take notice. "Shall we get it out of the way? I am flawed goods, Comtesse," she said in a voice laden with irony. "Unfit for patrons, with a mark to meet nonetheless. This compels me to take commissions, when my dowain allows it, and inconvenient as it is, I cannot bypass this opportunity. So shall we do business?" "How did it happen?" Favriel sighed. "I slipped in the bath," she recited tonelessly, "and split my lip." Glancing at a note, she raised her eyebrows. "The palace mask, yes? Is that what you want?" "Favriel," I touched her arm, "I understand a little. I grew up in Sirius House, flawed, unfit to serve." "And now you are Kushiel's chosen, the Comtesse de Montrève, bringer of the Alban army, heroine of the Battle of Trois-le-Mans, and the Queen's pet courtesan." Her scarred lip curled. "Yes, Phèdre no Delaunay, I know. And when you can transform me into the same, let me know. Until then, tell me what you want to wear." Stung, I lifted my chin and made my reply coolly. "Something fitting for the first peer of the realm in 100 years to debut as a servant of Nama at the royal masque." "Fine." Favriel crossed her arms. "Strip." It had been, I found, a surprisingly long time since I subjected myself to the critical gaze of a night court adept. I stood naked in the fitting room of Eglantine House, surrounded by mirrors, while Favriel paced around me, grey eyes narrowed, measuring me here and there with an impersonal touch, draping bolts of various cloth over my shoulders to study the lie of it. "You could be taller," she said grudgingly. There was not much else for her to criticize. I may have been absent from Nama's service for a year and more, but I had not let myself go. "It makes for a better line. At least you're proportioned well." Satisfied, she nodded curtly. "Put your clothes on, and I'll tell you what I think." Obediently, I dressed and waited in the draping room. A blushing apprentice brought mint tea, pouring gracefully. Favriel emerged to join me, taking an unceremonious gulp of tea. "Costuming will be ornate this season," she said abruptly. "Heavy brocades, layers of skirts, lacework and trim, triple-slashed sleeves, masks an arm-span broad. Prosperity on the heels of war and all that. If I tried to outdo for you what I've already begun for others, I'd have you in so many layers you'd scarce be able to move. So—" Her cup clattered on the tray as she set it down and reached for a length of fabric. "You want to stand out, Anguissette. We go the other way. Simplicity." I fingered the fabric, a silk jersey spun so fine it flowed like water through my fingers. "On what theme?" "You know Mara's tale?" Favriel raised her brows inquiringly. I shook my head, and she made a sound of disgust. "Kushiel's chosen, and ignorant as a pig. Livia," she turned to the apprentice, "run to the library and fetch me Soria's History of Namar, the illustrated version." I opened and closed my mouth, deciding discretion was the wiser part of couture. Ignorant as a pig. I spoke 5 languages with passing fluency, and had unravelled the riddle of the Master of the Straits. But it was true that Eglantine House was a repository of more lore and learning than the academies of Sioval, and much of it unknown outside their bounds. "Here." Favriel opened the leather-bound book and pointed to a glowing illustration. A slender, dark-haired woman, clad in a crimson gown that flowed like flame. Her hair was upswept in an elaborate coif of ringlets, and a sheer black veil hid her eyes. "In the 5th year of Eloah, Nama lay with a man condemned for murder," she read aloud, "and his skin was fair, and his eyes as black as coal. And he was hanged by the neck until dead. But Nama had taken his seed unto herself, and she was with child. Unto Nama was born a daughter in the 6th year of Eloah, in Terre d'Ange that was, and that daughter she named Mara. And Mara bore the curse of her father's blood, and went with her eyes veiled. In atonement for the curse she bore, she went into Kushiel, and in pity he granted her penance, and made her his handmaiden." Over my faint sound of protest, Favriel closed the book. "You see?" I did. "You think she was an Anguissette?" "It's a likely story," Favriel shrugged. "We're not supposed to tell it," she admitted grudgingly. "Beggars, princes, and shepherds are all right, but the Night Court doesn't like it known that Nama lay with a murderer. Still," biting her knuckles, she regarded me, "some know it. I thought you might. You'd make a good Mara." It was true. More than true, it was brilliant. I eyed the closed volume. Is there any chance I might have a copy made of that? No. Favriel's reply was curt. You're interested in the book? The fruit of the future is rooted in the soil of history, I said in flawless Cerdichy, quoting the historian Calpurnius. The look of surprise on Favriel's face was deeply gratifying. Never mind, I'll speak to the Delaunay. Tell me your idea for my costume. Taking a deep breath, she did, sketching it out in swift, elegant lines on a piece of foolscap. It was gorgeous, and it was perfect. I wished it had not been, for I did not like her overmuch, but once seen, I could not forget it. We'll need to leave a seam open there, she pointed, and stitch it closed once you're wearing it. If your maid is handy, she might do. It's the only way, with the back so low. But with your mark, it would be a crime not to. Favriel tapped the stylus absently against her teeth and gave me a sceptical look. I'd have expected to find you welted from stem to stern, from the stories I've heard. But you've skin like cream. I heal clean, I said briefly. It is the only blessing to being an Anguisette. Kushiel's chosen would not last long if it were not so. What would be the cost? 500 ducats. Her words were blunt. It is a tribute, I think, to my self-control, but I did no more than blink. It was an outrageous amount. It was also an amount I did not possess. I beg your pardon. I thought you said 500 ducats. The fabric will have to be dyed to order. It's a rushed job. She shrugged. You will recoup it in a night if you well and truly intend to enter Nama's service, Comtesse. And I have my mark to think of. What I do for the house is reckoned my upkeep. The Delaunay has granted me leave to take your commission. I cannot afford to charge less. If the costume is a success, you will have patrons from the great houses of Terre knocking at the gates of Eglantine House for your services, I observed, and your Delaunay will not turn them away. 300, no more. The design is sound, Favriel said flatly. Whether or not it succeeds depends wholly on your fortitude, and I would sooner put my faith in my coffer. 400. If you find another Anguisette whose fortitude you like better, I would be interested to hear it. 350. I didn't have that either, but I would find a way. Done. The young seamstress gave a faint smile. They do not drive so hard a bargain as Bryony House, who know well the erotic power money holds, but they are no slouches in Eglantine. None of the 13 houses are. I will send for the Chancellor to draw up the contract. Livia, bring my pigments. I must match the colour of your mark, Comtesse. We were some time concluding our business. I hoped that Favriel would warm to me once our bargain was struck, for I felt a reluctant sympathy for her, and I misliked such animosity in one my own age, but her manner was unchanged. It would be a stunning costume. I found Remy awaiting me in the outer sitting-room. A bronze-haired boy clad in the green and white of Eglantine House leaned on his knee, watching agape as Remy showed him the trick of walking a copper coin across his knuckles. "My lady," my chevalier greeted me, making the coin disappear, and seemingly pulling it from the boy's hair. "Here," he said to the lad, "you keep it, and practice." The boy giggled. Darting forward, he planted a kiss on Remy's lips, then slithered away, skipping out of reach and doing a handspring out of pure high spirits. Remy watched him wonderingly. "Truly, were you like that as a child of the night court, my lady?" "No," I shook my head. "It would have been reckoned brazen in Sirius House." Night blooming Sirius prides itself on offering beauty of a most ephemeral nature. I was taught delicacy of conduct there. "My Lord Delaunay made me learn tumbling, though," I added, and Hyacinth taught me some sleight of hand. "You can turn handsprings?" Remy asked it straight-faced, glancing at me out of the corner of his eye with the scarcest hint of amusement. "And pick locks?" I dare say he didn't believe me. It made me laugh. "Come, I need to visit my factor to see if he'll advance me a loan. I've just signed a contract I can't pay, Chevalier, and I need to do somewhat about it." My factor in the city of Eloa was a man named Jacques Brenin. I'd been referred to him by no less than the Chancellor of the Exchequer himself, and his reputation was stainless. Unfortunately, the very stringency that made him an irreproachably honest agent rendered him reluctant to make me the loan I requested.
"My lady," he said, clearing his throat, "I can only advance funds for goods vouched in kind. I cannot indulge in speculation against your probable income as a servant of Nama any more than I can next spring's shearing. Certainly there are factors willing to do so, but I tell you, I do not advise it. If you wish to pledge a portion of the acreage of Montreuil as surety, or the house in the city—"
"No," I said firmly, "I will not barter with my Lord Delaunay's inheritance, nor the roof that houses my retainers. In conscience I cannot do so." Jacques Brenin spread his hands in a gesture of helplessness.
"If you are not willing to take these risks—"
"Messire Brenin," I cut him off, "I do offer goods in kind." Slow and deliberate, I rose from my chair and began to unlace my bodice. He wet his lips with the tip of his tongue and stared as I slid the sleeves from my shoulders and let my gown fall to my hips, turning as I did so. I had seen, in the mirrors at Eglantine House. I did not need to see to know how my bare skin glowed in the dim lamplight of my factor's office. And rising from the dimples at the small of my back to the finial at my nape was my mark, the bold, intricate design etched in black with crimson accents. It had been inked by Master Robert TLR, the greatest marquist of his day. My factor swallowed audibly. Without haste, I drew my gown back up and laced my bodice. When I turned around, his face was pale.
"You offer your services as surety if you should default on your loan."
He kept his voice even with commendable effort. "I do," I smiled, "but I do not think I will default."
"Neither do I,"
Jacques Brenin muttered, scribbling out a receipt. Licking his lips again, he handed it to me.
"Take this to my treasurer. She will advance you the funds. Repayment within 60 days at a rate of 12%. And Eloa help your patrons."
I laughed. "Thank you, Messire Brenin."
"Don't thank me," he said dryly. "I find myself hoping you default."
Chapter 7. In the days that followed, there was little enough to do in preparing for the midwinter masque. I went once to Eglantine House for Favriel to check her measurements, but the draping proper awaited the arrival of the fabric. A good time, then, to meet with the Rebbe. It was Jocelyn who arranged the meeting. He had become friendly with his grand Yeshuite scholar, Nahum ben Isaac, his name was, insofar as Jocelyn became friendly with anyone in those days. The day was cold and sharp, and I was glad of the carriage affording protection from the wind. We did not linger in the courtyard, but hurried into the hall. Knowing some little bit about Yeshuite sensibilities, thanks first to our friends Tavi and Darnell, who gave us succor on our flight from the allies of Cumlach, and latterly to Seth Ben Yavin, the young scholar who had tutored me in Montreuil, I dressed modestly. It is not my way to flaunt myself as a servant of Nama, whatever certain prudish Castleans may think, but I have my vanity. Nonetheless, I put it aside to meet the Rebbe, donning a gown of brown worsted, which I used to wear travelling, and a thick woolen shawl. Well made, but the sort of stuff a rustic noblewoman might don for common wear. With a woolen cap on my head, my hair coiled in a braid, and sturdy boots, surely, I thought, I was the very picture of drab modesty. That is what I thought at home, anyway. When we entered the hall of the yeshiva, where charcoal braziers battled the chill and the sound of children's voices murmuring filled the air, it was another matter. In a sea of foreign faces, a D'Angeline stands out like a beacon, flashing that deadly beauty that cuts like a blade. In the city, among my own kind, I forgot. Here, as voices fell silent, and Yeshuite children raised wondering eyes, I remembered. What must it be like for them? I had offered Cecily an apology on their behalf, but still. To see the blood lineage of an errant branch of their own mythology stamped in the faces of the folk who surround them, it must be a strangeness. Yeshua ben Yosef walked the earth and died and was risen. So they believe with enduring stubbornness. He is their Mashiach, the Redeemer and the King to come. But blessed Eloah, whom they do not acknowledge, walked the earth as well, and he and his companions peopled a nation. There is no D'Angeline peasant, no matter how mean his origins, but has a tale in his heritage of a celestially begotten ancestor. Mayhap it is only that Azar tumbled his 30 generations ago grandmother in a haystack, but there it is. So the children stared, and the young woman leading them. Jocelyn cleared his throat. "We are here to see the Rebbe," he told them, blushing, although they were not staring at him, only me. "I am sorry we are early. Please continue." To my surprise, the young woman coloured too. "Caleb, tell the Rebbe his friend Jocelyn Varai is here," she said to one of the boys in charmingly accented D'Angeline. "And I am sorry," she said to me. "Who shall I say is with him?" "I am Phèdre no Delaunay," I said, remembering to add, "the Comtesse de Montrève." "Oh!" Her colour deepened, and she clapped a hand over her mouth. Removing it hastily, she pushed the boy gently toward the door. "Make haste, Caleb." He must have done so, for a tall man of middle years and a solemn face emerged in short order. "I am sorry, Comtesse," he said, giving a brief bow. "We expected you at 3 bells, but the Rebbe will see you now." He allowed a small smile for Jocelyn. "Brother Varai, a pleasure, my apostate friend." "Berek hata Adonai, Father." With an answering smile, Jocelyn gave his Carceline bow. "This way," he said to me, gesturing. How often had he been here since the first visit? It had not been long, and yet he was familiar with the passages, striding surely along at the rear as our escort guided us. There were small cubbyholes for study. I heard the murmuring voices of older scholars reciting passages that were half familiar to me. The Rebbe's quarters were larger, though poorly illumined. He kept us waiting a moment in the hallway before our guide ushered us into his study. Jocelyn had spoken truly. Nahum ben Isaac cut a formidable figure indeed. Despite the withering effects of age, one could see he had been doughty in his youth, and his broad shoulders still strained at the black cloth of his jacket. He must have been nearly 80. His hair was almost wholly white, shot with a few strands of black. He'd not lost a whit of it either. His sidelocks almost hid the dangling ends of his prayer shawl, and his square-cornered beard fell midway to his waist. Fierce eyes glowered at me from a face like crumpled parchment. "Come in." His voice was as strongly accented as the young teacher's, but harsh with it. Jocelyn bowed, murmuring the blessing again, and took a seat on a low stool at his feet. To my surprise, the Rebbe patted his cheek. "You're a good lad for an apostate." The pitiless gaze came back to me.
So you're the one.
Phèdre no Delaunay de Montreve, father. I inclined my head. I did not curtsy, though it cost me a good deal of effort. Countess or no, I am trained to be subservient to authority, and the Rebbe had it in abundance.
A servant of Nama.
The words fair curdled on his tongue.
Call it what you will. I know what you are, girl, fancy titles and all. Why would one such as you want to study Habiru and the teachings of the Mashiach?
We call them Yeshuites, so they call themselves now. Before they were the children of Yisrael. But before that even, they were a tribal folk on the outskirts of Kebel-i-Makad, and Yeshuite scholars still called their ancient language by that name. If the Rebbe thought I would blink in confusion, he was mistaken. I am still one of the few D'Angelines who understands the divisions of the Cruinia, whom Kerdiki scholars name the Picti. Delaunay made me learn such things, and I have not lost the trick of it. I took a seat on a second stool, spreading my skirts carefully about me. I have some knowledge of the teachings of Yeshua ben Yosef, father, I said, drawing a deep breath. All the descendants of blessed Eloah and his companions know the tale of the Mashiach, for it is too a part of our history. But it is the older teachings that interest me. The Tanakh, and most especially such midrashim as have been recorded in writing or passed from ear to ear, and for that I must study Habiru. The Rebbe did blink. I dare say he never expected to hear such words from the mouth of a servant of Nama. Nonetheless he repeated his question relentlessly, although there was a crafty gleam in his fierce old eyes now.
Why?
I answered with a question. What do you know of the lost book of Raziel, father?
Bah!
Nahum ben Isaac made a dismissive gesture.
You speak of the book of all knowledge that Adonai gave to Edom, the first man, tells to entertain children, no more.
No. I shook my head, surety giving me strength. What of the Master of the Straits, father? Is he a tale to frighten children? He chewed thoughtfully on a corner of his beard.
Sailors say he is not. Sailors lie. But a schism 800 years long, across a piece of water I could shout across, does not lie.
Yes, it was definitely a crafty light.
You say it has somewhat to do with Sefer Raziel.
Yes. I leaned forward. And the angel Rahab, who begot a child on a mortal woman. For this the one God punished him. But Rahab brought up pages, scattered pages from the lost book of Raziel, from the deep, and gave them to his son, and bound him to endure the length of his punishment as the master of the straits, unless someone could penetrate his mystery and take his place. The Rebbe chewed fiercely. I don't think he was aware of what he was doing, not with his beard at least.
You tell a good story, he said grudgingly, but it is only that.
No, Jocelyn intervened quietly.
Not a story, father. I was there too. I have seen the face of the waters, and been carried on the crest of a wave that never breaks. And I know that Singano, who penetrated the mystery, he hesitated, then finished the thought firmly. He was a friend of mine.
I was grateful to hear him say it. Jocelyn caught my eye and smiled ruefully. For a moment it was as if nothing had changed between us.
A Tsingano!
The Rebbe seemed horrified. No one but holds the Tsingani in the lowest of esteem, I fear. He was a prince of his kind, I said sharply, and gifted with the dromonde, that looks backward as well as afore. He was my friend, and I beg you do not mock him to my ears, father.
Pay it no mind.
The Rebbe waved his hand dismissively again.
So,
he fixed me with his gimlet stare.
Do I understand, Nama's servant? You wish to study Habiru and learn a secret to unlock the chain that binds this Tsingano friend of yours. You seek a means to force the messengers of Delaunay himself to obey."
"Yes," I said it simply.
To my great surprise, the Rebbe began to chuckle. "Well," shaking his head, he picked strands of his beard from the corner of his mouth. "Well, well." Perhaps he did know after all, but he chewed his beard. "I am compelled by the word of Yeshua to give succor where I may," he said mildly, "and it seems you make a case for it after all, Nama's servant. You claim to have studied with Seth ben Yavin of Laren, and he writes to me that you are not a bad pupil, despite the fact that you would make the Magdalene unrepentant blush. But he is a young man, and I do not trust the word of young men any more than I do sailors. Tell me, what does this mean?"
From within the depths of his beard he brought forth a pendant, worn close to the heart on a chain about his neck. I had only to glance at it once. The symbol wrought in silver was known to me. A broad, flat brushstroke atop 2 legs, it looked like, with a tail squiggled on the left. It is the word Kizal, Father, combined of the Habiru letters Che and Yud.
"And what does it mean?"
He looked cunningly at me. "It means living." I made my voice firm. "It is the symbol of the resurrection of Yeshua, a pledge that the Mashiach rose from death and lives, and will return as the King to come and establish his reign on earth."
"So,"
Nahum ben Isaac tucked away the pendant beneath his beard,
"Seth did teach you something, it seems, and yet you do not believe."
I offered the only answer I had. "Father, I do not believe or disbelieve. I am D'Angeline."
"Even a D'Angeline may be redeemed."
The Rebbe adjusted his prayer shawl.
"There is no sin of the blood nor of the flesh so great but that the Mashiach's death may not redeem it."
He glanced at Jocelyn as he said it, and Jocelyn did not meet my eyes.
"So be it then. I will teach you Nama's servant in so far as I am able."
I opened my mouth to thank him, and he raised a finger, gesturing me to silence.
"This I ask. For so long as you choose to live a life of indecency, you will come only when I summon you. You will heed our ways and speak to no one. Our children shall not lay eyes upon you. Do you agree to these terms?"
I made to retort, stung, and thought better of it. Hyacinth's face rose in my memory, alight with merriment, black eyes shining, his teeth flashing in a white grin. 800 years condemned to a lonely isle. "Yes, Father." It bears saying, but I can sound very meek when I choose to do so. "I will abide as you say."
"Good." The Rebbe clapped his hands. "Then for the next week you will study the Bereshith, the first book of the Tanakh. We will begin as it is written, in the beginning. And when I summon you, you may be sure I will question you."
His glare returned.
"In Habiru. Do not speak to me of this language you call Yeshuite. Is that clear?"
"Yes," I murmured. "Thank you, Father."
"Berak hata Yeshua a Mashiach lo halam,"
the Rebbe intoned and waved his hand.
"Now go away, and wear something decent when you return."
Outside, Jocelyn looked sidelong at me and fidgeted with the carriage team's harness. It was quiet in the courtyard, no children in sight, Eloah be thanked. I did not want to give offence on the heels of our agreement.
"He is a very great man, Phèdre," Jocelyn said with restraint. "He does not mean to insult you."
"And I am a living insult to all that he holds holy," I replied calmly. "I understand, Jocelyn. I will do my best not to tax him with it. If he can help us find a way to free Hyacinth, that is all that matters, unless you fear I will intervene in your redemption." It was hurtful, my last words, and I knew it. He shuddered as if they pained him. "I am not seeking redemption," he said, his voice low and savage. "It is only that the Rebbe is the first one to tell me that I need neither share Kushiel's damnation nor discard my vows as facilely as if they were naught but some outmoded convention."
"Jacqueline!" I took a step back, startled. "I never said that."
"No, I know, but you have thought it." He shuddered again, turning away to needlessly check the harness buckles. "Get in the carriage," he said, his voice muffled. "I'll drive you home." It was a long ride home, and quiet and lonely in my carriage. Chapter 8. It was on the following day that Telesise de Mornay called upon me, and I greeted her visit with unfeigned delight. The Queen's poet was an unprepossessing woman, with features that might almost have been homely, were it not for her luminous dark eyes and musical voice. When she spoke, one heard only beauty. "Phèdre," Telesise embraced me with a smile, eyes aglow. "I'm sorry I've not had a chance to see you sooner. Forgive me for coming unannounced." "Forgive you? I can't think of anyone I'd rather see," I said, squeezing her hand. It was true. Once, when I thought I was suffering the gravest sorrow of my life, Telesise had drawn me out of it. It had been nothing more than childish jealousy, I know now, but I have always treasured her kindness and tact. And Delaunay treated her as an equal, and trusted her. When Jacqueline and I escaped from Scoldia and made our return to the city, only to find ourselves condemned in absentia of Delaunay's murder, it was Telesise who aided us in secrecy and won us an audience with Isandre. I trusted her with my life then, and I would again. "Here," she turned to her footman, dressed in the livery of House Courcelle, and nodded. He held out a large wooden box. "I brought a gift." "You didn't have to do that," I protested. Telesise smiled. "I did, though," she said. "Wait and see." We adjourned to the sitting room, and Gemma brought glasses of cordial. Telesise sipped hers and coughed once delicately. "Your health still troubles you?" I asked sympathetically. She had caught the fever, that bitterest winter that killed so many. "It will pass." She pressed her hand briefly to her chest. "Go on and open it." The box sat on the low table before us. I pried the lid loose and peered inside, pulling out wads of cotton batting to find it concealed a small marble bust. Lifting it out, my hands trembled. I held the bust aloft and gazed at it. It was Raphael Delaunay. The sculptor had caught him in the prime of his 30s, in all his austere beauty. The proud features, a faint wryness to his beautiful mouth, irony and tenderness mingled in his eyes, and the thick cable of his braid coiling forward over one shoulder. Not the same, of course, in its marble starkness. Delaunay's eyes had been hazel, shot with topaz, his hair a rich auburn. But the face, Eloa, it was him. "Thank you," I murmured, my voice shaking. Grief unexpected hit me like a blow to the stomach. "Thank you. Oh, Telesise, blessed Eloa, I miss him. I miss him so much." She looked at me with concern, and I tried to shake my head, waving it off. "Don't worry, it's not. I love this, truly. It's beautiful, and you are the kindest friend. It's only that I miss him, and I thought I was done with grieving. But seeing this, and Alcuin and Hyacinth and now Jacqueline—" I tried to laugh. It was caught in my throat, thick with tears. "Now Jacqueline wants to leave me to follow his own path, and thinks even of becoming a Yeshuite. Oh, Eloa, I just—" "Phèdre." Telesise took the bust gently, setting it on the table, and waited quietly throughout the sudden onslaught of sobs that racked me. "It's all right. It's all right to mourn.
I miss him too, and he was only my friend, not my lord and mentor." It didn't matter what she said. She might have said anything in that soothing voice of hers. "I'm so sorry." I had buried my face in my hands. I lifted it, blinking at her through tears. "Truly, this is the most wonderful thing anyone has ever given me, and I repay you like this." I said it politely, though I couldn't help sniffling. "I'm glad you like it. I commissioned it from a sculptor who knew him well once." She touched the bust, stroking it with a rueful touch. "He had an effect on people, Anafriel Delaunay did." I nodded, scrubbing at my tear-stained face. "He did that?" "Yes." Telesise regarded me with her quiet gaze. "Phèdre." One word, naming me. It is a poet's gift to go to the heart of things in a word. "Why?" With anyone else I might have dissembled. I had done it already with Cecily, and indeed with Isandre de la Courcelle herself. But Telesise was a poet, and those dark eyes saw through to the bone. If not for illness, she would have gone to Alba in my stead. I owed her truth, at least. "Wait," I said, and went to fetch my sanglois cloak. Returning, I gave it to her, a bundle of velvet folds the colour of blood at midnight. "Do you remember this?" "Your cloak." Her head bowed over it. "I remember." It saved my life in a way. I found I was pacing and made myself sit. Isandre's man-at-arms remembered it too, the day Delaunay was killed. An Anguisset in a sanglois cloak and a member of the Cosseline Brotherhood, seeking an audience with the princess. It proved our story, but I never saw it after that day. I took it off in Melisande Shahrazad's quarters, where she poured me a glass of cordial. Remembering my own, I picked up my glass and drank, grimacing. I woke up in a canvas-covered wagon, halfway to the Scaldy border, wrapped in woolen blankets and no cloak in sight. There had been considerable more between, but Telesise had no need to know it. It involved Melisande, and the razor-sharp blades they call flechettes, and a good deal of me screaming. Everything but my signal, and Quintilius Rouse's message for Delaunay. I have dreams about it still, and Eloa help me, some of them are exquisite. "I got it back this autumn." "How?" Telesise asked carefully. "Gonzago de Escobares." I rested my chin on my hands and gazed at the bust of Delaunay. A friend of his met a woman in La Serenissima, a beautiful woman. She gave him a parcel to carry for his friend, who was going to meet the Comtesse de Montrève. I gestured at the cloak. That was the whole of it. "Melisande." She breathed the word. "Phèdre, have you told the Queen?" I shook my head. "No one except Jocelyn and my boys. They know. I asked Isandre when she received me if she'd heard of Melisande's doings. She has sent word to every major city from Aragonia to Cerdica Unitas, and no one has seen her. Benedict de la Courcelle is in La Serenissima. Isandre is sure he'd clap her in chains if she showed her face. Nothing." "Benedict de la Courcelle," Telesise said tartly, "has a D'Angeline child bride, and is preparing to become a father again in his dotage. By all accounts, he'd not notice if Melisande kicked him in the shins." "Mayhap." I shrugged. "Be as that may, she's hidden herself well. But one thing I know, and that is that someone helped her walk out of Trois-le-Mont alive. And whoever it was someone powerful enough that none of the guardsmen posted that night even questioned him. Or her. The guard at the postern gate was killed by a dagger to the heart. Whoever did it got close enough to do it unchallenged." I spread my hands. "You weren't there, Telesise. I was. I can count the number of people that would have included on my fingers. And this cloak?" I plucked at it.
That's Melisandre's message, the opening gambit in her game. Whoever it was, I have a chance of finding them out." The Queen's poet looked sick. "You have to tell Isandre. If not her, then at least tell Gaspard. He would help." "No," I said it softly. "He's one of the ones I count, Telesis." "Gaspard?" She looked incredulous. Well, she might. Gaspard Trevelyan, the Comte de Fossé, was one of the few people Delaunay had trusted unquestioningly. He'd even stood surety for Gaspard when the net fell on House Trevelyan. "Gaspard," I said relentlessly. "Telesis, whoever it is, they fought on our side, don't you see? It had to be someone we trusted beyond thought. Those guards, they wouldn't have let the Duc de Morban through unchallenged, sovereign of Kushiel or no. Promise me you'll say nothing, not to Gaspard nor Isandre, not to anyone. Whoever it is, if they know what I'm about, it will silence them sure as death." "So you think," she said wonderingly, "you truly think that they will hand it to you, as a servant of Nama, in careless pillow talk?" "No." I shook my head. "I am not as foolish as that, I promise you. But I think the threads are there, and if I am lucky, Nama willing, and Kushiel, they may let a loose end dangle, that I might discern the pattern they are weaving. It is a long chance, I grant you, but it is a chance, and the only one I have. Melisandre plays fair, by her own rules. If the chance were not there," I hoisted a fold of the cloak, "she would not have sent the challenge." "I think you are mad." Only Telesis de Mornay could have made the words gentle. "Madder than Delaunay, and I thought he was mad for honouring that ridiculous vow to Roland de la Courcelle." Well, she might, for Delaunay had suffered a great deal from the enmity of Roland's wife, Isabelle Lanvert. But my Lord Delaunay kept his promises. Now all of them are dead, and it is the living who must bear the cost. Telesis dumped the Sanglois cloak back into my lap and sighed. "But I will honour your request just the same, because you are Delaunay's pupil, and you bear the mark of Kushiel's dart, and it is in no poet's interest to cross the will of the immortals. Still, I wish you would reconsider it. The Duc Lanvert, at the least, has no interest in seeing Isandre dethroned." "Barkiel Lanvert," I said, "is high on my list of suspects." Telesis de Mornay laughed ruefully. "Anarthiel," she said, addressing the bust of Delaunay, "you should have been made king's poet in my stead, and left this one to the mercies of Valyrian house." If I had not gone to serve Delaunay, it is true, Valyrian would have bought my mark. It is their specialty to provide adepts who find pleasure in pain. But they did not find me. Delaunay did. "Well, so," Telesis said, changing the subject, "what is this about Jocelyn Verai joining the followers of Yeshua?" I am not ashamed to admit, but I poured the story out to her, and she listened unjudging, as only a truly good friend may do. When I was done, she pressed my hand in sympathy. "He is in pain," she said gently, "and you have wounded him deeply, meaning or not. His choice is his own, Phèdre, and you cannot make it for him. Allow him this space, then, to choose. When the one God sent his messengers to summon Eloa back, it was Kushiel handed him the dagger to make his reply. But I have never heard Eloa asked it of him." She was right, and I could not speak against it. I fiddled with my cloak instead, folding its luxurious mass. "Do you think it's true," I asked presently, "that Yeshua has the power to redeem sin?" "I don't know," Telesis said thoughtfully. "The ways of gods are strange, and Yeshuites do not reckon sin as we do, any more than Castleans. I cannot say. The Hellenes claim the descendants of the house of Minos have the ability to cleanse a man of a blood curse. It is a gift of Zagreus,
after they atoned for, well, you know the story. I did, for I bore the ill-starred name of a queen of that line. But I have heard, too, that few mortals can bear the process at less than the cost of their wits. I shuddered. It was a frightening thought. Well, Ella will grant that neither of us need find out. I will heed your advice, and give Jocelyn leave to choose. So a priest foretold for him once that he would ever stand at the crossroads, and choose again. But I am fearful that this Rebbe presents him with a third path. All paths are present always, Telesis de Mornay said philosophically, and we can but choose among them. She stood. Phèdre, thank you for your hospitality, and for your, she smiled, for your trust. I will honor it, with the promise you have asked. Promise me in turn that you will have a care, and divulge to Isandra aught that you learn. She raised her eyebrows. I take it that you do not suspect her, at least? No, I laughed, not Isandra. Other than myself and probably Jocelyn, Isandra de la Courcelle is the one person I am sure had no interest in seeing Melisande freed. And if I'd not been there, I'd likely suspect myself as well. Telesis, thank you. I rose to embrace her. I'm sorry to have made a fool of myself. Truly, I will cherish this gift beyond words. You are welcome. She returned my embrace. Phèdre, please know that you have a standing invitation to call upon me at the palace, for any reason. I will, I promised, escorting her to the door. When she had gone, I returned to my sitting-room, gazing at the bust of Delaunay. Ah, my lord, I wondered, what would you tell me if you could speak? Beautiful and silent, his marble face kept its oblique, secret smile. I was on my own. Chapter 9. The fabric for my costume had arrived, and a courier had sent word from Favriel no Eglantine that I was to come for a fitting. One matter, however, pertaining to the Queen's mask, remained unsettled. I would like you to come, I said to Jocelyn, but if you want to maintain your vigil, I will understand. We had made a peace, after a fashion. He had brought me a silent offering of apology, a beautifully wrought plinth of black marble on which Delaunay's bust now stood. Where he had gotten the moneys for such a thing I did not know, nor did I ask. Later I learned that he had pawned a jewelled dagger for it, a gift of Isandra. I think it might be best if you took one of the lads, Jocelyn murmured. It's been a long time since I held Ella's vigil on the longest night, Phèdre, and I think I am better suited for it than sharing joie with nobles right now. He gave a faint smile to remove any hurtfulness from his words. Let Fortune escort you. He's more sense than the other two. All right. I stooped to kiss his brow on my way out. He shivered under it. So it was that Fortune accompanied me to Eglantine House, where Favriel eyed him with approval. Osmodal, she said, measuring the breadth of his shoulders with the span of her arm. One of the 7 courtiers of hell, who served under Kushiel. We'll put him in a black velvet doublet and hose, and a great bronze key on a chain about his neck. A simple horned domino, I think. Black satin. A fitting attendant for Mara. Nor ice. Raising her voice, she beckoned to a tailor. No adept, he hastened to obey. Will you see to it? Something elegant, not this season's forsaken nonsense. Of course. He bowed his head. Genius rules in Eglantine House. If Favriel was unfit to serve Namar, she clearly reigned over the fitting-room. Very well. With a sigh, Favriel turned back to me. Let's see what we have. Once I had stripped and donned the half-sewn gown, I had to admit a grudging acknowledgment of her skill. Truly, it was splendid. The scarlet of the silk jersey cloth matched the accents in my mark perfectly, and it flowed on my skin like a living thing.
Standing on a stool while Phèdre grumbled about me, gathering and pinning, I gazed wide-eyed at my reflection in the mirror.
"Phèdre, my sweet."
The door to the fitting room swung open to admit a tall adept in his mid-30s, with merry eyes and a handsome mobile face.
"Where's my three-layered cloak for the troubadour of Iceland? I'm commissioned for Lord Orland's fete tonight, and the Delaunay promised him a private performance."
Catching sight of me, he stopped and swept an elaborate bow.
"Forgive me, gentle lady."
His resonant voice trailed off, and the merry gaze turned sharp as it swept up the length of my mark. His eyes met mine in the mirror, looking for the scarlet mote.
"My lady, indeed. Phèdre no Delaunay de Montrève, if I am not mistaken."
"Roussillon no Eglantine," I smiled. His satires were famous in Knight's doorstep. I'd heard him declaim once. "Well met."
"And me without an ounce of doggerel."
He made a dismayed face, then struck a pose.
"Voldemar Selig was a warlord," he declared. "Voldemar Selig had a big sword, but his plan fell apart thanks to Kushiel's dart, and Voldemar Selig got Isadored."
Across the room, Fortune gave a snort of repressed mirth. He had been there on the battlefield when Isidore d'Eglamour slew Voldemar Selig. It cost him his life, but I reckoned Terre d'Ange's greatest traitor won his redemption in destroying her greatest enemy. Still, it was good to be able to laugh.
"I'm not done,"
Roussillon said mildly, and cleared his throat.
"Mighty Selig turned his back when he divulged his attack to the men of his barbarian horde. His loins, how they burned. Too late, Selig learned, a skilled Anguisset is not safely ignored."
I laughed aloud, clapping my hands. Roussillon swept me another bow, and Phèdre muttered in disgust. I winced as a carelessly wielded pin scratched me. "The trim needed stitching," she said crossly to the satirist. "I'll have it sent to your room on the hour. Now get out, and stop distracting me with your wretched verse." He mimed fear convincingly, and I was hard put to keep from laughing again.
"Thank you,"
he said then to Phèdre. Catching up her hands, he kissed them despite her best efforts to swat away his grasp.
"You are a very angel of clothiers, precious one, and I shall light a candle to your name."
Releasing her, he smiled at me, this time without any artifice.
"May I say that it is an honor to meet you, my lady. Nama's servants are in your debt."
"Thank you." I returned his smile gravely. He laughed, gave one last swirling bow, and departed.
"Blathering jackass,"
Phèdre muttered, picking up a dropped pin and driving it hard through the silken fabric. The fine stuff gave easily, and she buried the pin nearly an inch deep in the flesh at the base of my spine. I barely had time to gasp. Pain, fiery and radiant, burst outward in concentric circles, pulsing and contracting. It washed over me in ripples, acute at the core, sweet as it spread. A red haze occluded the vision in my left eye, blurring my reflected image. Somewhere, behind it, I sensed the bronze visage of Kushiel, rod and flail crossed on his chest, stern and approving. When it cleared, Phèdre knelt, staring up at me in blank astonishment, holding the pin she had withdrawn. She blinked and closed her mouth. "That must be inconvenient." For once her voice held no censure, just a certain wry sympathy. I drew a long, shuddering breath. "Yes." I released my pent breath. "An Anguisset is not exactly a convenient thing to be." Through long discipline, I made my tone match hers. "It doesn't mean I like you any better." Against her will, Phèdre no Eglantine laughed. When I returned home, I found Jocelyn agitated and the Rebbe's solemn pupil awaiting me. He rose as I entered the room.
"It is suitable for the Rebbe to see you now, Countess," he said. "Will you come?"
I sighed. He really means when he summons me, doesn't he? All right. I brushed the front of my gown. It was of fine-spun blue wool, less drab than what I'd worn before. Give me a moment to change into something the Rebbe would find suitable. Fortune, tell Benoit not to unhitch the team.
The Rebbe's pupil gave a slight smile. "Your attire is fine, Countess. You mustn't take everything he says to heart. He may disapprove of servants of Nama, but I believe he was having a jest."
I made a face, which was probably not an appropriate response for a peer of the realm. The Rebbe's humour leaves somewhat to be desired.
"Perhaps." The Yeshuite ducked his head, hiding another smile. "But he is a great man, and he has earned the right to his small jests, I think. Shall we go?"
He had spoken truly. Nahum ben Isaac made no comment on my clothing, but merely sat me down at a desk and brought forth a scroll from the cabinet in his study. Jacqueline sat quiet on a stool.
"Now," the Rebbe said decisively, "we will see."
Unfurling the top of the scroll, he revealed the opening words of the Bereshith. With a pointer, he indicated the first sentence.
"You will read until I tell you to stop, and then you will tell it to me again, in your own tongue, and we will see."
Following the pointer, it was a holy scroll, one used for services, which may not be touched by human hands. I read aloud in Habiru, smoothly at times, faltering at others. Each time I stumbled, the Rebbe corrected me. Impatiently, I thought, but then he would gesture for me to continue. When at last he motioned for me to stop, I took a deep breath and recited the entire tale in Dongeline, all the way through the covering of the earth with the great flood. The Rebbe leaned back and listened, chewing thoughtfully on his beard. Periodically he nodded with something resembling approval. Periodically he winced. When I was done, he looked grudgingly at me.
"You studied a translation, I suppose?"
"No." I shook my head. "I've read it in translation before, Father, in the past, but you told me to study it in Habiru, and I did." He gave me a suspicious glare. From the corner, Jacqueline spoke up.
"Phèdre is a gifted linguist, Father. The Queen sent her to Alba because of it." "Ha! I have heard that story."
The Rebbe plucked a few strands of beard from his bottom lip and gave me his cunning look.
"Well, then, you will read it again, child, line by line, first in Habiru, then in Dongeline. And perhaps, if you make it through without too many mistakes, I will tell you a tale my own master told me about the Sefer Raziel and the disobedience of Rahab."
On this stool Jacqueline settled and prepared for a long wait. I sighed and began again. Nahum ben Isaac was an exhausting teacher. If I thought young Seth had taught me well, I was disillusioned that day. A great many of the mistakes I made in pronunciation and translation he had allowed me, slight as they were. No surprise, I suppose. For the first weeks he could not even look at me without blushing. But slight mistakes accumulate and grow to gross errors if unchecked. The Rebbe allowed me no mistakes, and halted me repeatedly during this last reading to correct some minor point, until both of us were irritable with it.
"Blame,"
he said crossly, correcting me a third time. It was a mistake in translation I'd got lodged in my memory.
"Not sin, blame, blame. Only Yeshua was without sin."
Emphasizing the point, he rapped my knuckles smartly with the pointer. With a faint scraping sound, Jacqueline surged to his feet, daggers half drawn, before he realized what he was doing. When he did, he looked mortified.
"Forgive me, Father, I are still more Kushiel than anything else."
Looking up at Jacqueline, the Rebbe chuckled into his beard.
Well, apostate, we will see.
Fingering his K pendant, he nodded at me.
You did not embarrass the Tanakh. Master these verses, and next time I will tell you of Rahab and the Lost Book. Maybe there is somewhat in these children's tales you may use.
Thank you, I said gratefully, standing. My muscles had grown cramped from sitting so long, and my mind felt taxed. Oddly enough, it was not a bad feeling. So it had been when I was a child in Delaunay's household, and he used to push Alcuin and me to cram our minds full of history and politics and language. I had fretted at it then, though I learned. Now I knew the value of it. I will come at your summons, Father, whenever I am able. Jocelyn, still red-faced, made his Carceline bow.
Ya'er Adonai Panav Elecha, Father. Please accept my apology. I was half drowsing and did not think. So, like a child, you rest safely in the presence of Yeshua, huh?
The Rebbe gave his cunning smile and poked a finger at Jocelyn.
There is something to think about.
He made a wave of dismissal.
Now go.
Outside, Jocelyn moved like a man in a dream, hitching the team and making ready to drive. I longed to say a word to draw him back, but what that word might be, I did not know. Arriving at home at dusk, all three of my chevaliers were clustered in the reception salon, with Gemma hovering over T. Philippe and pressing a cool moist cloth over his right eye. "Don't tell me," I sighed. It had been a long day.
"It's not what you think, my lady."
T. Philippe pushed Gemma's hand away and grinned at me, revealing a bruised and swollen visage.
"We didn't get caught or any such thing. We were dicing in quarters with the palace guard, like you said." "One of them accused T. Philippe of cheating," Remy said helpfully, "and we quarrelled. Then he said somewhat about you that we didn't take kindly, so we showed him the error of his ways."
I flung myself into a chair. "And how much trouble are you in?"
Remy coughed. "Not much. The captain of the guard agreed we had the right of it and put the fellow under reprimand. We're allowed back all right, but there's, a small fine for causing a disturbance in their quarters."
"How small?"
20 silver regals," he squirmed. "We promised you'd send it around."
"Fortune?" I looked imploringly at him.
"I'll take it tomorrow," he said calmly, "and you can dock our retainers for it if need be. But, my lady, there's somewhat else you should know. The lads learned a few things that might explain how Melisande Sharazai escaped."
Chapter 10. At Fortune's words a sharp excitement seized me, and my weariness fell away. I'd as soon have heard their news right there and then, but for the habit of discretion. Delaunay's servants had been hand-picked and trusted. Though I liked them, mine were not. "Gemma," I turned to the day-maid, "would you see if Eugénie has aught prepared for dinner? 'Tis early, but I'm fair famished. If you would be good enough to serve whatever is ready, that will be all." Gemma pouted, but did as I bid. Happily there was a lamb stew with fennel ready to serve, and loaves of warm crusty bread. I thanked the kitchen mistress and dismissed her for the evening over her grumbles. Eugénie did not trust that a D'Angeline noblewoman could get along without at least one trained servant. I would have laughed at that another time. In the scaldy wilderness, I boiled pottage with melted snow and survived. I'd not have thought I could either before I had to. Of course I'd not been a peer of the realm then, but highly prized courtesans are not exactly known for woodcraft. I learned to build a fire in a blizzard, with naught but a flint and damp tinder on that dreadful night with Jocelyn. No adepts of the night court can claim as much, I dare say. At any rate, we were soon enough seated at the dining table, and Remy and T. Philippe told their story over bites of rich stew and warm bread, washed down with plenty of wine. "So," I asked directly, "you found the men who were on guard the night Melisande escaped?" T. Philippe, his mouth full of stew, shook his head vigorously. "No, my lady," Remy answered for them both, pulling a rueful expression. "That no one seems to know exactly. We have a couple of names, but no one knows where they're posted, and we dare not ask too closely if you don't want us to arouse suspicion. It may be that they're not attached to the palace guard. If they were among the men the royal commander sent to Cumlach, they've been ordered to stand down, and it will be a hard job finding them. But we found somewhat almost as good." "Go on," I said, intrigued. "House Charizai is at war with itself." T. Philippe grinned lopsidedly. "The two that betrayed Melisande, Marmion and Persia, well, Persia's dead." "What?" "Oh, yes." Remy took a long drink of wine, eyes sparkling. "It was an accident in Kushiel, my lady. A fire in her manor house. Only a few of the Lady Persia's men-at-arms, they did not think it an accident, and neither did two of her kin. So they have sponsored them, 3 men-at-arms, to the palace guard, where they could keep an eye on Lord Marmion." "They think Marmion did it? Her own brother, and an ally at that?" My mind began to tick over the possibilities. A dreadful thing, yes, but dreadful things have been known to happen, even in the great houses of Terre d'Ange. "This fellow," T. Philippe said, "Bragnon, his name was, he said it was the Lady Persia that the Duc de Morban approached first. She was the one persuaded Lord Marmion to join her in giving over their cousin. This Bragnon, he thinks Lord Marmion only went along with it so he could set her free. Now Melisande holds him in high regard, all the while he holds the Queen's trust. Only Persia must have known something or guessed, and now the house is split over it, but they don't dare accuse him without proof." "Marmion might have got past the guards at Melisandre's chamber," I said thoughtfully. "They knew he was her cousin. They'd have let him in to speak with her on the eve of her death. They did me. Jocelyn," I turned to him, "Isandre questioned the Charizai. There was talk about that, at least. They were under a lot of suspicion. Didn't one visit Melisande that night, after I did?" He tore off a hunk of bread, frowning. "Yes, but it was Persia, not Marmion. She needed to beg Melisandre's forgiveness, she said." He shrugged. "I don't know if it's true. But she did leave, and well before daybreak. The guard at the stairs backed her story, or Isandre would never have let it go. He saw her coming and going." Jocelyn paused, then added, "Guillain de Somerville said he saw her leave the audience hall in tears after Isandre was done questioning her. He said it was the only time he'd ever seen one of House Charizai cry." "But not Marmion." Deep in thought, I rapped my spoon against my empty stew bowl. "Well, even if he did visit Melisande, the guard at the postern gate would have challenged him. So if he was involved—" "There still had to be someone else," Fortune said, finishing my thought. "Someone the guard would have trusted." "Yes." I set down my spoon, "which gives us a new question. Who is in league with Lord Marmion Charizai, and why? And the answer to those questions," I smiled, "lies in my purview."
"Phèdre," Jocelyn murmured, gazing into his wine-glass, "have a care with the Charizai."
"He's not Melisande." I did not need to add that Marmion Charizai was as the pale moon beside the blazing sun next to his cousin. Jocelyn knew it. Poets wrote odes to Melisande Charizai, although I never heard one that did her justice. They still sing them. They just changed the names. Even inadequate verses were too beautiful to sacrifice to politics.
"No," he gave me a hard look, "but a viper is no less dangerous for being small, and if Marmion Charizai arranged the death of his own sister, he'll scruple at naught."
"I'll be careful." "Isandre favours him," T. Philippe announced. "So the guards say. He makes her laugh."
Well, he might. From time out of mind, House Charizai has produced deadly skillful courtiers. None of them have ever held the throne,
nor even the sovereign duchy of Kushiel, but they have amassed tremendous amounts of wealth and a network of influence rivaled by none. If Marmion was in league with Melisande, then he had sacrificed some of his allies in gaining Isandra's trust. If any survived, they must be nervous. Well, I mused aloud, if the captain of the guard allows it, maintain contact with these disgruntled Shahrazai retainers and learn what you may. More than ever, it's important that we find the men on guard that night at Toilemont.
Yes, my lady.
Grinning, Remy gave me a crisp salute.
We didn't do too badly, though, did we?
No, I said, not badly at all, except for the fighting part.
My lady, T. Philippe protested. He said we were lackeys to a...
Stop, I said mildly, cutting him off. The words died in his mouth. Philippe, you have pledged your service to Anangiset, and a servant of Narmar. If the jests you hear are no worse than the ones you have made yourself, then you will be quiet and swallow them. Muttering, he subsided into some semblance of acquiescence.
What if they are worse?
Remy inquired. They couldn't be, I answered him dryly. It may seem at times as if a riddle has been chased to ground, all possibilities exhausted, all avenues of inquiry covered. So it seemed to me that night, but in the morning a new thought struck me. Télesys de Mornay, the Queen's poet, had interviewed many of the survivors of Toilemont, taking copious notes for her epic of the Isandrine cycle. Mayhap there was somewhat in her notes that might prove useful. I voiced my suggestion to Jocelyn as he came in from his morning's exercises, and he nodded agreement.
It's worth a try at any rate.
He smiled.
I missed her visit the other day.
I'd not mind seeing her. We arrived at the palace at midday and were swiftly granted audience. Télésys's rooms in the palace were spacious and well appointed, with an elegant mural of Aishith at her harp on the eastern wall, and a lovely bronze statue of the Tiberian poet Catiline. For all of that, they were a mess, strewn about with books stacked in teetering piles, carelessly heaped scrolls, and half-scratched parchments. Truly a working poet's quarters.
Phèdre! Jocelyn!
The ink smudged on her cheek took nothing away from her glowing welcome.
I'm pleased you've come. Jocelyn Varai, let me look at you.
Télésys took his hands, regarding him with pleasure.
You look splendid, she declared.
He bent to kiss her cheek. Télésys de Mornay was one of the few people for whom Jocelyn felt unalloyed affection.
So do you, he said fondly. I hope you've been keeping well.
Well enough. Télésys gestured to her blazing fireplace. Isandra makes certain there's no chance of my taking a chill, she said, amused. It's hot enough for a steam bath in here most of the time. I hope you don't mind. So tell me what brings you here. I told her and watched her expression turn keen and thoughtful. I took some notes. I remember that much. Ghislain de Somerville was dreadfully upset. His father had entrusted the watch to his command that night. Jocelyn and I exchanged a glance. He shook his head slightly.
You don't suspect, Télésys began, then stopped.
Ghislain? You do? I don't want to, I said. We travelled under Ghislain's command from the banks of the Renus to the mountains of Cumlach. He could have laughed in my face when I proposed we offer Isidore d'Aiglemont a chance at redemption, and he didn't. But still...
Not Ghislain, Jocelyn said firmly. I don't suspect Ghislain.
I shrugged. What did he tell you? Télésys moved stacks of paper and books, unearthing a bulky folio tied with leather thongs. I think this is the right one, she said ruefully, glancing at a marking scratched hastily on an upper corner. This may take a moment. We sat quiet, waiting while Télésys de Mornay shuffled through sheaves of parchment. If it were verse, she murmured, I'd have it committed to memory, you know. but I chose in the end to give scant play to Melisandre's disappearance. Let her be a footnote in the annals of history. After all, it is better than she deserves. Here it is." Holding her notes at arm's length, she read aloud. "And the night passed fair quiet, with the solemnity appropriate to an eve whose dawn brings the execution of a member of d'Angeline peerage. I made my rounds at 1 bell and 3 and 5, and all was quiet. Then with the changing of the guard at dawn, all 7 hells broke loose, when Fanuel Bonnard made to relieve the guard at the postern gate, and found him dead of a knife to the heart. He ran shouting through the lower halls for my father, and I caught him to ask what was the matter. By the time he had told me, half the guard had mustered in the lower quarters, and I had to order many back to their stations. By now my father had emerged and assumed command unthinking. He wasted no time in ordering a detachment to the 2nd floor, to Melisande Shahrazad's chamber, where she was confined. There he found her guards slain, one with a dagger to the ribs, and the other with his throat cut. The chamber itself was empty." Telesise cleared her throat and looked up apologetically. "That's all, I'm afraid. It's not much help."
"Nothing we didn't know, at any rate," Jocelyn observed.
"That's not true." Pinching the bridge of my nose in thought, I glanced up to meet their surprised gazes. "We know that it didn't happen before 5 bells. We know that Guillain commanded the watch that night, and not his father Percy. We know that the death of the gatekeep was discovered before the disappearance of Melisande, and we know the name of the man who discovered it. And we know that the gatekeep and the guards at Melisandre's door were not killed in exactly the same manner."
"Phèdre, there are a dozen different killing strikes with a dagger," Jocelyn said reasonably.
"Mayhap," I shrugged, "but it is worth noting nonetheless." I turned to Telesise. "Thank you indeed. Was there anyone else you spoke to about that night?" "No." She shook her head regretfully. "Would that I had now. If you'll trust no one else, I still think you should speak to Isandre." "I will," I said, "when I know somewhat more." Chapter 11. I had learned no more by the day of the midwinter masque. It would have to do, for now the time was come to devote my energies unto the service of Namar. Everything was in readiness. My costume and Fortune's attire had been delivered by an Eglantine House courier. After making certain that no final adjustments were wanting, I began my preparations by luxuriating in a hot bath, fragrant with scented oil, with 6 candles set about to illuminate the wreathing steam.
"Phèdre."
It was Jocelyn's voice at the door. I started, splashing water over the edge of the tub. "Come in." He let himself into the room, closing the door carefully behind him. I leaned my arms on the rim of the tub, looking up curiously. "What is it?"
"I just wanted to see you one last time,"
he said quietly, kneeling opposite me and taking my hands in his. A rueful smile hovered at the corner of his mouth.
"Before the rest of the world did."
"Oh, Jocelyn." I squeezed his hands. Mine was slippery with water and oil. His face by candlelight was heartbreakingly beautiful. "Can you forgive me a little anyway?"
"If you can me." He stroked my damp hair. "I love you, you know."
I nodded. "I know, and I you."
"Eloah have mercy on us."
He rose and stood looking down at me.
"You'll dazzle them. They won't reckon the 10th part of your worth, but you'll dazzle them, Phèdre."
Tears stung my eyes. I'd no reply. After a moment he gave his faint smile.
"I've got to leave now if I'm to be at the Temple of Eloah before dark. Namar hold you in her hands and keep you safe."
Somewhere I found my voice. "Thank you," I whispered. With an unwontedly awkward bow, he nodded in return and left. I closed my eyes and let myself wallow in the bittersweet pain of it for a moment. At least he had come to see me, and given me his blessing, after a fashion. Nama's servant and a castellan. Eloa have mercy indeed. But there was too much at stake to linger over long in the intricacies of my relationship with Jacqueline. After a moment I set it reluctantly aside and emerged from the bath to pat myself dry, calling for Gemma to assist me. In truth, I could have used a coterie of attendants to make ready for the masque. Since I didn't have them, I made do. My hair I twined carelessly atop my head. It would have to wait until the last. First came the gown. Fine spun as a whispered prayer, the scarlet jersey slithered over my head and fell like water about me, fitted close to the hips and then falling in immaculate folds to sweep the floor. It had a high neckline, rising like a crimson flame to clasp around my throat, belying the daring nature of the low back. And low it was, skimming the very base of my mark. "Oh, my lady!" Gemma cried, wide-eyed, biting her knuckles. "Not bad, considering the cost." I surveyed myself in the mirror. "Here." I pointed to the seam along my left side, which gaped open. "This is where you'll need to sew it. Are you sure you're up to the task?" Yes." Her voice trembled and her fingers shook with nervousness as Gemma endeavoured to thread the needle Phèdre no Eglantine had provided. After a minute, I sighed. "Here, let me. No, wait. Gemma, fetch Remy, will you?" She brought him in a trice, and he entered grinning, caught sight of me, coughed, and promptly tripped over his feet. "Remy," I eyed him impatiently. "If I remember right, all of Rouse's sailors are handy with a needle and thread, and you in particular, yes?" "Eloa," he breathed it. "You really do notice everything. What do you need sewn, my lady?" I told him. His grin grew enormous. If things had gone otherwise in my life, I reflected, this would have been a very different evening. I could have made a fortune working under Delaunay's patronage. By the time I opened my own salon, I'd have been well settled. I would not have been the Comtesse de Montrève, with most of my moneys tied to the welfare of my estate and its inhabitants, begging funds at the mercy of a surly young clothier for my costume, with a war-seasoned sailor as my chief attendant. It is a good thing blessed Eloa saw fit to endow me with a sense of humour. As it happens, Remy did a neat job of it, and when he had finished, the scarlet gown clung to my upper body like it was painted there. That damnable Phèdre was a genius. "Thank you," I said to Remy, dismissing him. He grinned once more and left chuckling. "Gemma, bring my cosmetics." I could not use a great deal. I am young enough that it would be vulgar. A hint of kohl to accentuate my eyes, which would be mostly hidden behind the veil, and carmine for my lips. When that was done, I set about styling my hair. One must learn such things in Serious House. Happily, I had not lost the touch. It took some time, recreating the elaborate coif I'd seen in Phèdre's illustration of Mara, but I was well satisfied when I was done. The half-veil I secured with hairpins topped with glittering black jet, and when it was in place, a stranger's face gazed back at me from the mirror. My veiled gaze was lustrous and mysterious, for once not betrayed by the scarlet mote in my left eye. The elaborate coif of my dark hair added an archaic elegance, and my fair skin glowed against the black gauze of the veil. And the gown? I rose, and it swirled around my hips in a crimson glissade. "I think that will do," I said softly. "My lady," Gemma held up a tangle of scarlet ribbons, "for your wrists." I had forgotten. That was the final touch to the costume of Mara. Silk ribbons bound about the wrists, hanging gracefully and fluttering. Deft enough now that her nerves had settled, Gemma tied them in place with elegant knots. I caught my breath, feeling them tighten around my wrists. That settled it then. If there was any truth to old legends, Nama's child Mara was truly an Anguisette. I turned, ribbons trailing, surveying my reflection one last time. From the rear, the entire expanse of my back was bare, ivory skin framed in scarlet silk and bisected by the dramatic black lines and crimson accents of my mark.
"That will do indeed."
It was Fortune's calm, deep voice. He stood leaning in the doorway, surprisingly elegant in black velvet. The bronze key glinted dully on his chest, emblem of Asmodel's calling, and the black domino made his features mysterious. It peaked in twin horns, piercing the dark locks that fell over his brow.
"Are you ready, my lady? T. Philippe has the carriage waiting."
I drew a deep breath. "I am ready." He bowed and held out his arm.
"Then let us depart."
Perched in the driver's seat, T. Philippe wore an imp's mask shoved high on his forehead, the better to see. When I emerged on Fortune's arm, he gave a sharp whistle and stamped his feet, making the horses skittish. "Enough," I said, laughing. "You're to be on your best behaviour tonight." "Much like yourself, my lady." With an irrepressible grin, he leapt down to throw open the carriage door. "Though it may mean somewhat different." Fortune handed me into the carriage and followed after, and in short order we were on our way. Unaccountably, I found I was nervous. It had been a long time, 2 years exactly, since I had appeared in public in the formal role of a servant of Nama. A great deal had happened since Melisande Shahrazai had paraded me before the peers of Kushiel on a velvet lead. Thinking on it, I reached instinctively to touch my throat, where her diamond had lain. I had been a slave, an ambassador, and inherited a noble title. What I was about now was a far cry from my days as Delaunay's Anguisette, where I had naught to do but that which my own nature dictated, and to recount the observations of my faculties to my lord Anarfiel Delaunay. I had no master, no patron to whom to report, and I knew altogether too well the stakes for which I played.
"My lady,"
Fortune interrupted my thoughts,
"there are bound to be inquiries. How do you wish me to handle them?"
He was right, of course. Every Dongeline past the age of 5 knew what it meant to see a servant of Nama bear his or her mark publicly. "Tonight," I said, "is the longest night, and I am attending the Queen's midwinter masque by her invitation, as the Comtesse of Montrève. To conduct business, even Nama's business, on this night would be unseemly, and you would do well to remind them of that. Courteously, of course. As of tomorrow, however, if they wish to propose an assignation, they may send around a courier with a written offer." Fortune cleared his throat.
"Would I be right in assuming that no promises are to be made, as you are highly selective in the assignations you choose, but no one is to be discouraged, as your tastes are notoriously eclectic?"
"Yes," I smiled, "you would at that."
"Have you chosen already, my lady?" he asked curiously. "Who will be the first?"
"No." I brushed my fingers along the edge of the window curtain. "My Lord Delaunay cast out his bait, and fished accordingly. I will do the same. I don't know, in truth, who will bite."
"What if it's Marmion Shahrazai?"
"If it's Marmion," I said, "we will see." I ran the curtain through my fingers. Melisande had known me almost 8 years before she had contracted me, excepting for Prince Baudouin de Trevelyan's pleasure. It nearly drove me mad. I doubted her younger cousin could play her waiting game with the same devastating patience, but it would be interesting to see. We rode for a time in silence.
"It should be Jocelyn here with you,"
Fortune said presently, his voice low.
"He's right. I'm not trained to serve as a bodyguard, and he's the only one of us permitted to wear arms in the Queen's presence."
I leaned my head back against the cushion of the carriage seat. Jocelyn is doing what he needs must do, I said, as am I. Go where you are invited, listen and learn what you may. Don't grieve me on that score, Fortune.
I'm sorry, my lady, only...
He leaned forward, his gaze intent behind the eye-holes of his mask as he looked at me.
Begging your pardon, but anyone who does not choose to be at your side this night of all nights is a fool.
I smiled. Thank you, Chevalier. That is exactly what I needed to hear. Chapter 12. We entered the ballroom as the bells were striking 9.
"The Comtesse de Montrève!" shouted the crier, his voice half lost in the din of music and conversation.
Nonetheless, it caused a stir. It took some time for eyes to see and rumours to spread. Favriel had spoken truly. The costuming for the midwinter masque that year was ornate. Women, flounced and layered in swathes of fabric, turned slowly, moving like galleons beneath the weight of their attire. The men were scarce less laden. Masked faces turned in my direction. I felt it, the brunt of 100 stairs, as a path opened across the marble floor. In Sirius House, we were taught to move like a swaying willow, limbs disposed to grace, heads high with pride. I drew on all the strength of my training to make that passage, gazing at the crowd from behind my veil, feeling half naked in my scarlet gown, ribbons trailing from my wrists. At my side, Fortune was a model of austere decorum. And behind me, in the wake of the sight of my bared mark, the murmurs rose. Truly the palace ballroom was a splendour that night. It is a vast open space, pierced by a double row of slender columns. Wrapping around 3 walls is Le Cavaillon's gorgeous fresco of Eloa and his companions at banquet, and overhead the ceiling is painted a midnight blue with gilded stars. In the very centre of the hall stood a tree cunningly wrought of bronze, and from its branches hung a dozen fruits on silken threads, apples, pears, dates, figs, and persimmons, plums and nectarines, and others whose names I knew not. At the far end, beneath the wall on which Eloa, Kushiel, and Nama disported themselves, stood a small mountain crag, and in it a grotto in which musicians struck a tableau as Hellene muses played sweet tunes. Here and there stood false columns, hollow to the core, holding in niches clear glass lamps that gave a mellow light. Elsewhere, from the ceiling, hung chandeliers of glass lamps floating in coloured waters, giving the illusion of fairy lights. Braziers burned sweet incense, and garlands of evergreen added its clean, resinous odour. Phèdre! Isandre de la Courcelle, queen of Terre d'Ange, cleaved a path through the revellers, her 2 grey-adorned Castline guards incongruously in tow. As was fitting, she was clad as the Snow Queen, in layers of frothing white gauze a-glitter with diamonds. She wore the swan mask of House Courcelle, an elaborate hood curving over her head, violet eyes behind the white feathered mask. I might not have known you with your veil, but with that mark, my dear. You did give warning. May I ask the nature of your costume? Mara, I said, lifting one arm so the scarlet ribbons trailed from my wrist. Nama's daughter, gotten by a murderer, and Kushiel's handmaiden. Very apt. Isandre's eyes looked amused behind her mask. Well, near cousin, I have greeted you properly, and given sanction to your purpose here. Let it not be said that I failed to give Nama's service its proper regard. With the effortlessness of one born and raised to command, she turned to find a servant exactly where she expected him, offering a salver with small glasses of cordial. Choix, Isandre said, raising a glass in toast. May the longest night pass swiftly, and the light return.
Joie. I took a glass and raised it in turn, drinking. The servant lingered as Isandre moved on, proffering the tray to Fortune. He accepted a glass and drank, gasping at its clear, fiery taste.
"To the longest night, Chevalier," I laughed, feeling the blood in my veins tingle with excitement. "Do you dance, Fortune? I never asked."
"Try me and see." Taking both our glasses, he set them on a passing servant's tray and bowed, escorting me to the dancing floor. He did dance, and passably well. I am trained to follow anyone's lead. We looked well together, with the scarlet fabric of my gown swirling against the sober black velvet of his doublet and hose. I saw heads turn as we passed, puzzled whispers at my half-veiled face giving way to dawning recognition at the sight of my mark. I could feel it, almost, the intricate pattern etched the length of my spine, burning as if the ink were fresh pierced into my skin by the marquist's tapper. As our dance ended, I espied a figure clad as the eremite of Seagrove making his way toward me, unrecognizable, in flowing blue-green robes, with a half-mask of the eremite's features and a false beard of white curls that spilled down his chest.
"Phèdre no Delaunay," he said, and his tone, though formal, was warm with affection. "Your costume leaves you at a disadvantage to conceal your identity." I smiled. "As your voice does you, my Lord de Fossé." Gaspard Trevelyan, the Comte de Fossé, chuckled and embraced me. "Hello, child, but it's good to see you well. How does your peerage sit with you?" "It would have sat better on Delaunay, my lord, but I do my best," I said honestly. Disowned by his father, Anarthiel Delaunay de Montrève never held the title to which he was born. It was ironic that it had passed to me, and while I could not eliminate him from those I must suspect, I never doubted that Gaspard Trevelyan's friendship with my Lord Delaunay was genuine, nor indeed his affection for me. "Tell me, how have you been keeping?" As we spoke, a tall woman, costumed as an elegant shepherdess, with flounces enough to terrify any flock, I dare say, invited Fortune to squire her in a dance with a subtle beckon of her gilded crook. He glanced inquiringly at me, and I nodded. "Your Castelline is not with you," Gaspard observed. "He is maintaining Eloa's vigil on the longest night." "A pity. Guillain will be sorry to miss him. He has a great respect for that young man." He smiled. "As do I, although I'll admit I thought Delaunay was mad when he told me he'd contracted one of the Castelline Brotherhood toward a servant of Nama." "So did I said absently, scanning the costumed crowd. "My Lord de Somerville is here? No, wait, don't tell me." I spotted a tall, broad-shouldered figure in an osprey mask, a smaller mate in similar garb at his side, speaking to someone I didn't recognize at all. There, beneath the fresco of Azar, that must be Bernadette with him. "Indeed?" Gaspard Trevelyan sounded surprised. "I didn't know you'd met her." "I haven't. I saw her at the trial." It was something of a delicate subject. Bernadette de Trevelyan had been exiled for treason, though she'd had no part in her mother's machinations. It was Isandre who had restored her, mending the breach through marriage to Guillain de Somerville, the royal commander's capable son. Lent discretion by my veil, I stared, trying to place their companion by virtue of shape, stance, or demeanour, but he evaded recognition. Even his costume, an elaborately striped affair with puffed sleeves, party-coloured hose, and a long-nosed mask, defied placement. "Gaspard, who is that with them?"
"Ah," he smiled, "that, my dear, is Saverio Strega, eldest-born son of Marie Celeste de la Courcelle Strega, grandson of the Doge of La Serenissima. Would you like to meet him?"
Yes. I took his arm, resting my fingertips on his sleeve. "Very much, my lord." Gaspard Trevelyan was as good as his word, escorting me over forthwith. After exchanging fond greetings with Guillain and making the formal acquaintance of his wife, I did not tell Bernadette that I had seen her sentenced to exile. I was introduced to the young Serenissime lord.
"Charmed Comtesse." Saverio Stregazza's surly tone, in faintly accented D'Angeline, said otherwise. He tugged at the stiff ruff of lace at his neck. At close range he had a sheen of sweat on his features, and he looked uncomfortable in his costume. Saverio had been born and raised in La Serenissima. No more than a year or two older than me at best, he was clearly ill at ease in his surroundings, and awkward at the evidence of his mixed blood at a D'Angeline fate. His hot, irritable gaze took my measure. "You're very beautiful," he said abruptly. "I suppose we're related somehow."
"No, Prince Saverio," I said, shaking my head. "My Lord Anathiel Delaunay de Montrève of Cioval adopted me formally into his household, and it is his title that I inherited. We are no kin, you and I."
"That's a relief."
He tugged harder at his collar, scowling.
"Damn nigh every noble I've met claims kinship to the throne one way or another. I can't keep it all straight in my head."
"It is not easy, cousin," Bernadette commiserated kindly. "I grow confused myself trying to sort out the tangled threads of Blessed Eloa's descendants." Saverio Stregazza gave her an ungracious glance. I could not blame him for his anger and discomfort, in truth. In this, of all gatherings, his coarse curls and the ruder cast of his features showed clearly the dilution of Eloa's lineage, brought to La Serenissima in the person of Benedict de la Courcelle, great-uncle to Isandre.
"Your inheritance seems clear enough, cousin."
"Looks can be deceiving." Guillain slid his arm protectively about her. Although he remained calm, one could tell he was heated. A scent of apples hung in the air, hallmark of House Somerville, scions of Arneil's lineage.
"My wife has known betrayal and exile, Prince Saverio, and the sovereignty of our duchy hangs on our offspring. I dare say you cannot claim the same."
"Blood tells, though, here," Saverio shrugged.
"Scions of Eloa and his companions." He made a mockery of the words. "It means nothing in La Serenissima. You can't know what it's like."
"Perhaps you will tell us, my lord," I offered.
"And will you pretend interest for a price?"
Harsh-voiced, Saverio caught my wrist and gripped it hard, leering.
"I have heard, Comtesse, whom you have sworn to serve. In La Serenissima we keep our courtesans in their proper place, where they belong."
His grip pained me, and in the roughness of his hands I felt his anger and frustration commingled, his need to strike out at all things D'Angeline, and their attitude of implicit superiority toward all that was not. My blood beat quicker, responding to his anger, and I held his gaze steadily through the haze of my veil. "I serve Nama, my lord, it is true, and for a price I will pretend absolutely nothing." There was a little silence around us. Gaspard, Guillain, and Bernadette, I dare say, did not know what transpired. But I knew, and the young Stregazza. If I have one pride in my calling, it is that I have never judged a patron wrongly, and I have never failed to recognize a patron upon meeting. Saverio Stregazza was one of mine. After a moment, he released my wrist with a disgusted sound.
"I need a glass of cordial,"
he said, dismissing himself rudely. Gaspard Trevelyan stared after him.
"What a strange young man," he observed. Phèdre, what on earth is your interest in him?"
I could not explain to him the compulsions of an Anguissette, and of a surety I dared not discuss my suspicions concerning Melisande Charizai and the deadly coils of intrigue within the Strigardza family. Instead, I smiled. "I have a fancy," I said lightly, "to learn somewhat of La Serenissima. Surely he can tell me that much at least."
"If you say so," Gaspard said slowly, eyeing me doubtfully. What I would have said to allay his suspicions, I do not know. Gaspard Trevelyan had been one of Delaunay's closest friends, and he was no fool. But happily at that moment a woman's hand touched my bare shoulder, and I turned in answer to see a drunken couple clad as Diana and Apollo, the twin moon and sun deities of the Hellenes. "Tell me, servant of Nama," the woman said, laughing, her silver mask askew on her lovely face, "who does your costume represent? We have a bet, my brother and I." I inclined my head to them, raising my arms so the scarlet ribbons trailed from my wrists. "Mara, my lady, Nama's daughter, and Kushiel's handmaiden." "I told you," he said to her in drunken triumph. The woman laughed again, brushing my veil with her fingertips. She was close enough that I could feel the heat of her body and smell joie sweet on her breath. "Then I shall have to pay the penalty for losing," she whispered. "We already agreed upon the settlement. When you receive my proposal, remember there is a debt of honor at stake." "My lady," I said, struggling against dizziness, "I will remember it." They laughed and moved on. Gaspard Trevelyan, in his eremite's costume, shook his mock-bearded head at me. "Delaunay would be proud," he said wryly, "I think." "Mayhap." Would that Mara's accoutrements included a fan, I thought. I could use a cool breeze. "My lord, the Serenissima has the right of it, and there is joie to be drunk this night. Will you call upon me before you leave the city of Eloa? It would please me greatly to offer you my hospitality ere you return home." "I would be honored," Gaspard promised, bowing. By this time joie and wine flowed freely, and the fete had reached the height of gaiety. I cannot begin to count the number of lords and ladies of the realm with whom I danced, bantered, and flirted, nor the number of enquiries, discreet and overt, I received. I heeded the advice I had given Fortune, and made promises to none. It was a good hour before my diligent chevalier found his way back to my side, looking somewhat dishevelled for his absence. "My lady," he greeted me, a touch out of breath, "it seems the interest you incite rubs off on your companions." I laughed and smoothed his rumpled hair. "Whose clutches did you escape, Fortune?" "A gentleman does not tell," he replied, grinning. "Let me say only that there are some few d'Angeline nobles who think their suits may be heard clearer if I plead for them. They are laying bets on who will be your first patron, my lady." "Let them," I said with satisfaction. "For now, do you think you might secure us a place at the banquet table?" "Consider it done." No formal dinner is served on the longest night, but the Queen's table was heaped high at all times, and a steady stream of servants came and went, bearing away the empty trays and platters, and bringing an endless array of foods. Plates and silver clinked and rattled, gleaming by candlelight, and guests ate and chattered incessantly, lifting wine-glasses, dipping fingers in bowls of rose-water to rinse. I dined on pheasant glazed with honey and thyme, so tender and sweet it near melted in my mouth. I dare say Fortune sampled 5 dishes to my every one. There was a contingent of Cruigne at the table, representatives of Justin Mab Nectaner, and we had a lively time conversing once they discovered I was in their midst, for many of them were awkward still with the d'Angeline tongue, and I had not forgotten my sometime role as translator. It was during one such conversation that the musicians struck up a lively Kerdaki tune, and I felt a presence at my shoulder.
Turning, I gazed up to see Severio Strega.
"Comtesse," he bowed curtly and extended his hand, "will you dance?"
"It would be my great pleasure." Taking his hand, I rose gracefully and followed to join him on the dancing floor. For all that I had boasted of my skill, the Serenissimon led awkwardly, and I was hard put to follow him in such a manner as to conceal it. Still I managed. We are taught to do no less in Sirius House. The long nose of his mask bumped against my bare shoulder, and his gaze burned through the eye-holes.
"I heard the King of the Del Riedo went to war for one night in your arms," he said abruptly. "Is it true?"
"Yes, my lord." Anticipating a swift turn, I followed. "After a fashion." It was no more and no less than the truth. I did not deem it necessary to mention that Eamon mac Connor had gone to such lengths out of jealousy of his sister as much as desire for me. Eamon is dead now, slain on the field of Toilemont, and at any rate he would rather have the latter believed than the former, I think.
Terre d'Ange is at peace.
He steered us through a crowd, then out.
"What cost, then, for a prince of La Serenissima?"
"My lord," I said mildly, raising my head to meet his gaze, "I have set no price, save what Nama's honour demands. When the longest night has passed, I will entertain offers, and we shall see. But this much I will say." I smiled, and felt his heat rise at it. "Nama's interests were ever eclectic, and you are the only Serenissimon prince in attendance upon my debut returning to her service." Severio's arms holding me tensed, though he did naught but nod. When the Kediki air was ended, he released me with a stiff bow and stalked away. I would hear from him. I had no doubt of it. The pause following the end of the tune stretched into silence, growing slowly apparent to the crowd. The musicians in their mountain grotto took up their instruments and slipped away. One by one, the revellers fell back from the dance floor. In the silence, the tocsin began to beat. The horologists had proclaimed the hour, and Knight's crier made his way through the hall, sounding his brazen gong with a steady beat. I felt a touch at my arm as Fortune joined me, glancing swiftly at me. On the far side of the colonnade, I saw Isandre de la Courcelle, resplendent in her costume as the Snow Queen, surrounded by a coterie of admirers, her gaze fixed on the false mountain. When the knight's crier reached its base, he sounded the tocsin one last time. All at once, darkness fell. There must have been servants at every candle to snuff them with such utter thoroughness, and where the lamps hung suspended in chandeliers, they lowered rows of silver cones strung on ropes to extinguish them in all swiftness. Only the lamps in the hollow columns continued to glow, and a single lamp above the mountain crag. With a dreadful grinding sound, the mountain itself split open to reveal a hollow core, a stair and a promontory, and on it the Winter Queen, aged and hobbled, bearing her blackthorn staff. I have friends who are players. I know how such things are done. Even so, I gasped. Everyone bowed their heads, even Isandre. I was hard put not to kneel, the habit deeply ingrained. From the far end of the hall, where the great doors were closed, came a measured pounding of a spear butt. Once, twice, thrice. "Let the doors be opened to admit the return of the light!" Isandre cried imperiously, and the great doors were flung open at her command. Through them drove a splendid chariot, hung with lamps and drawn by a matched pair of white horses. In it rode the Sun Prince, gloriously garbed in cloth of gold, his mask that of a beautiful youth, surrounded by gilded rays. A murmur of awe arose in the hall. Its team moving at an impeccably matched pace, it drew nigh to the foot of the split-open crag. Standing in the chariot, the Sun Prince pointed his gilt spear at the Winter Queen. She seemed not to move, and yet her garment was riven, falling away to reveal the slender form of a maiden within. In a single bold gesture she drew off her aged mask, and showed herself to be in the flower of youth, shaking out golden tresses that fell to her waist. And light returned to the hall, tongues of flames snaking up long, oil-soaked wicks, strung to countless lamps, igniting them all at once. Suddenly the hall was ablaze in light, seeming twice as bright for the darkness that had preceded it. We cheered. We all cheered. One cannot help it at such a time. From the far corners of the hall the musicians returned, playing with redoubled vigour. The Sun Prince leapt from his chariot, and the Winter Queen, now a spring maiden, descended from her mount to join him on the dancing floor. In a trice they were joined by a dozen couples, and at the corner of the floor Isandra's coterie began to break up, vying for the honour of procuring her next glass of joie. I exhaled a breath I'd not known I held, leaning on Fortune's arm. It was a greater spectacle than the one at Sirius House, which is famed throughout the city, although I dare say they lay no odds on the players in Night's doorstep. These were professionals, performing at the Queen's behest, with scores of artisans to assist them. "Shall we dance, my lady?" Fortune inquired. "And it please you, Comtesse de Montrève," a man's silken voice insinuated, "I would beg that honour." Turning, I espied my latest suitor clad as Hesperus, the evening star. His doublet and hose were of a deep twilight blue, and over them he wore a surcoat of a deeper blue silk, the shade of encroaching night. For a rarity, the cut was elegant and simple, flattering his well-made form. His coat was adorned with intricate brocade, and in it were set myriad bits of mirror, so that he glimmered with the subtle light of the evening sky, and a silver star mask obscured his features. I knew him by his voice, his grace, and his black hair, that fell in a river of fine linked braids down his back. "My Lord Shahrazai," I said, keeping my voice cool, "let us do so." With an immaculate bow, Marmion Shahrazai escorted me onto the dancing floor. If I had had a dozen or more partners that night, and I had, not a one approached his skill. One trains as hard to be the perfect courtier as courtesan, I think, and the Shahrazai are without peer. Marmion swept me over the floor, one hand holding mine, one placed with surety low on my back, and I needed no more think to follow his lead than I need think to breathe. Indeed, I heard murmurs of admiration as we passed, for it is in the D'Angeline nature to admire beauty in all its forms. We were well matched, he and I. In the scant inches that separated us, it was another matter. "So tell me," he said, smiling pleasantly, "have you heard from my cousin?" I smiled back at him, my movements flowing effortlessly with his. "It is strange you should ask, my lord. I was wondering the same about you." Marmion Shahrazai bent his head tenderly beside mine. "If I heard from Melisande," he murmured in my ear, "the message would likely be delivered at knife point. But I have been thinking, little Comtesse." He held me at arm's length as we executed a complex series of steps, then drew me in close again as the music slowed. "Someone reached the postern gate unchallenged at Toilemont, yes? And who was better trusted and less feared than the Queen's pet Anguissette?" His expression never changed, smiling down at me. Only I would have caught the cruelty in it. "You have been in league with my cousin from the first, Comtesse. Do not think I am blind to it. I assure you," he whispered, his grip tightening on my hand, "I am watching." It brought me hard against him, my loins pressed firm against his, my breasts crushing his chest. I craned my neck back to gaze at his implacable, smiling, star-masked face. "Do you pretend loyalty to the Queen, my Lord Shahrazai? I asked him breathlessly, struggling to match his composure. "I hear you set the fire that killed your sister, lest she reveal the complicity with which you betrayed her." Marmion's smile hardened, and his hand splayed on my back, pressing me harder against him. I could feel his fingertips digging into my flesh, and beneath his breeches his phallus rising, rigid, and pressing against me. His other hand clenched hard on mine, grinding the small bones together. "Do you?" he asked. "I hear a great many things about you too, Countess. I trust not all are slanderous lies, as is this thing you have heard." Kushiel's dart strikes where it will. My body betrayed me, yearning toward his. He danced with consummate grace, and no one but I knew that his hips moved with the subtlety of a skilled tribadist, moving against me as his iron grip held me in place. I fought unsuccessfully against the flutter in my loins, the surging warmth. "Lord Shahrazai," I said, my voice taut, "I beg you release me."
"Will you make a scene?"
He smiled remorselessly. My left hand was numb from his grip, and I moved helplessly against him, rippling with desire.
"Or give your signal, perhaps, Anguissette. I know all about you, and I am watching. Understand that nothing will come between me and the Queen. Not some tattooed barbarian princeling, not my cousin, and surely not you."
The musicians ended their air with a flourish, hiding my gasp as Marmion Shahrazai released me, nigh on the verge of climax. He gazed down at me superciliously from behind his mask.
"When you think to cross me, little Anguissette," he said with amused contempt, "I pray you remember this dance."
"My lord," I said, drawing myself up with difficulty, "the Aeolian harp sounds at each passing breeze, but that does not mean the tune is masterfully played." A moment's pause, and then he gave a cynical laugh and bowed.
"You put a good face on it, Anguissette. I should expect nothing less from one of Melisandre's creatures, and you are an exceptional one at that."
He touched my face lightly in warning.
"I have said it once, and do not make me say it twice. Whatever game you play, keep it far from me."
As I watched him take his leave, Fortune made his way to my side once more.
"My lady," he asked anxiously, "do you wish me to speak to him?"
"No," I murmured, watching the candlelight diffuse in 1,000 shifting points from the Shahrazai's mirrored coat. "Either he's a fool to overplay his hand thus, or he's more subtle than I credited, to make me think as much. And I rather doubt it is the latter. Let us keep our eye on Lord Marmion Shahrazai, to see what else he may reveal. But for now, I think we must seek our traitor elsewhere." I sighed, my body throbbing with desire unfulfilled. "Fortune, if you care for me, stay at my side the remainder of this longest night, and see that I do naught I will regret come dawn."
"I promise,"
he vowed stoutly. Somewhat to my dismay, he did. Chapter 13. "Eloa, have mercy!" Gemma entered the sitting-room, staggering under the weight of the parcels and letters she bore. "My lady, how many more? Oh!" A neatly ribboned missive, dangling a small stoppered bottle, slid from her grasp and struck the floor. The spicy scent of cloves filled the air as the wax seal cracked and oil leaked from the bottle. "Never mind," I said absently, setting aside a pile of opened proposals to make room for the latest. "Put them here, thank you."
"You'll need a larger house at this rate."
T. Philippe carefully detached the leaking bottle from the letter and placed it upright on the table, licking oil of cloves from his fingers and making a face.
"Too strong."
"It's not supposed to taste good, exactly. It sweetens the breath." I picked up the missive, glancing at the seal. "The Baron d'Arès, an Isandine lord with interests in the spice trade. Good for toothaches, too. If I were in the market for imports, I'd consider him." Since I wasn't, I put his letter on the likely-to-decline pile. "Here, Help me sort through these latest." Happily, for there had been a great many proposals delivered in the past days, all three of my chevaliers found the prospect amusing enough that none minded playing at secretary. For a time there was no sound in the sitting-room save the faint crack of seals breaking and the rustle of paper.
"Ah," Remy laughed aloud, "a brother and sister, my lady, who hold jointly the Marquisate de Fears. Shall I put them on the decline pile?"
"I should think— Oh, wait." I caught sight of the seal, twinned masks of Diana and Apollo. "No, I liked her. I'll see it."
"As you wish," he grinned, eyebrows raised. "My lady," Fortune said quietly, looking up from the missive he scanned. It was unopened, a scroll of thick vellum tied with a gold cord and sealed with red wax. "I think you will be interested in this."
"Whose is it?" Accepting the scroll, I glanced at the seal. Too crudely drawn for d'Angeline work, it depicted a Serenissimum carrack at harbour, a tower in the background, the insignia of the Strega family. "My Lord Severio," I mused, cracking the seal and sliding off the cord. I wondered how long he would wait. I skimmed the contents of his letter. No one noticed when the scroll fell from my nerveless fingers.
"Phèdre,"
Jacqueline, entering the room, checked at my expression. I looked blankly at him.
"Are you all right?"
"Yes," I blinked, picked up the scroll and handed it to him. "Look." He read it quickly. It was only a couple of lines, and looked bewildered.
"Does he jest?"
"No," I shook my head. "I don't think so. He didn't seem much for humour."
"No one outbids the stray god, sir," Jacqueline read aloud in a flat tone. 20,000 in gold to be the first."
Ignoring the collective indrawn breath of my chevaliers and a faint squeak of astonishment from Gemma, he tossed the scroll on the table.
"No poetry, no protestations of desire, and no pretty sentiments in honour of Nama," he observed. "But you can't argue with the price, if that's what matters."
I looked coolly at Jacqueline. "Severio Strega is 3/4 Cerdicchi and raised in La Serenissima. If he lacks the grace and polish to compete with half the royal d'Angeline court, at least he has the wit to know it. I promised him no pretence. He has taken me, I think, at my word."
"He's a boor," Fortune murmured.
"Yes," I said, "he is, and I am going to accept his offer."
"What?"
Gemma was still wide-eyed at the figure. "My lady, what will you do with all that money?" I smiled. "You will see." As it happened, they learned sooner rather than later what I intended with the sum. It took the better part of 2 days to hammer out the terms of the assignation, with Remy serving as my representative. He had a knack, it seemed, for such things. It was necessary to explain to Severio the guild laws that bound the terms of our contract, and the penalties for breaching them. It is a serious business in Terre d'Ange. To violate the rights of one of Nama's servants is to violate the precept of Blessed Eloa, and is the gravest form of blasphemy. Elsewhere, I am told, courtesans are largely dependent on the whims of their patrons. It is not so among d'Angelines. The nature and purpose of the signal needed also be explained to the Serenissimum Prince, for although I heard a group of young gallants had taken him to the night court, it was to Orchis House they went, for love-making and merriment. Valerian and Mandrake alone among the 13 houses use the signal, and at Mandrake it is for the benefit of the patrons. In the arts of pain, protestation is a part of the game. It is therefore important that a signal be established. I should know, having gone to extreme lengths without speaking mine. Choosing the word itself was simple, for I have had the same one since first I was an adept. Hyacinth. He was the truest friend I ever had, and my refuge and sanctuary from childhood onward. If I chose his name in part to annoy Delaunay all those years ago, and I did, I chose it now for Hyacinth himself, who made the greatest sacrifice of all of us on that fateful journey. My plans kept me busy, and by the time Remy returned with the signed contract and a nervous clutch of palace guardsmen surrounding 2 laden mules, I had an appointment waiting.
"Half on signing," Remy called, grinning. "As you asked, my lady."
Good. Standing in the doorway, I fastened the clasp of my sangloire cloak. Now bid them take it to Eglantine House. I've a meeting with the Dawain. His mouth fell open and he gaped at me. The guardsman mumbled, "You're not—" "It's my fee and I'll do as I please with it," I said mildly, then raised my voice. "Jocelyn, will you do me the honour of beholding how I disperse this money that so offends you?" If I thought to find him apologetic, I was wrong. He came at my call with an amused expression, adjusting his vambraces.
"Will it please you if I admit to curiosity?"
"It would please me if you admitted to rather more," I said, "but I will settle for that. Come and see." The Dawain of Eglantine House was one Moireth Leroux, a stately woman in her middle 40s, without the madcap streak that marks so many of that house, which I suspect was a large part of how she came to be its Dawain. I have heard also that she played the harp so beautifully that warriors wept and criminals confessed at the sound of it, but I never had the pleasure of hearing her play. No adept of the Night Court is easily swayed by the sight of money, and a Dawain less than most, but even Moireth was hard put not to look twice as the palace guardsman deposited clinking sack upon sack on her desk. I could see the Chancellor of the house itching to count it after I thanked the guardsmen and dismissed them. They left post-haste, shaking their heads at the madness of Nama's servants. Are we agreed, then? It felt strange, sitting and facing the Dawain as a d'Angeline noblewoman, fair swimming in gold, with a castellan and a chevalier attendant behind me. 4,000 for her mark, and 4,000 against the house's loss of her art and labour in the time she would have made it.
And a balance of 2,000 toward the purchase of materials, and a year's patronage at Eglantine House, should she so desire. Hers clear, if she does not.
Moireth Leroux agreed, glancing over our written agreement.
I am in accord, Comtesse. Shall we sign?
We did, and it was witnessed and approved by the Chancellor after he had opened and peered into each of the sacks, weighing Severio's coinage with sensitive fingers.
"Done," the Dawain proclaimed. "Anselm," she beckoned to an apprentice who knelt quietly abeyant, "will you bring Favriel, please?"
He fetched her as quickly as he could, I think. Still, we had a time to wait. Moireth Leroux bided patiently, serving us chilled wine and sugared almonds, of which Remy ate a great many. When Favriel no Eglantine entered scowling, it was clearly at her own pace.
"You," she said without pleasure, beholding me. "I've got half the petty lordlings in the city plaguing me on your account, Comtesse. I didn't ask you to tell everyone who made that gown."
"I didn't," I protested.
"Fortune told them," Remy volunteered helpfully. "They daren't ask you, my lady."
Moireth Leroux cleared her throat.
"Favriel, for your services in designing a costume for the midwinter masque, the Comtesse Phèdre no Delaunay de Montreuil has chosen to bestow a patron gift upon you. The balance of your mark, as established prior to your accident, is paid in full, and the balance of funds from the loss of your services. To you is remained the sum of 2,000 ducats, which you may apply toward materials and a year's patronage in Eglantine House, if you so choose. You may retain such assistants as you have trained, and all profits in that time would be your own. If you do not wish to remain here," she added, "it is yours clear, but we would be pleased to have you."
Sharp-tongued as she was, Favriel was at a loss for words, staring at me. "Why would you do that?" she asked me finally, her voice sounding young and bewildered without its customary edge. "You don't even like me." Cocking my head, I regarded the seamstress, her pretty face with its scattering of golden freckles marred only by her scarred lip, now that astonishment had smoothed away her habitually cross expression. "You told me to let you know when I could transform you, as surely as Kushiel's dart unmade my flaw," I said. "Well, I cannot make you into an Anguisette, and I do not think you would like it if I did. But I can give you the means to transform yourself from an unfit adept indentured to years of service in Eglantine House to a woman of independent means, and the foremost couturier in the city of Eloa." Still staring, Favriel gave a short laugh. "You're mad!" "Mayhap," I shrugged. "So too have been the proposals I have received, and your genius may well have doubled their insanity. That much, then, do I give back, and we are at quits, you and I." Biting her lower lip, she turned to Vidalwain. "That's it, then? I'm free?" "Yes." Moireth handed her a document. "By the tenets of the Night Court, of course, you are forbidden to bear Eglantine's mark on your skin, as you have not, properly speaking, been engaged as a servant of Namar. But the amount of your mark is paid in full, and your contract is returned to you." Favriel accepted the contract absent-mindedly, her gaze distant as she calculated. "I'll stay," she said abruptly to Vidalwain. 2,000's not enough to do it properly, not with the costs of lodging and materials. In a year's time I can earn enough to set up my own lines of credit with merchants and hire my own assistants. But I'll not work free for Eglantine House." "Of course." Moireth Leroux spread her hands. "Any arrangements you make with adepts of the house will be strictly on commission, provided, shall we say, that you continue to train such assistants as you choose and allow them to work on the house's behalf when precedence requires. We can negotiate such occasions as they arise." "Done," Favriel nodded. Regarding me once more, she knit her brows in a scowl. "I'll not work free for you either, Comtesse. You chose this, not I. There is no debt between us." "I agree," I said mildly. She narrowed her eyes gaugingly. "Do you have any money left?" Remy coughed, and I could hear a faint sound as Jocelyn's elbow dug into his side. "I will," I said, ignoring them, "once the assignation is completed, and I have repaid my debt to my factor. Why?" Her scarred lip curled wryly. "I've set a high tide mark with you, Comtesse. The city will look to you now to set the mode. It will serve us both well if I continue to design your wardrobe. Anyway, whether I like you or no, you're interesting to dress." "Then," I said, rising, "I will call upon you again, Favriel no Eglantine, when my coffers are full again." So it was that we took our leave, and Jocelyn waited until we were in the courtyard before bursting into rueful laughter. "Phèdre," he said, shaking his head, "will you never be done with surprising me?" "If you thought better of me," I retorted, "you would not be so surprised." No longer laughing, he looked at me with sorrow in his summer blue eyes. "You don't make it easy," he said quietly. "It would be simpler if it were only about money." "Yes," I sighed, "you'd have fled back to the Castelline Brotherhood long ago. But I'll not pretend to simple greed, Jocelyn, just to ease your conscience. Stand at the crossroads if you will, but if you'll not choose, I'll move on without you." "I know," he murmured, and we spoke no more of it. Chapter 14. On the day of my assignation with Severio Stragazza, a summons came from the Rebbe to meet with him for another session. In truth, I had been somewhat remiss in my studies, but he had promised to tell me tales of the lost book of Raziel, and I did not want the opportunity lost. Gauging the hour to a nicety, I determined I had the time to spare. Unprepared as I was, there are times when distraction serves better than focus, and this proved one such. Half unthinking, I rattled through the verses of the Tanakh he'd assigned me without an error. Expecting to have my knuckles struck, instead I was rewarded with one of the Yeshuites' apocryphal tales, such as are passed from mouth to mouth and not recorded in their books.
"It is commonly said," the Rebbe told me, "that Samael and others among Adonai's servants were jealous that he had given such power to Edom, the first man, power even to master the Malachim.
For so, I may add, did the Yeshuites name angels in the Habiru tongue.
And Samael stole the Sefer Raziel and cast it into the waters."
"I have heard as much, master," I replied politely.
"I am not done," the Rebbe glowered at me. "There is another tale of Lilith, Edom's first wife, whom Adonai wrote before the mother of all, Aiva. Out of dust he made them both, equal to equal, and blew the breath of life into their flesh. And sorry enough he was, for Lilith disdained to serve beneath Edom and fled, taking with her the Sefer Raziel. And when Adonai sent his Malachim to retrieve her, she laughed, and opened the book and read aloud a word commanding them by the sacred name to return empty-handed."
Intrigued, I rested my chin in my hand. The one God had sent his servants to bid Eloah to return too. The first who came with the sword, blessed Eloah charmed with his sweetness. The second who came with a plea, Eloah answered with his own red blood, piercing his flesh and bleeding onto the rich soil of Terre d'Ange. So are we bound to this earth, we who are d'Angeline. Even the followers of Kushiel, for it was he who handed Eloah the dagger. But for all of that, I never heard that Eloah and his companions knew a word that could compel the one God's servants. "And," I prompted,
"And Michael, the commander-in-chief of the Lord's host, strove with her, and wrested the Sefer Raziel from Lilith. But he was bound by her command, and threw the book into the ocean, returning empty-handed to the throne of the Lord," the Rebbe finished. "So it was that Adonai bid Rahab, prince of the deep, to retrieve the tome. If you say truly, perhaps it is that Rahab obeyed, but in part, keeping back some few pages." He shrugged. "These are stories that are told. I do not know."
"What became of Lilith?" The Rebbe fingers his K pendant.
"She wed Ashmedai, the prince of demons, and spawned 6,000 children of darkness, who haunt our dreams at night, or so it is said. Until Yeshua ben Yosef was born, and they dared to tempt him, and he changed them into the likeness of black dogs, chaining them beneath Mount Seir, where they fester and howl, until the Mashiach shall return and put an end to their suffering."
"A lot of good that does me," I murmured. "Well then, what became of the last book of Raziel after Rahab brought it up from the deep?"
"Would you run before you walk?" the Rebbe asked sternly, pointing at the Tanakh scroll. "Next time you study the Shmot. Perhaps then I will tell you more."
"Yes, master." I sighed and made ready to leave. "I will await your summons." Keeping to the letter of our agreement, I smiled pleasantly at such folk as I saw upon departing the yeshiva, but made no effort to engage them in conversation. I was hard put to ignore Jocelyn's exemption from this charge, as he exchanged smiles and murmured greetings with half a dozen Yeshuite folk. Indeed, the young woman I had seen teaching school children on our first visit caught him back as we left, whispering something urgent to him and blushing as she reached up to slip a chain about his neck. I would have asked him about it the moment the door closed behind us, were it not that a disturbance in the courtyard distracted me. Near to where our carriage awaited, a handful of Yeshuites stood arguing in Habiru. Young men, all of them, ganging up on the youngest of the lot. I dare say I'd not have paid it much heed, were it not for the fact that all save the youngest were clad in d'Angeline fashion, eschewing their sober attire and sidelocks for such garb as soldiers might wear. Indeed, 2 of them bore swords at their sides.
"Give us snow like wool," one of them was saying, face thrust aggressively forward. "He scatters hoarfrost like ashes. How do you take that to mean, Simeon, if it is not northerly? I tell you, we are not meant to sit idle when Adonai bids us build a kingdom for Yeshua's return. Do you doubt? He sendeth forth his word and melts them. It is the craven fear of old men and mewling women that keeps the chosen of Terre homeless as Tsingani."
I glanced at Jacqueline, who stood frowning thoughtfully at them. "What do they mean?" I asked him. One of the Yeshuites looked over, hearing my voice.
"You should join us, brother apostate," he called to Jacqueline. "We could make good use of a blade such as yours."
Jacqueline shook his head politely, smiling, and opened the carriage door to hand me inside. I caught the door and held it ere he could close it. "Will you tell me?" I asked, and caught sight unexpectedly of a Chay pendant hanging on his doublet, a small silver disc with the Het Yud symbol graven in black. "And this?" I added, lifting it from his chest.
"A gift," Jacqueline said firmly, plucking it from my hand. "It is not your concern."
Pain, unexpected, lanced through my heart. His face was closed and shuttered to me. "Well then," I gasped, catching my breath at it, "will you tell me why they spoke of blades?"
For a moment he only frowned at me, then answered reluctantly. "There is a prophecy that the kingdom of Yeshua will be established to the north, further even than the Skaldi territories and eastward. It is said that Yeshuites in other nations have left already to found a new homeland. Some of the younger ones wish to follow. They believe that they will need carve it out with steel."
"Very well." Regaining such composure as I could, I strove to keep my voice from trembling. "I did not know that. Thank you." He nodded expressionless and made to close the door. "Jacqueline," I said, halting him once more, unable to help the spite that crept into my tone, "my lord Delaunay contracted you because his man Guy was slain by a creature of the Stregadza. Will you allow me to go to this prince of the Stregadza, attended by a half-trained sailor?" I cited his words maliciously. "Or do you propose to attend me yourself, O perfect companion?" His face might as well have been a mask as he bowed, the Chay medallion swinging forward to clink against his crossed vambraces.
"In Kushiel's name," he said coldly, "I protect and serve." With that he closed the carriage door firmly, leaving me alone to grit my teeth against the threat of tears. Against all odds, I heard Melisandre's voice in my memory, melodic and amused. "Oh, you protect well enough. But I'd ask better service were you sworn to attend me, Castleine." Eloa, I thought, stifling a despairing laugh, I wish she were here. No one else could appreciate the perverse anguish of my situation. I wondered if she had known, when she sent the cloak, the havoc it would wreak between Jacqueline and me. Most like she had, when I considered it. Melisandre had been the first to perceive his feelings, long before I thought it possible. She had laughed out loud the first time she'd seen him attendant upon me. It was the only time one of Delaunay's ploys truly caught her by surprise. Even at the end, when I stepped forward to reveal myself alive and give the testimony that condemned her, she had betrayed less. Well, done was done, and I could not go back. In many ways it was Melisandre who united Jacqueline and me, selling us together into slavery to the Skaldi. Now her game thrust us apart, the cloak a gambit I could not ignore, and the winding trail by which it had reached me led inevitably back to La Serenissima and the coiled machinations of the Stregadza. I had a chance, now, to tease out some thread from that tangled coil in the person of the young Prince Severio. If I stood any chance of regaining Jacqueline, it was on the far side of that mystery. I could only hope he would still be here when I found my way clear. I had come to such resolution as I could, and set the matter behind me.
Carceline guilt and Yeshuite prophecies would wait. I had a patron to attend. But the memory of Melisandre's amusement stayed with me as I bathed and made ready, and whether I willed it or no, a slow eagerness heated my flesh as I considered this evening's entertainment. Eloa, but it had been a long time. If Severio Strega lacked the skill to play me as I deserved, still his blunt anger would suit my mood.
"Are you ready?"
Jocelyn asked curtly when I emerged at length, clad in a gown of deep blue velvet that made my skin glow like cream, my dark hair bound low at the nape of my neck with a fillet of gold. T. Philippe, who had offered to drive the carriage, stood nervously by. None of my chevaliers liked it when Jocelyn and I quarrelled, but I had gone well beyond that in my mind. "I am," I said softly, settling my sanglois cloak upon my shoulders.
"Let's go then."
So much the same and so different, walking with Jocelyn through the palace en route to an assignation. I did not think I would ever become accustomed to the inclined heads, the murmured greeting, "Comtesse," the whispers, though, after I passed. Those were the same. And Jocelyn, austere and disapproving, that was the same. It was only the reason that was different. That and the fact that instead of the ashen-grey garb of his former brethren, he wore sober livery of black and green, the Montreuil crest wrought small over his heart, and hung about his neck, a hay pendant on a silver chain. No one, though, would mistake him for aught but a Carceline. It was not only the traditional arms he bore, twin daggers low on his waist, the long sword at his back, and steel vambraces buckled on his forearms, but the sternness of his mien, the odd combination of rigid dignity and fluid grace that marked members of the Brotherhood. In Montreuil he'd all but lost the habit of stiffness. It had returned here. Idiot, I thought, and felt guilty at it. As the grandson of the Doge, Severio had brought a retinue of Serenissime servants, and I was ushered into his quarters with respectful greetings and sidelong glances. Isandra had granted her cousin fine lodgings indeed, I thought, gazing around. I did not wonder at it, for Severio was the first emissary from her Serenissime kin to acknowledge her since her coronation. Due to the intervention of war, or the bad blood between her uncle, the Duc L'Anvers, and her great-uncle, Prince Benedict's descendants, I could not say, although doubtless the latter played some part in it. "Contessa," a servant in Strega's livery bowed low to me, speaking in softly accented Kerdiki. All the city-states of Kerdica Unitas speak the Kerdiki tongue, but it varies from place to place, and in La Serenissima, the faint, fluid accent of the ancient Phoenician seafarers who founded her endures. "Master Severio will receive you presently," he said, taking my cloak and folding it over his arm. "Does your man wish aught while he awaits?" They did not call him Prince, then, his own servants. I marked that as worth remembering, and glanced at Jocelyn, who declined the offer courteously. Serenissime or no, as a direct descendant of Benedict de la Courcelle, Severio was a prince of the blood in Terre d'Ange. It seemed his status as the Doge's grandson, while noble enough, meant somewhat less in La Serenissima. Strange to remember how little I knew, then, of Serenissime politics. Another servant, higher ranking to judge by his chains of office, entered the antechamber and bowed. "Master Severio will see you now, Contessa." He did not meet my eyes, and I wondered what awaited me. Well, I would know soon enough. I commended myself to Nama's grace, and turned to bid Jocelyn farewell. "Be at ease," I said softly. "I will return anon." Jocelyn nodded briefly and bowed, vambraces flashing.
"I will abide, my lady."
His jawline was taut, and there was misery in his gaze.
"Ella will keep you."
Taking a deep breath, I turned back to the servant. "Lead on," I said. Chapter 15. What I had expected of Saverio Strega I cannot say. In truth, I had too little knowledge of the Serenissimon to hazard a guess. If I had, though, I dare say it would have been wrong. He wore the guise of an ancient Tiberian magistrate. It should not have surprised me when I reflected later, from the benefit of greater knowledge, the structure of governance in La Serenissima dates back to the glory days of Tiberium, indeed prior to the empire. It is the pride of La Serenissima even now that she is the sole republic among the monarchic city-states of Cerdica Unitas. If I had known then what I know now of her, it would not have startled me in the least that this son of hers chose to remind a Dongeline courtesan that La Serenissima was a civilized nation while we were living in thatched hovels and scratching cheerfully in the dirt. Until Eloa and his companions set foot on Dongeline soil and called it home, bringing ichor in their veins and arts and sciences ransacked from heaven, we were no different than the Scaldi. Well, I did not know then the envy that other civilized nations held toward Terre d'Ange, although I had learned well enough the covetousness of barbarian realms. But I am Knight Court, raised and trained by Anothiel Delaunay, and I do not need to be told to follow a patron's cue. When I beheld Saverio Strega seated in an ivory chair, wearing a Tiberian toga and a laurel crown on his dark curls, I bowed my head and knelt. "Come." His voice was resolute, hiding only a trace of uncertainty, as he gestured with the fasces he held, a bundle of birch rods bound with a scarlet thread. I knew it, from my readings, as a symbol of the authority of Tiberium. "Approach the dais and kneel supplicant." He had had a length of carpet laid before his chair, dyed a rich crimson. I crossed it obediently, feeling my heart beat faster at laying my welfare in his hands. Truly there is nothing like the exquisite submission of surrendering one's will to one's patron. I sank down once more to kneel before him, abeyant, a supplicant's pose indeed that I had learned as a child in the Night Court. It had been a long time indeed since I had knelt to a patron's whim, and the feeling of it was like a homecoming. "What do you wish of me?" His voice was harsh, striving to overmaster his uncertainty. I raised my head and met his eyes. "My lord," I whispered, not needing to feign nervousness, "I must needs guess at his innermost desire, and if I guessed wrong, I would fail in Nama's service. My lord, you have been grievously treated by my countrymen, and they fear they have incurred your displeasure. I am here to make amends." My words and the tremor in my voice pleased him greatly. Like spark to tinder, I saw the eager light of cruelty kindled in his gaze. "You are here, then, to please me?" Saverio leaned back in his ivory chair and smiled unkindly, keeping his sandaled feet placed just so, as statues of Tiberian magistrates would have them, one back, one placed afore. "Well, then," he gestured with the fasces bundle, "rise, then, and let me behold you." I stood before his avid gaze, trembling as he measured every inch of me. Pressure beat upon my ears, and I heard from afar the rustling sound of great bronze wings stirring. If Nama had sent me, my lord Kushiel would have his due. A flush arose on my skin as Saverio stared, heat rising in my veins. "Disrobe," he said curtly. It is a monstrous thing to find pleasure in such treatment. Tears stood in my eyes as I undid my laces and shed my gown, letting it slip from my shoulders and pool at my feet until I stood before him naked. By now he had taken my measure, and his lip curled with scorn as he realized I had indeed spoken truly. I pretended nothing. "What do you wish, Dongeline?" he asked, taunting. "To please you, my lord," I murmured. Saverio Strega eyes gleamed with the knowledge of his power.
"Beg me for the privilege," he said, "and I may allow it."
To my mingled shame and relief, I did, the words coming faltering at first, and then spilling from me in a veritable torrent, until my voice grew thick with desire at my own abasement. I knelt unbidden to kiss his sandal-shod feet. There is a Bodistani caress called teasing the eel, a wriggling of the tongue between the toes.
"Enough."
Severio's hand closed on my hair, yanking my head upward.
"Let us see," he said, breathing heavily, "how repentant your people are."
With his free hand, he twitched aside the folds of his Tiberian toga, revealing his engorged and swollen phallus. Kneeling between his knees, I performed the longissement upon him, putting the whole of my art into the process. I dare say the young Strigardza had the benefit of his deal that day. It had been a long time since I had served Nama, and with lips and tongue and throat I took him in, as the fields drink in rain after a long drought, playing him for all I was worth.
20,000 ducats? It was a bargain.
His body arched hard as he came to his climax, his hand clamped hard on my neck.
"Ah!"
Severio cried out harshly, thrusting me away, his tangled grip pulling my hair loose from the fillet that bound it. I fell sprawling on the carpet as he caught up the bundle of birch rods.
"Do you think I am so easily swayed to mercy?" he demanded.
"No, my lord." Gasping for breath, I licked my lips, salty with the taste of him. "I sought only to please."
"If you wish to make amends for your folk," he said grimly, slapping the fasces against his palm, "I require somewhat more. Do you say so still?"
I stared at the bundle of birch rods, supple and cruel, smacking against his palm, and my breath came short until I had to close my eyes. "Yes, my lord. Please, my lord."
"Turn, then, and place your hands behind your neck."
I did it, shivering, my eyes still shut, gathering up my unbound hair. I heard him draw a long, shuddering breath at the sight of my naked back, my mark in its full glory against my fair skin. I heard the sound of him rising, and the faint swish as he drew back the birch rods. Even with my eyes closed, I could see the red haze spreading, and behind it Kushiel's face, stern and bronze. The bundled switches cut through the air as he swung his arm, and a crimson burst of pain slashed across my skin. I could not help it. I cried aloud in pleasure.
"Ashirat!"
A curse or invocation, the word exploded from Severio's lips, and the birch rods cut the air again, flailing my back.
"You, D'Angeline!"
Again and again, his voice breathless. The pain sublime. Locked behind my neck, my hands clutched each other, white-knuckled.
"You,"
again,
"will acknowledge my sovereignty."
Ah, Elowa, Nama, Kushiel. I drew breath, shaking, and heard myself plead for him to stop, meaning it and not meaning it.
"You like this, don't you?" Severio taunted, flogging me mercilessly. "You want it to end? Ask me again."
Again and again, lashings of pain, bursting exquisitely over my consciousness. My vision reeled, swimming in a red fog of pain, threaded by my pleading voice and the slashing sound of the birch rods.
"Again," his voice harsh and panting. "Tell me again how you want to please me."
What I said I do not remember, only that I felt his hands on me then, shoving my knees apart as he thrust himself into me, and I wept at the release of it, hanging my head until his fingers tangling in my long hair and drew my head back hard, so I was bent like a bow.
"Show me!"
His voice grated at my ear, and I did, in a long, shuddering climax that milked the length of him as he pounded into me, my haunches thrust back hard against his loins.
"Again!"
His voice was merciless, his hands relinquishing my hair, grasping now at my breasts, squeezing and pinching. He was tireless. I had taken too much from him with the Longuisement.
Again!
Despairing, I obliged. Thus was my first assignation since my rededication to the service of Nama concluded, and when it was done, I felt calm and languid, my mood as soft as the warm moist air of a summer evening after a thunderstorm has passed. So it has ever been, since I was a child at Sirius House, whipped for disobedience, a delicious languor suffusing my aching flesh. For his part, Saverio Strega was lamb-meek, purged of his youthful rage, and full of wonder at what had transpired. Solicitous as a lover, he laid a silken robe across my shoulders, mindful of the fresh weals that marred my skin, and aided me to his couch, calling for wine.
"It is true, then," he marvelled, laying a hand upon my face and gazing at my eyes, the scarlet mote in the left, "that you are an Anguissette."
"Yes, my lord," I laughed softly. "It is true. Are you sorry to find it so?"
"No."
His eyes widened, and he took a seat at the opposite end of the couch, laughing.
"No, not hardly, my lady. Tell me, are there others?"
"Not now." I shook my head. "There have been in the past. Master Robert T.L.R., who inked my mark, heard stories from his grandfather."
"What happened to them?"
I arranged the folds of my robe about me in a more pleasing fashion. "The last living Anguissette I know of was Iriel de Fiscard of Azal, who went willingly into a marriage of servitude to the Kushiel Duc de Bonnel to avert war between their houses. A matter of d'Angeline politics." I smiled at the servant who brought wine, ignoring his look askance at the deserted ivory chair and Fassie's bundle as he poured for us. "Tell me, my lord," I said to Saverio, sipping my wine as his servant departed, "do you truly despise us so?" He sighed, running his hands through his hair and dislodging his laurel crown, which sat rather askew anyway.
"Yes, no."
Regarding the wreath, he tossed it on the floor.
"Say rather that my hide, rough, serenissime and stuff as it is, has grown thin in this regard," he said wryly. "I have been too often reminded of my inadequacies in comparison to full-blooded d'Angelines."
"I thought my lord acquitted himself rather well in comparison." I smiled, watching him flush with pleasure. Flattery is headier stuff than wine to young men. "Who is it dares say otherwise?"
"Not honest Serenissimans."
He drank half his wine at a gulp, wiping his lips.
"And not anyone here, in truth. It's all looks and glances. No, if it comes from anywhere, it comes from the little court in La Serenissima." He caught my inquiring gaze. "That's what they call it, you know. My grandfather Benedict's palazzo and the d'Angeline holdings in the district."
Saverio's mouth twisted.
"It didn't used to be as bad when my grandmother was alive."
"Your grandfather remarried, did he not?" I asked.
He nodded absently. "Etienne de Terre, she is called. A noble-born d'Angeline refugee from the Carmeline Hills. Husband, father, even her brother, all killed in the first wave of Selig's invasion. Her family had a quit-claim on House Courcelles, somewhat to do with her father taking arms at Benedict's side in some ancient battle against the Scaldi."
"The Battle of Three Princes," I murmured. I had cause to know it well. My Lord Delaunay's beloved, the Dauphin Roland de la Courcelle, had died in it.
"That's the one." Saverio drank off the rest of his wine. "She's all right, I suppose. It's not her fault. She even took the veil of a Shirat to thank the gracious Lady of the Sea for offering sanctuary where Elwa and his companions failed her."
He gloated a little, saying it.
But whatever store of courage she had, I'm afraid she used in fleeing the Scoldi. I'm sorry for her losses, but all the same, she wed the old man, and now there's rumour in the little court that he's prepared to throw over the rest of us for a true-born heir. An heir untainted by base-born Stregadza blood, that is." He looked bitterly into his empty glass. "Did you know we trace our line back to Marcellus Aurelius Strega?" "An honourable lineage, to be sure," I said automatically. "Your ancestors would be proud. Severio, if your father stands to inherit the Doge's throne, what do the machinations of the little court matter?" "The office of the Doge is an elected one," he said simply. "For a lifetime, aye, but the succession is never sure. If my father is not elected, and Prince Benedict withdraws his patronage from the Stregazza, well, I'm just another Serenissime lordling scrabbling for position. I'll be little better off than Therese and Dominic's 4 children, with their father slain and their mother imprisoned. Benedict countenanced that, you know. My own cousins, and no hope of a future among the lot." It gave me a chill to hear it. I was responsible for that, Alcuin and I. "Surely you have some inkling of how the election will fall out?" I asked him. Severio shrugged. "My father is well loved among the clubs of our sestieri, my lady, but it is no guarantee, and less for me. He must needs court the approval of Prince Benedict, and that has been a shaky thing since Dominic and Therese's treachery was exposed. Meanwhile, my uncle Ricciardo plots against him, rousing the craft guilds. It is important, therefore, that I win some regard for my family on this visit. Dongelin trade favor has prospered La Serenissima." He refilled his wineglass, looking rueful. "I've not made a good job of it thus far, and a good portion of the funds my father allotted me to win favor among the nobles, well—" Gazing at me, Severio cleared his throat and flushed. "My father was very generous, but I do not know that he will consider his monies well spent." When I took his meaning, I laughed out loud. "You bought me with your father's goodwill purse." "Ah, well, not the whole of it, no." He fidgeted with a fold of his tunic. "A goodly portion," he admitted. "Severio," I leaned forward, my eyes dancing. "Do you realize there's naught else you could have done with that money that would impress Dongelin nobles more? They were laying odds on who my first patron would be. In one grand gesture, you have acquired a status no Dongelin will ever hold. It is not my place to advise you, but believe me, if you make it known, you will be admired and envied by the palace entire." His face lit up, making him look younger and handsomer. "You truly think so?" "I know it." I did too. The stakes were different when I was Delaunay's Anguissette, a delightfully decadent secret to be shared among peers with certain vices. The Comtesse de Montreuil was a hotly sought prize. "Why did you choose me?" A thought struck him, and he frowned. "Was it only the money? I thought it would be. That's why I made the offer so high." "No." I gazed at his scowling face and smiled. "I liked your anger." "Did you really?" Reaching for me, he drew me onto his lap so that I straddled him and began to open my robe, hands laying claim to my flesh. "Do you like me still, now that I am not so angry?" he asked curiously, tugging his toga half off. The blunt head of his rising phallus probed between my nether lips as his hands inside my robe slid up my welted back. "Yes, my lord," I managed to gasp before he entered me, his nails digging into my skin. Young men. Chapter 16. Severio Stregazza took my advice,
although I did not hear the whole of it until I returned to court. As had been my wont in Delaunay's service, I took some few days' leisure to recover from the assignation, after being tended by an Icelandic chirurgeon. It had been my intention to contract the Yeshuite doctor who had tended Alcuin and me in prior days, but Jacqueline objected adamantly. I gazed at his beautiful, implacable face, the K pendant gleaming silver on his chest, and gave way, too tired to do battle with his conscience. Let no Yeshuite be offended by my nature. I would be tended by one of our own. Icelandics are mayhap the most skilled healers in the world, and I had no objection on that score. Delaunay had trusted the Yeshuite's discretion. They do not gossip about their clients. I resolved the matter by setting Fortune to contract the dourest Icelandic he could find. Jacqueline had said naught when I returned to him in Severio's quarters. I dare say only we two knew the unspoken shoals that loomed beneath the surface of our cordial greeting. He had bowed, I had inclined my head, and perforce kept from wincing as my heavy cloak brushed against my freshly lashed skin. I have had far worse than I endured at the hands of the young Stregarza, and walked away with a steady gait. What Jacqueline felt, I did not ask, knowing it well enough. The pain of the flesh is naught to that of the heart. Severio had come forward as my first patron, and allowed the amount of the fee he paid for our assignation to be whispered in the corridors. This I learned from my chevaliers, who had it from the palace guard. Nothing escapes the guard's ears, and from Cecily Lavaux-Perrin, who paid me a visit during my time of recuperation. 20,000 ducats, they say, she related, eyeing me speculatively. Is it true? True enough, I said, laying aside another stack of proposals. The offers had risen considerably with this batch. Some were outlandish. One Lanyasite lordling promised me a vineyard. Do they say what I've done with it? No, Cecily eyed me shrewdly. I heard, though. Ivere's still in the night court. You paid Favriel no Eglantine's mark. Did you know it said she was pushed? In the bath when she split her lip? I raised my brows. No, but I guessed as much. I grew up in the night court too, remember. When she said she fell, she recited it like a Yeshuite catechism. It was a fortnight before the eve of the new-made adept's debut. They have leave to design their own costumes at Eglantine. Cecily picked up one of the proposals and glanced absently at it. There was some dissent over the advantage it gave her, I heard. Jealousy is a cruel mistress. Who's the Baroness de Chariot, and what do you want with a team of matched blood bays? I took the parchment away from her. Nothing, but House Chariot breeds very fine horses, in Kushiel, and blood bays. Oh, never mind, Cecily. I'm not accepting it. What else have you heard? Are you feeling quite well? Cecily looked mischievously at me. I think you should pay a visit to the palace. More than that she would not say, leaving me to learn it for myself. I bethought myself of visiting Télésiste de Mornay, but an opportunity came quicker than I reckoned, when Isandre sent an invitation to attend a concert held in honour of a tentative reconciliation between her uncle, the Duke L'Anvers, and the Stregarza family. Echoing the theme of liaison, an Icelandic composer, music and medicine are among the gifts of Aishith, and a Siovalese engineer had collaborated on a concerto involving a cunningly wrought instrument of Siovalese design that used a bellows and pedal system to force air through myriad pipes of differing pitches. It made for a strange and haunting sound that was not displeasing, full of odd harmonics. Seated toward the rear of a half-dozen rows of chairs, I listened with half an ear, my attention on the principals at the front of the salon. Thibaut, Comte de Toulon, Marquis now, as reward for his role in defending against Selig's invasion, sat beaming. An avid Siovalese scholar himself, he was also the engineer's patron. Many of Shemhazai's line are interested in such things. I dare say if Delaunay had been here, he would have wished to examine the instrument too. Saverio Strega was seated between the Queen and Duke Barchiel l'Envers, and I noted how Isandre leaned toward him and whispered from time to time. She was as anxious, I thought, to have this rift mended as Saverio was to acquit himself well. Barchiel l'Envers managed to lounge in his stiff chair, stretching his long legs before him. One might take it for irreverence or not. I never knew with him. He had been a long while posted in Kebel-i-Makad, and claimed to prefer its cushioned comforts. For all that, I would never make the mistake of reckoning him soft. Beside l'Envers, I was surprised to see Percy de Somerville, the royal commander, his son Guilain and daughter-in-law Bernadette beside him. The last I had known, he had been reviewing the strengths of the border guard in Cumlach, the remnants of Deglamour's men who called themselves the Unforgiven. No one had a stronger motive for dedicating themselves to the protection of the Scaldi borders, having once betrayed our nation. But then again, Isandre was wary enough to keep them under watch. If Percy de Somerville had returned, perhaps then so had those men posted on guard the night Melisande escaped from Trois-le-Mont, I thought hopefully. I would have to dispatch my chevaliers for a scouting expedition to the barracks. Less cheering to my eyes was the sight of Marmion Shahrazai in the second row, near enough to the Queen to murmur in her ear, as I saw, twice, he did. There was a youngish woman seated next to him, whom I knew not at all. Slight, with an upswept mane of bronze-gold curls. She treated Marmion coolly, I saw, but I saw, too, a faint amused smile on her face as she watched him address the Queen. Barchiel l'Envers turned once and said somewhat to her, grinning. I thought that she laughed. When the concert was done, we applauded politely. The musicians, it had taken 3 to operate the instrument, bowed, and then the composer and the engineer bowed, and the engineer invited the audience to inspect the instrument. Thibaut de Toulard, for all that he must have known it better than any noble there, was first on the dais, his face aglow with pleasure. For my part, I mingled among my peers, making pleasant conversation as servants circulated with wine and chilled fruits. I kept my eye on Saverio, and marked how he greeted the assembled D'Angeline nobles with unfailing courtesy.
"Phèdre!"
Guilain de Somerville hailed me cheerfully.
"What on earth did you do to that boy?" he asked, laughing. "I swear you've transformed him. 5 days ago he was scarce fit for polite company. Now he's well nigh a court darling. How did you do it?"
"Narma's servants keep her secrets," I said, smiling. "I'm pleased to hear it, though. How is your father? He looks well?"
"Hale as ever."
Guilain threw an admiring glance toward his father, a stalwart figure with golden hair turned mostly grey.
"He rode the length of Cumlach himself, midwinter, to inspect the garrisons there. I hope I've half his stamina at his age."
"You've his gift of command, my lord," I said. "No doubt you've inherited his constitution as well."
Guilain flushed, smelling faintly of apples. "You're kind to say so, but I fear I'm a pale imitation of my father on the battlefield."
I do not think it was true, although I am no judge. Father and son had headed the armies that formed the hammer and anvil, between which we caught Selig's forces, enabling the allies of Cumlach to breach their might. Neither would have succeeded alone. Of a surety, Percy's brilliant plan had held the Scaldi at bay long enough for the Alban army to arrive, but without Guilain's leadership, I dare say we never would have reached Trois-le-Mont. "Say what you will, my lord," I said diplomatically, "but it is the 2 strong branches of House Somerville that upheld Terre d'Ange in her direst hour."
"Well," Guilain looked gravely at me, "it was a near thing. Do not think I forget, Phèdre, your part in it. I would have tied you to a tree had I known what was in your mind that night, but if you'd not broken Selig's lines to warn the fortress, He shook his head. You saved a great many lives in that battle, and mayhap our victory in the bargain. Mayhap, I said softly. I do not like to remember that night. If I never have to live through its like again, it will be too soon. I felt the ghost of remembered pain, the delirium of agony, as Voldemar Selig's dagger blade sheared my skin from my flesh, and shuddered. Even I had my limits. Kushiel's blessing is a dubious gift, my lord. I spent it as I thought best. And I am glad you are here to say it. Smiling, he patted my shoulder, setting off a fresh wave of remembered pain, and left me. Blinking away the scarlet haze that threatened my vision, I accepted a glass of wine from a passing servant, sipping it to calm my nerves. I nearly missed seeing Severio coming to intercept me, his face lit with pleasure. "Comtesse de Montrève," he said with elaborate formality, bowing. His dark eyes danced as he straightened. "I stand indebted to your wisdom." The memory of Trois Le Mans faded. I collected myself and returned his smile. "It worked, then?" "Every bit as you said it would," Severio laughed. "It is a different land, this Terre d'Ange. I am grateful to you for playing guide in it, as well as other things." "As for those, my lord magistrate," I said teasingly, "I am equally grateful to you, and we owe thanks to Nama, if anyone, for the diverse gifts she shares with lovers." "So you say, here." He took my hands. "In La Serenissima we do not speak of such pleasures. Truly I thought my spirit malformed for entertaining such desires. For that alone I am grateful." Severio broke off his sentence mid-thought, gazing over my shoulder. "I wish he wouldn't look at me like that," he said, annoyed. I turned and looked to see Marmion Shahrazai staring at us, a sickly cast to his ivory skin. He gave an ironic smile and moved onward, but not before I caught the look in his eyes. It was fear. "You mean Lord Shahrazai?" I asked, keeping my tone light. "Oh, he's always about the Queen. I played Batard with him the other day in the Hall of Games," Severio said, frowning. "When I made an outrageous bluff, he said the strangest thing. What was it? 'If she sent you to threaten me, tell her I'm not frightened.' When I asked him what he meant, he brushed it off. What on earth did he mean by it?" I swear my heart skipped a beat, and when it resumed it pounded at double time. "Oh, it was rumoured that his cousin Melisande was in La Serenissima under the protection of the Doge," I said casually, horribly aware of the risk I was taking. It wasn't rumoured, not in the slightest. The only incident to even hint at such a thing was a parcel that had made its way to my doorstep in Montrève. "So it is not so, then?" "If it is, I've never heard of her," Severio shrugged. "It could be. I don't know the name of every Dongeline noble to seek refuge in La Serenissima's arms." "You would know this one, my lord," I said conservatively. "She resembles Lord Marmion, insofar as the sun resembles a star. And if Prince Benedict caught word of her presence, he would surely have her extradited, for she stands condemned of treason in Terre d'Ange. It was Lord Marmion betrayed her unto the Queen's justice." "Ah," Severio nodded, understanding. He had, it seemed, a fair grasp of internecine intrigue. "Well, I understand his fear, then, but his suspicions are misplaced. If his cousin is in La Serenissima, it's not to do with me, nor, I think, my grandfather the Doge. He is too canny to risk displeasing the Dongeline Queen." "Doubtless you are right," I said automatically, watching Marmion make his way to Isandra's side. "He knew Melisande was in La Serenissima, and he lived in fear of her retribution. It had been no act, that night at the Midwinter Masque. He truly suspected me of being in league with her.
Marmion was playing a guessing game, the same as I. Wherever she was, it had somewhat to do with the Strigazza. Not Severio. I'd no doubt his ignorance was genuine. I'd seen him reveal his innermost self, and he didn't dissemble well enough to play the innocent. But Marmion didn't know that. Who then? Lost in thought, I bit my lip and wondered. "I must greet His Grace the Duke de Somerville," Severio observed, pulling a face. "I am charged by my mother, on behalf of Prince Benedict, to thank him for the company of D'Angeline guardsmen he sent to attend the little court. It seems my maternal grandfather grows char of protecting his pure-blooded heir." He gave me another bow. "Phèdre, may I call upon you before I must needs return home?" "Just to converse," he added with a self-conscious laugh. "I have come in these few days to hold a great regard for your advice. Truly, it would please me." "You would honour my household," I said, smiling at him and curtsying. "Now go forth and be politic, Prince Severio." He laughed delightedly at that, kissing my hands before taking his leave. "You must be considerably pleased with yourself." Leaning against a column, Bachkiel l'Envers pitched his voice to reach my ears without bestirring himself. "Your Grace," I murmured, curtsying and wondering how long he had been there and how much he had heard. "It is a pleasure to see you once more. I think often on my debt to you." It had to be said, even if it took me back to the field of Trois-le-Mont. I could not forget that either. How I had swayed on my knees, blood-soaked and awaiting death, gazing at the terrible love in Jocelyn's eyes as he broke away from Selig's men to perform the terminus that would end both our lives mercifully. How that look had changed as he saw the portcullis raising beyond me, and Bachkiel l'Envers and his Arcadian horsemen racing out to attempt a wildly daring rescue. "Save it for your patrons," l'Envers said. "You've made quite an impression on the young Strigazza, I hear, Phèdre. He was even gracious enough to allow the possibility of peace between our houses, for all that his kin murdered my sister. Gracious, indeed. How do you think your Lord Delaunay would like this day's work?" "I don't know, my lord." I tried to read him and failed. Bachkiel l'Envers smiled at me, revealing even white teeth. His pale blonde hair was cropped short as ever, defying fashion for D'Angeline noblemen, and his eyes were the same dark violet as Isandra's. "Neither do I," he said pleasantly. "On the one hand, the Strigazza disposed of his nemesis in the form of my sister Isabel. On the other, they posed the greatest threat to his sworn challenge, his darling Roland's Isandre. It must have galled him dreadfully to turn to me to set the balance aright." "If it did, he never said so." "And now we are all in bed together, so to speak." Bachkiel flashed another grin at me. "Some of us more so than others. Ah, poor Anarthiel. I do wonder what he would have thought." "So do I, my lord." In the face of his prodding, I drew on the dignity of my grief, thinking with sorrow of my Lord Delaunay. "I wonder it every day." "Well, we'll never know, will we?" Shrugging, the Duke straightened. "Come here, Phèdre no Delaunay. I've someone you should meet." Obediently I followed him through the salon to Isandra's side, where a small knot of folk were gathered. The bronze-haired young woman I had seen earlier turned, giving him the kiss of greeting, as if it had been days and not minutes since she had seen him. Scarce taller than I, she was some 5 years older, and very beautiful. "Cousin Bachkiel," she said in a naturally sultry voice, linking her arm with his and looking at me with interest. "Who have you brought me?" Bachkiel l'Envers favoured me with his white smile, gazing down at me with those lovely violet eyes, like the Queen's, like the woman whose fingers wrapped familiarly around his arm. "Phèdre no Delaunay de Montreuil," he said, sounding amused.
Nicolas L'Envers et Aragon. I made a curtsy without thinking, the response automatic upon hearing the names of two of the great houses of Terre and Aragonia jointly linked. Impressive, isn't it? Nicolas had the same unreadable smile as the Duke. Too bad my husband is a minor lordling, and a drunkard at that. But one does what one can for one's house, even if one is a minor offshoot. Releasing Barkiel's arm, she took a step toward me, standing a little closer than courtesy dictated. I felt the familiar dizziness of being in the presence of a patron, and her violet gaze held awareness of it. "Still," she said softly, "I think I might have an interesting time here at court, should I choose to stay a while." Patting my cheek, she moved away in Isandra's direction. I watched as Marmion Shahrazai struggled to choose between entertaining the Queen and engaging the interest of this new-found cousin Nicolas, who treated him so coolly. No mistake about it, what I had seen during the concert. She was playing him, and playing him well. I turned to look at Barkiel L'Envers. "What can I say?" He smiled and shrugged, opening his arms. "House L'Envers is an ambitious one, and I made a bad marriage for Nicolas some years ago. It gained me ties to the House of Aragon, but she's not prospered by it. Her husband is a fool. Who can blame her if she wishes to try her luck at home now that Isandra is queen?" The first and greatest lesson we learn in Serious House is silence. I looked at Barkiel L'Envers and did not answer until his smile faltered. "Anarthiel Delaunay didn't do you any favours when he trained you to spy, little Anguissette," he said in a low voice, and no one would mistake him now for anything but a deadly opponent. "He died through dabbling in the affairs of state when he shouldn't. Don't you make the same mistake." I made my voice mild. "My Lord Delaunay was murdered by traitors plotting to overthrow the throne, Your Grace. Do you threaten me with the same?" L'Envers laughed harshly, wagging his finger at me. "Don't even think it, Phèdre. I have a great deal of forbearance for you, for what you've done, but it only goes so far. There are questions unanswered in my mind, and I hope for your sake you don't hold the answers." With that he made me a curt dismissive bow and stalked away, dangerous as a hunting leopard. Staring after him, I thought of the questions unanswered in my own mind. Chapter 17. "You're sure?" Jocelyn frowned at me. "I'd stake my life on it. He's terrified." "Well," he reflected, "if Lord Marmion Shahrazai conspired to free Melisande, why should he fear her?" "He wouldn't." Chin in hand, Fortune sat staring at the two-story plan of Toilemont, spread and weighted on the table, markings indicating Melisandre's room, the postern gate, the guards' positions. "Because he didn't." He looked up at me. "Does it make sense any other way?" "No." I shook my head. "Then why did he kill his sister?" Fortune contemplated the map again as if it held answers. "That guardsman, Brognon, I tell you, my lady, he was sure of it. Remy and T. Philippe made no mistake about it." Jocelyn and I exchanged a glance. "There are two possibilities," I said, holding up a forefinger. "One, your guardsman is mistaken, Fortune. And since this is the simplest explanation, it is the likeliest. But two," I held up a second finger, "'twas the other way round. Marmion killed Persia because she helped Melisande escape." "So?" Fortune frowned, puzzling it through. "If she did and he learned it, why kill her? He gained the Queen's trust by betraying Melisandre's allies for Elowa's sake. Why let this coin slip through his fingers? To kill his sister? He's torn House Shahrazai apart with the rumour of it. Unless," he glanced up at us, "unless he had no proof, that's why." "No." Jocelyn leaned forward, folding his arms over his knees. He looked at me like in the old days,
when our survival depended on our ability to think and act together as one. That's only part. You're right, he's no proof of it, but there's still somewhat more. Marmion or Persia, either one, the same premise holds true. The guard at the postern gate would have given challenge. There's still the unknown ally, the trusted one. Whatever Marmion learned, if he threatened Persia with it, she would have threatened back, with somewhat he feared. "Melisande," said Fortune.
"He's scared of Melisande now," I observed. "It can't be that. It's got to be someone whose reach is closer. Someone Isandra trusts implicitly, whose mere word would be enough to condemn him. If Persia threatened him with that, well, mayhap."
"If he knew who it was," Jocelyn said simply, "he could tell the Queen."
"But if he didn't," Fortune observed, "he'd be left with the choice of calling her bluff or killing her," I finished. "He doesn't know. If he did, he'd not suspect me. And he does, believe me. He warned me at the Mask, and he turned grey seeing me talking with Severio. I don't think he's play-acting. He's feared for his life."
"How does he know Melisande is in La Serenissima?" Jocelyn asked reasonably. "We only do because," he eyed me sidelong, "that damnable cloak."
"Which means a patron," I murmured. "If I knew which one, I promise this would be much simpler. Well, if Marmion confronted Persia, who knows what she told him? Enough to know that Melisande is well protected, here and in La Serenissima. Enough to threaten him, so that he was moved to kill her, but not enough for proof."
"Why would Marmion suspect his sister?" Fortune asked. I pressed my temples and stared at the plan of the fortress until it swam in my vision. There, marked with her initials, were Melisande's quarters on the 2nd floor. So little space in Trois-le-Mont, we all slept 2 and 3 to a room, except for Melisande. Isandra had allowed her that much on what was to be her final night on this earth.
A room of her own. Télésise de Mornay's voice echoed in my memory, repeating the words she had recorded when she interviewed Guylain de Somerville about that night. By now, my father had emerged and assumed command unthinking. He wasted no time in ordering a detachment to the 2nd floor, to Melisande Shahrazad's chamber, where she was confined. There he found her guards slain, one with a dagger to the ribs, and the other with his throat cut. The chamber itself was empty. A piece of the puzzle fell into place, with a satisfying sense of rightness and surety I'd nearly forgotten. "She never left Melisande's room," I said, lifting my head.
"You think," Jocelyn stared at me, "Melisande?"
"Yes," I said. "Remember Selig's steading. People see what they expect. You put a wolf pelt over your head and muttered a few words of Scaldy, and Selig's folk saw one of the White Brethren. It would take less than that for the guardsmen of Trois-le-Mont to see Melisande as Persia. The Shahrazai are all cast from the same die. They saw a daughter of House Shahrazai enter alone, and they saw her leave. They saw what they expected."
"Well, but how would Marmion guess it?" Fortune asked.
I shrugged. "Look to the wolf pelt. Whatever his sister wore into that chamber, she didn't have it afterward. They rode into Trois-le-Mont cloaked and hooded. I'd be willing to hazard a guess that Persia Shahrazai somewhere mislaid that garment, and her brother Marmion took note of it. He's not stupid, no matter if he's a match for Melisande or not. He'd guess well enough to confront his sister with it." I stirred. "Eloa, we need to talk to those guardsmen. Did the lads have any luck at the barracks?"
Fortune pulled a glum face. "No one who served that night was with de Somerville in Cumloch, my lady, but most of his men are quartered in outlying Lagnasse. Do you want us to pay a call?" His face brightened at the prospect.
"I think so," I said decisively. "I need to hear from Fanuel Boinard, who found the slain guard at the postern, and anyone else on duty that night,
anyone. Unless I miss my guess, Melisande was at large from 3 bells onward, and Persia simply slipped back to her own quarters when the alarm sounded, before anyone thought to check Melisande's rooms. Whoever thought they saw Persia in that time saw Melisande. Ghislain de Somerville made no report of it, but someone must have seen.
"Who killed the guards at Melisande's door, then?" Jocelyn asked softly. "Did she do it herself, then, with never a sound to alert the guard at the stair?"
He placed a finger on the map of the fortress, raising his eyebrows.
"Is she so skilled with a dagger, think you? Or was it the unknown ally?"
"I don't know," I murmured. "Melisande uses people well. It is her gift. I have never known her to dirty her own hands." I met his eyes. "What do you think?" Gazing at the plan, he bit his lip.
"I think," he said slowly, "I think it was someone very skilled with a dagger to dispatch 2 of Percy de Somerville's hand-picked guardsmen without a sound. If I were you—"
His voice shook. He cleared his throat and steadied it, holding my gaze.
"If I were you, my lady, I would ask who among the Castelline brethren attended Isandre de la Courcelle during the siege of Toilemont. Because that is a possibility so impossible, we never even considered it. But there were Castellines there, and we are human." Fortune sucked in a hissing breath. "Castellines! If I were posted on guard by Admiral Rouse in the old days, my lady, I'd never think to question a Castelline. I don't know as I'd even mark one's passing."
"They carried intelligence," I said, sick at remembering, "the length and breadth of the nation, working on Isandre's behalf. Lord Rinfort, the prefect, pledged as much, because no one would ever suspect the Castelline Brotherhood of politicking." I saw the same sickness reflected in Jocelyn's eyes. "Jocelyn, you were one of them. Is there any Castelline for any reason who would support Melisande?"
"No." He sank his face into his hands. "I don't know. The training, oh, Phèdre, it goes bone deep. But stranger things have happened, I suppose."
"I will try to find out," I said gently. "But will you write to the prefect and ask him? All I need are the names. We will do the rest."
Jocelyn raised his stricken face. "I'll ask," he whispered. "You said, do you remember? Even if," he made his voice stronger, "even if it is so, you said you didn't think the same person killed the guard at the postern gate. Do you remember?"
"Yes." My heart ached for him. It may be another blind alley, Jocelyn," I said slowly, not pointing out the fact that he himself had been first to disabuse me of the notion. "But we need to know."
"I will ask," he whispered. Fortune had resumed staring at the plan of Toilemont, a formidable scowl on his face. "The question remains," he said. "Why?" None of us could answer.
True to his word, Jocelyn wrote to the prefect of the Castelline Brotherhood, though I knew it cost him to go begging for information not rightly his to the man who had condemned him as a vow-breaker. Whether for spite or other concerns, no answer was forthcoming. Remy and T. Philippe rode to Champ de Guerre, where the royal army was quartered, with funds enough for a 3-day carouse. This they did to the fullest degree, returning to the city of Eloa with aching heads, empty pockets, and no more knowledge than before. The guardsmen of Toilemont had as good as vanished. I checked with Thélassise de Mornay, who had no record of the Castelline brothers attendant on Isandre during the siege. Indeed, she looked at me with mild surprise, having never considered the matter. At length, I found an opportunity to query Isandre herself, broaching it in a sidelong manner. The Queen frowned, pale brows knitting. "Honestly, I don't recall. There have always been Castellines about, ever since I was a child. I don't think I ever saw my father without a pair of them hovering in the background. One comes to forget their presence. Lord Ignace d'Avicenne was secretary of the presence. He might remember. Or you could ask the royal archivist. May I ask why? Her tone changed with the last question. Isandre de la Courcelle was nobody's fool, and most certainly not mine. I murmured something inadequate about Jacqueline having an interest in the matter. Isandre was sensitive enough to the troubles in our relationship not to pursue it, but her gaze rested thoughtfully on me, and beyond her, just out of earshot, I saw that same interest mirrored in another pair of violet eyes. Nicolas Lanvert et Aragon, whose presence at court troubled me. Taking leave of the Queen, I went to bespeak Lord Ignace d'Avicenne, and found him old and feeble in his wits. He had been Ganelon's secretary of the presence. Isandre had allowed him to retire gracefully after the war. He remembered the names of every nursemaid he'd had as a child, and not one of the Castelline brethren who'd attended the Queen. I went then to Micheline de Parnasse, who was the royal archivist. She had 10 years on Ignace d'Avicenne if she had a day, but her mind was as sharp as Kushiel's dagger. She peered at me and spoke a few sharp words to one of her assistants, a lanky young Siovalese lordling who grinned when she wasn't looking and treated her with the utmost deference. One might expect dust and disarray in the royal archives, where the records of 1,000 years of D'Angeline royalty are housed, but the place was spotless, smelling of sweet beeswax and organized within an inch of its life. Micheline de Parnasse's assistant followed her orders unerringly, and halted stock still in astonishment. "It's not here, my lady," he said. "The pages are missing." Her brows beetled furiously. "What? You must be looking in the wrong place. Let me see." Moving with the aid of a cane, she came to scan the shelf. He passed her the hide-bound ledger he'd withdrawn, and she examined it carefully, tilting it to and fro in the lamplight. At length she looked soberly at me. "He's right. 3 pages have been excised." Balancing the ledger, she showed me the sharp edges buried in the spine where the pages had been cut. 5 years of Castelline brethren attendant on House de la Courcelle recorded there. Someone's taken them out. Oh, Jacqueline. With an effort I kept my voice level. My lady archivist, who has access to these records? Directly. Micheline de Parnasse frowned, absently stroking the ledger as one might comfort a wounded child. Myself and 2 assistants, who'd sooner murder a babe in the cradle than tamper with the archives. The Queen, of course, and the secretaries of the Privy Seal. I had been out of the city too long. Who holds those posts? She gave me 3 names, and I startled at the 3rd. Solane Belfort. I did not know she held the honour still. Hastily I gathered my wits. My lady archivist, it is needful that these records be complete. Yes. Distraught, she held the ledger close to her. Yes, I will write to the prefect of the Castelline Brotherhood and ask him to supply the information. Renfort will know. They keep records of their own. 'Tis a grave thing to desecrate the royal archives, she scowled, and I'd not have liked to be held accountable for the crime. Renfort will know. Do you want me to send notice when it comes, young Phèdre, was it? Yes, my lady, I murmured, if you please. I held out my name and address for her Siovalese assistant, who held the bit of parchment on which I'd written like it was a precious thing, and grinned at me. Don't worry, he said. We'll find it. So I left them, the royal archivist muttering in a fury, and her smiling assistant. I had learned a great deal in the pursuit of knowledge that eluded me. Chapter 18. Gaspard Trevelyan heeded my invitation shortly thereafter, paying a visit. A confederate of Delaunay's from the beginning, he was the closest thing to an uncle I had ever known. I received him warmly, and bid Gemma fetch out our finest wine to serve. After I had poured for him, and we were seated, after he had suitably admired the bust of Delaunay that ever watched over my sitting-room, I asked him the question that had been burning in my mind. Gaspard Trevelyan, the Comte de Forcey, frowned into his wine.
Isandre kept Solane Belfour on because I interceded on her behalf, Phèdre.
Sipping my wine, I nearly choked. Why?
It is a vivid memory for me, kneeling forgotten in a corner at Solane's country estate, while the Marquise paced the room with gleaming eyes, switching her riding crop, and deciding to accept the offer of the Lioness of Arzal to commit high treason, and put the imprimatur of the Privy Seal on a forged letter to the Caliph of Kebel-i-Makad. Because she begged me to.
Gaspard met my eyes firmly.
Yes, I know. She was Lionette's creature, and nearly acted treasonously on her behalf. But it never happened, Phèdre. You know it, and I know it. Solane knew it wouldn't, when she asked Baudoin's escort as surety. Lionette de Trevelyan would never have risked her son thusly.
He spread his hands.
Lionette was her sponsor, and a powerful one. What could she do? She dared not risk a flat rejection. So she said, and I believe her.
I stared at Delaunay's marble face, and wondered what he would have thought.
Phèdre. Gaspard's voice was gentle. She was less complicit than my own cousin in Lionette's scheme. I convinced Isandre to reinstate Marc as Duc de Trevelyan in all but name, with his grandson's inheritance clear. I would have been remiss if I'd let Solane bear the punishment House Trevelyan evaded. She was fostered at Trevelyan. Do you understand?
Yes, I did, though I didn't like it. The ties of noble fosterage were complex and binding, second only to marriage, and maybe not even that. The bonds of matrimony could be dissolved easier than the bonds of childhood debts and loyalties. I understand.
Good. His expression cleared. Now why is it that you ask?
This at least I could answer honestly without throwing suspicion on the present. She was one of my patrons, my lord, and Delaunay did not trust her, but bid me watch her carefully. He stood ready to intercept that letter to the Caliph, you know, had it been sent.
I know, and I stood with him. But it wasn't.
His tone put an end to the matter, and we turned our conversation to more pleasant topics. I put a good face on it, talking lightly of affairs of the palace. But I could not shake my deep unease, as I did not think it was conscience that had moved Solane Belfour. I did not know if it was conscience that had moved Gaspard Trevelyan. That night I told Jacqueline all that I had learned, and his face grew tight and drawn, the white lines forming. He paced the room like a caged tiger, splendid in his wounded anger. I sat quiet and watched him. Whatever I thought of the letter of Carceline vows, I respected their nature. Jacqueline, outcast and anathema, in violation of the vows of obedience and chastity, had never in his darkest hours violated the central precept of Kushiel, to protect and serve. When at last he sat down and buried his face in his hands in despair, I stroked his hair, the wheat gold strands that fell loose and shining over his strong hands where they covered his face.
Don't,
Jacqueline muttered, shuddering hard. He lifted his face, taut with rage and anguish.
Phèdre, don't. I can't bear it.
Neither could I. So I did the only thing I could and left him alone. I was drowning, and no hand would reach out to clasp mine. I slept ill and dreamt, plagued by nightmares, waking with a stifled cry, my mouth half stopped with gaping fear. I do not know what my Lord Delaunay did at such times, when he was cast adrift in a sea of intrigue, bits of information all around like flotsam and jetsam, but none he could grasp, none that would bear his weight, no vessel to assemble. I was Nama's servant and Kushiel's chosen. I cast myself on their mercies and accepted another assignation. It has never been my wont to service more than one patron at a time, but I suppose I could not help thinking of the twins, Aemon and Grania, when I accepted the proposal of the joint rulers of the Marquisate de Fears. What might it have been like had the lords of the Dalriada shared me? Would it have balanced them all the same? I did not know. I had never even wondered before then. And I would never know, for Aemon was dead, slain on the fields of Toilemont, and his sister had carried his head home to Alba, preserved in quicklime. Well, and they were barbarians, but all the same noble in heart and deed. Apollinaire and Diane, no idle jest, the Hellene masks of sun and moon, but a play on their names, a long history in House Fears. They were not twins. Diane was elder by a year, nor barbarians, but quintessentially D'Angeline. The de Fears estates lay in Namur, near the Kushiel border, where the blood of their house had mingled freely with that of Kushiel's scions, but they were creatures of the palace, and wintered in the city of Eloa. It was a tall, narrow house with many stories and multiple windows on every one, so peering sun and moon alike could illuminate its interior. One story entire was given over to their pleasures, and in truth it was as well stocked with toys as any seraglio of the night court. There was a flagellary with whips and cords and torses, pincers and feathered ticklers, trusses and trapezes and suspension harnesses, and aides d'amour sheathed in leather and carved from ivory. And all of these things Apollinaire and Diane de Fears used on me, trading off in a well-orchestrated game, so that I must needs please the one, while the other tormented me nearly beyond bearing. It was she who commanded the game, I quickly discerned, but she reckoned on him to carry it, for though he seemed quiet and bashful beside her, his stoic strength and endurance and prodigious endowment were near as obdurate as rock. Well, I am what I am, and after many hours Apollinaire de Fears sank trembling and exhausted to the cushions strewn about the chamber, his handsome face slack and empty, small muscles jumping in his strong thighs. "No more, Diane," he murmured, his once awesome phallus damp and limp against his groin. "Enough." "Eloa!" His sister jerked hard on the pincers clamped to my nipples, joined with a leather thong. A fresh wave of pain lanced through my body, doubled and suspended as it was. "Do you say it is enough?" she asked ominously, trailing a pinion feather along the soft skin of my inner thigh, between my legs, parting my damp and swollen nether lips with the tip of it. One would think after hard usage the nerve endings would grow dull to such finesse. Mayhap it is true with others. It is not true with me. I whimpered and closed my eyes, breathing the words of my response. "As you wish, my lady." "For," with a disgusted sound, Diane de Fears tossed aside the feather and loosed the catch on the pulley that held me suspended. I dropped with a soft thud onto the cushions. "You disappoint me, Apollinaire," she said, going matter-of-factly about unfastening the leather shackles that bound my wrists and ankles, and the pincers as well. Recumbent on cushions, he smiled at her with sweet contentment. "Do I?" She ignored him, laughing and toying with my hair. "You, though? No one, man or woman, has ever outlasted my brother. No wonder the Dalriada went to war for you." Catching my breath a bit, I drew myself up to kneel and compose myself. "The story is somewhat exaggerated, my lady." "All the best stories are," she said idly, reclining and eyeing me. "Tell me, Comtesse, what will you choose as a patron gift? We have thrown open the coffers of fears for this assignation, but I would not slight the traditions of Nama." Diane gestured with one languid arm. "Anything you wish in this house is yours. Only you must name it. It is something indeed to ride Apollinaire de fears to exhaustion." I gathered up my tumbled locks, raising my arms to lift my bare breasts, tossing my hair back so it fell dark and serpentine down the length of my back, obscuring my mark. "If you would honor Nama in my name," I said, "make a gift to her temple. For myself," I smiled, "I will bear the marks of your remembrance on my skin." "Is it true that you were a spy?" Apollinaire asked suddenly, "even in Nama's service?" "Yes." Sitting on my heels, I looked gravely at him. "It is true." He leaned on one elbow, face alight with interest. "What would you do, then, if you were spying on us?" "Well, my lord," the question amused me, coming from a patron I had chosen wholly without regard to the arts of covertcy, which is likely why I answered it honestly. "I know of no intrigue coming out of fears, but you are well placed at the palace and like to hear gossip, especially since there are the two of you, and no doubt you mull over each day's gleanings together. If there was somewhat I wished to know, like as not I would sound you out." "Such as what?" Diane looked as interested as her brother. I had never reckoned, till now, the erotic potential my former, for all they knew, calling held for my patrons. I smiled and shrugged, turning my hands palm up on my thighs. "Nicolas L'Envers et Aragon," I said casually. "Her interest in Marmion Shahrazai is passing strange, is it not? He set himself for the Queen, but she has turned his head." "Nicolas?" Diane and her brother exchanged glances, and she laughed. "She hasn't a centime to her name. Did you know it? It all went to her husband, through Aragonian law, and what he's not drunk he's squandered. Whatever she's about, the Duke L'Envers put her up to it, and no mistake. 'Tis rumoured that he's invested heavily in the tin trade everyone says will come out of Alba. It's in his interest to keep the Queen and her Pictish king sweet, with no scheming Shahrazai between them." If I thought Barkiel L'Envers' schemes boiled down to mere commerce, I'd have slept easier at night. Coin for her and tin for him. Well, then, I would have learnt somewhat. I shrugged again and smiled ruefully. But it would take my Lord Anarfiel Delaunay to make sense of it. "I could tell you somewhat." Apollinaire sat up cross-legged, heedless of his own magnificent nudity. Though I knelt demurely, I could not help but eye him. I had chosen well with these two. "The Comte the Duke, that is Percy de Somerville, is not so happy as he seems with the Queen's trust in the unforgiven. I overheard him quarrelling with Guillain. He is not so inclined as his son and the Queen to trust in the loyalty of the Black Shields." "My Lord Delaunay would have found that interesting," I murmured. It was interesting. Would Guillain plot with the former allies of Cumlach? Would Percy plot against them? Or was it naught but father-son rivalry? Guillain had ridden with Isidore d'Aiglemont, the consummate traitor and ultimate hero of Trois-le-Mans. So had I. Percy had not. It was interesting. So was the Marquis de Furs, who beamed at me, proud of his revelation, his sizable phallus beginning to stir to life. I felt my arms caught from behind in an unexpectedly strong grip, elbows drawn together. Diane's breasts pressed against my back, her voice laughing at my ear. "It seems," she whispered, "my brother is not so tired as he thought.
Your Delaunay's machinations are an inspiration to the scions of Nama." So it seemed, for I continued to inspire them for a good while longer. One does not reckon at such times the cost to one's limbs and joints. There is a limit to the pliancy of the mortal form. I dare say I surpassed it that day, although I have kept myself limber ever since Delaunay first ordered Alcuin and me to study as tumblers. Still it was a fine time, for brother and sister alike were wholly without shame in the arts of Nama, and had honed their desires on the fine edge of Kushiel's cruelty. Some things I learned, and it accomplished what I set out, purging my mind for a time of its endless workings. For all of that, my bed was still lonely when I went to sleep at the end of the day, and I still woke shuddering from nightmares. Chapter 19. Winter spun out its length in grey, dreary days, chill wind and bluster, and only sometimes a snow that transformed the city into a vista of pristine whiteness, shining towers and icy minarets. I had become quite the fashion by this time, and I accepted assignations as readily as my swift healing flesh allowed, choosing sometimes at whim and sometimes out of covert interest, so that no pattern might be discerned in my choices. My patrons were noble-born, scions of Eloa and his companions, diverse in their desires, and not a one displeasing to me. Everything I had dreamed of having as a young adept in Delaunay's service, I had. Poets wrote odes in my honour, praising my beauty and charms. Indeed, one slept 3 nights on my doorstep, nearly dying of cold and exposure, until fortune dragged him bodily to his home. My patrons sent me gifts unbidden, curiosities and trinkets of varying value. Of money I had no want. It flowed like a river. I paid my retainers and servants generously, and my debt to my glumly unsurprised factor. I invested in a Serenissime enterprise on the strength of a vague foreboding. I gave, quietly, considerable sums to Nama's temple, and made certain a portion of it went to sanctuaries in Nama, devastated in the war, where a captive priestess had once given her body to win me a few precious minutes of freedom in which to warm the fortress of Trois-le-Mont. I paid visits to Favriel no Eglantine, who had taken to freedom like a fish to water, and designed for me any number of spectacular gowns with the fierce focused joy of a genius at work. And when I was not doing any of these things, I met with the Rebbe Nahum ben Isaac, and bent my mind to the difficult tasks he set me, droning Habiru verses for hour upon hour while he chewed his beard and glowered at me. And I was, quietly, unhappy. No more pieces of the puzzle fell into place, no matter how I juggled them in my mind. No matter how diligently my chevaliers drank and diced and delved, not a single guardsman from Trois-le-Mont was found. No word was forthcoming from the prefect of the Castelline Brotherhood, not in answer to Jacqueline's query, and not in answer to the royal archivists. I gave myself up to violent ecstasies at the hands of patron upon patron, all the while waiting and watching and listening. In that tiny Delaunay-trained corner of my mind I held back, but none divulged the key to make sense of it all. Jacqueline and I spoke less and less. Somewhere Melisande was laughing. I thought a great deal of Hyacinth in those days, and sometimes I missed him so terribly I ached with it. It had been our youthful dream, he and I, the queen of courtesans and the prince of travellers. Well, I was living it, but a shared dream half-lived is a hollow thing. I used to tell him everything. I could not even count the hours we spent in the cockerel, puzzling out the mystery of Raphael Delaunay, putting the pieces together, trying to guess at the patterns that emerged. He had always wanted to hear it all, my guesses and speculations, and the tales of my patrons, their wants and foibles, listening while his black Zingano eyes danced merrily, his white grin flashing at the good parts. Sometimes I felt as alone and islanded as he. I had my chevaliers, it is true, and their ever-burgeoning, swaggering pride. Remy and T. Philippe, at least. Fortune was always steadier. I used to gaze at him sometimes, and the way his dark hair curled on his brow, and thought of taking him as a lover. Thought, and chose not to, time and again. I liked Fortune very much, and trusted him not a little. But he did not make me laugh, and there was Jacqueline. One day our paths crossed at the yeshiva, although he knew it not. The Rebbe had sent for me, and T. Philippe had driven me. I gave him leave to dally at a nearby wine shop while my lesson was concluded. It was a long ordeal and draining. I saw in the Rebbe's eyes the mingled pride and despair that a pupil of his should exceed so well, and have so little faith. And too I was hearing tales by then spoken openly in Angeline circles of the schism among the Yeshuites. I had not forgotten what I saw in the courtyard, the young men with swords at their hips arguing fiercely in Habiru for harsh glory to be won in a far-off land. The Rebbe dismissed me that day, lowering his hoary old head with weariness. I went quietly, stooping to kiss his withered cheek, and seeing myself out of the yeshiva to await T. Philippe's return. I knew the way well by then. Impossible to mistake a Angeline voice in that place, even in hushed tones. I have not forgotten my earliest training. I can move silently when I choose, and make myself as unobtrusive as a shadow. With noiseless steps, I followed the thread of Jacqueline's voice until I came nigh upon them, conversing in urgent tones in an empty study chamber. I had heard her speak before. It needed only once for my memory. A young woman's voice, speaking softly accented Angeline. She taught the children, and had given him a K pendant. Hannah, her name was. It meant grace. I knew because I studied her mother tongue. "Don't you see, Jacqueline," she pleaded in her charming voice, this pain you suffer, you cling to it. It is the pain of separation from Adonai, who is Lord of us all. You have only to make an offering of this pain, lay it upon the altar of Yeshua, and he will take it away. Can you not see it?" Jacqueline's voice was tense. "You speak of it as if it were a thing separate from me. It is not. I am Kushiel's, and vowed to his service. It is all that I am, this pain." "Do you think Adonai would demand less?" Her voice took on passion, the shaking passion of a true believer. "Your pain is your pride. Do not think he does not see that. But he is compassionate and loves you all the more for it. I tell you, the Mashiach lived and suffered to redeem the pain of us all. Would you belittle his sacrifice? Even so, he loves you and awaits you like a bridegroom. There is a place prepared for you at his table, I tell you. And it awaits us, so close we right touch it, not even beyond the gates of death, but here and now, if only we dare seize it. The diaspora has begun, Jacqueline, and Yeshua's kingdom lies to the north. Will you deny even now your place in it?" "Yes." His voice was harried, and I heard his vambraces rattle against his dagger hilts. If he had bowed, it must have been with unwonted awkwardness. "No, I don't know, Hannah. I must think on it." Another rattling bow, and the quick rush of his long strides departing, carrying him away. I sank back against the dim-lit wall, and he never saw me, or the turmoil he felt reflected in his face. I heard her sigh and make ready to leave. I stepped into the hallway in front of her. Hannah's face changed when she saw me, guilt and defiance and passion all at once.
A Yeshuite and a teacher she was, but a woman too, and one in love. I had heard as much in her voice. I am versed in such things. "My lady Comtesse," she said defensively, drawing back a step and clutching her shawl at her throat, "we were but talking. Jacqueline Carey is not your servant, when all is said and done?" "No," I said softly, tilting my head to gaze at her. "When all is said and done, he is Kushiel's servant, and the gods are jealous of those they have marked their own. I ought to know." "Gods!" The young Yeshuite teacher's eyes flashed, and her hand dropped from her throat, clenching into a fist. "Whom Jacqueline worships as a god is but the least of Adonai's servants. Will you condemn me for telling him so?" When I did not answer, but shrugged, turning away, she raised her voice. "Comtesse!" Despair made her harsh. "The Rebbe has no knowledge that will save your friend. He plays you for a fool, knowing that where you are tied out of hope, Jacqueline will be bound out of loyalty. You may be a lost cause, but he is nearly one of us now. It is said that if ever Kushiel the apostate returns to the throne of the Almighty and bows his head to the Mashiach, Eloh's companions will follow. All rivers flow to the ocean in time, Comtesse. Adonai is the sea, and one mortal soul may turn the tide." Though her words struck like arrows betwixt my shoulder blades, I did not turn back, but walked steadily away from her. She had told me nothing I did not know, where the Rebbe was concerned. He had never pretended to have the answer to Hyacinth's riddle. All I required of him was the knowledge to pursue it myself, and that he taught me fairly. As for Jacqueline, well, now I knew in full why the Yeshuites courted him. It was his choice still. Kushiel's choice, they call it, when a member of his order chooses banishment rather than abandon his once sworn ward. He had made it for me, though I had not asked it of him. I had warned her. I could do no more. And perhaps truly it would be different when a god demanded the choice. I could not know, but only grieve at the necessity of it. In the small courtyard there was no sign of Jacqueline, and 3 sword-bearing young Yeshuite men set upon T. Philippe as he drew up in my carriage. Laughing in Habiru, catching at the horses' bridles, and snatching at the long reins, mocking T. Philippe as he perched in the driver's seat. Wrapping the reins about his wrist, my chevalier scowled and hurled a D'Angeline insult at them. One of the Yeshuites drew his sword and prodded Philippe's boot with the point of his blade. An anger I'd not known I was suppressing overcame me. "Gentlemen!" My voice rang out across the courtyard with an icy contempt I didn't know I could muster. I stood motionless, wrapped in my cloak, as they turned guiltily. "Let him be!" Lest they were unsure, I added in flawless Habiru, enunciating each word with chill precision, "Leave him! Do you understand?" Swords were sheathed, the carriage abandoned. The young men walked past me sullen. The last turned, his face full of loathing. "You would not speak to us so in Adonai's country." Mayhap he was right, I do not know. But this was Eloh's country, and free by the grace of soldiers like T. Philippe, who had risked his life to beat back the Skoldy invasion. If not for him and 10,000 like him, we would all be equally on our knees, baring our necks for Voldemar Selig's yoke, and offering praise to All-Father Odin. I thought these things, and did not say them. The Yeshuite glanced quickly from side to side, to be sure no one saw, and made a gesture, poking forked fingers at my face. "A pox on your witch-marked eyes," he jeered, spitting at my feet. Men mock what they fear. I looked at him without answering, until his belligerence turned to unease, and he shuffled, jerking away from me and hurrying to rejoin his companions, his walk turning to a swagger as they neared the yeshiva. T. Philippe came down from the driver's seat in a fury, swearing a blue streak as he yanked open the carriage door and threatening vengeance. "Let it be," I said wearily, climbing inside. "Yeshua's house is divided against itself. I will not add to their sorrows. I owe a debt to his children." Remembering Tavi and Darnell, the Yeshuite couple who had been so kind to Jocelyn and me in our dire flight, I wondered if they were caught up in this schism, and prayed not. I had money. I bought books and read them, tracing with my finger the lines of Habiru text. I slept ill at night and tossed in my sheets, wakening fevered from dreams I could not remember. I read and studied and learned, and came no closer to answering the riddle. Hyacinth? Eloa, but I missed him. I suppose that my rootless sorrow made me reckless, although it may have been in part the slow-wearing frustration that arose from my stalled inquiries. Whatever the source, it was recklessness that led me to accept an assignation with Nicolas L'Envers et Aragon. It was in the hall of games that she approached me, while I watched Fortune engaged in a game of rhythmomachi with the Baroness de Carvoil, whose mother had been an adept of Briony House. It is a game for which I have no especial gift, being the province of those whose strength of wit lies in dealing with numbers. I can play it, if I must, but I do not do it well. Fortune, who had never once laid hand to the board ere becoming my chevalier, showed considerable skill at it. Back and forth they went, placing their different-shaped counters in varying progressions, according to varying mathematical formulae, until I was well-nigh lost. "Ah," murmured a watching connoisseur, as Estelle de Carvoil laid down a sequence with surety. "A Fabrician series." I blinked, bewildered, seeing no correlation in the numbers she played. Fortune merely frowned and counted with something called a Tertullian set. I can see patterns in events and behaviours. In mathematics I follow slower. Still I added my voice to those lauding Fortune's play. "A dull game," murmured a nearby voice, "for those who would rather dally with somewhat other than numbers." I turned to meet the violet gaze of Nicolas L'Envers et Aragon, who gave me the lazy smile of a stalking leopardess. "Your chevalier is skilled, Comtesse." "Yes," I said automatically, "he is." I eyed her sidelong. "Where is your companion, Lord Shahrazai, my lady?" "Oh, Marmion," Nicolas shrugged. "Sulking, no doubt. I told him I'd not divorce on his account, and he is wroth with me. It will do him good in time. Meanwhile I grow bored." She laid the tips of her fingers on my arm and smiled at me. "Do you know there is a term for your dalliances, Phèdre? Hunting hyacinths, they call it, those peers who have enjoyed your favours." "No." With an effort of will I kept my voice steady. "I did not know there was a term for it." I did not need it explained. Every patron knew my signal. "Oh, yes." She smiled again, lazy and dangerous. "And no one has plucked one yet, I am told. Tell me, if I made you a proposal, would you accept it?" Something happened at the gaming table. A good-natured cheer arose. Fortune had won. I stared at Nicola's violet eyes, so like her cousins, Duke and Queen, and weighed the risks, making my decision in spite of them. "Yes," I said, calculating. What was it worth to Jacqueline L'Envers? If it was fitting. The proposal came the next day by courier. Chapter 20. A long white cord, sturdily wrought of silken threads, hung around my neck. "I knew a man in Aragon," Nicola mused aloud, drawing the ends of the cord beneath my arms and crossing them at my back, who had travelled the spice routes to the uttermost east. The Empire of the Sun, they call it. They have arts of the bedchamber as would interest even Nama, he said. She wrapped the cord about my waist and moved behind me, using it to secure my wrists together. Of course, I'd not time to learn them all, but what I did was most interesting. Ah, yes, that's nice. Stepping back, she regarded her handiwork. I stood docile, half-bound and naked, as she took up another length of cord and set about securing it, from nape to waist and through my thighs, binding it to my wrists. I shifted my shoulders experimentally, feeling the friction of the cord between my legs. "I'm not done," Nicolas L'Envers et Aragon said mildly, taking hold of the back of my neck. "On your knees, if you please." I knelt, bowing my head automatically. The tension on the cord caused the silken length working its way between my nether lips to tighten, making me gasp. I raised my head, forced to kneel with back arched and breasts out-thrust. "Now," she said, satisfied, "you begin to understand." And then she set about finishing her work, binding my ankles tight together and running the cord to knot it at my wrists. No matter how I moved, the cord grew taut between my legs, slipping back and forth. Lest I mistake it for chance, she had cunningly tied a knot there, a small hard protuberance in the soft cord that taunted me, rubbing against Nama's pearl every time I shifted, causing me to bite my lip. It pleased her. It pleased her a great deal. I could not help but gaze at her, on my knees, my chin upraised by virtue of the cord's necessity. Nicola prowled around me, smiling, violet eyes alit with pleasure, a finely made deerskin flogger in her hand. There were steel tips at the ends of it. "Do you like this?" she asked almost tenderly. "Hmm?" "No." Her arm moved in a swinging sidelong gesture, and streaks of pain burst across my buttocks, my lower back, and my tied hands. I cried out and jerked against my bonds, causing the cord to saw into me, making my breathing ragged. "You lie, don't you?" Nicola brought the flogger across me in a backhanded blow, raking across my breasts. The pain was so vivid I saw stars, and Kushiel's red haze. "Don't you?" She struck me again. I tossed my head involuntarily to avoid the blow, and the cord tautened against my efforts, tightening at the wrists, the knot between my thighs riding up and down against the sensitive node of flesh there. Nicola laughed and trailed the flogger over my flesh. Like an idiot, I struggled, bound tighter each time I writhed. The cord spit into my flesh everywhere, and a throbbing tide of pleasure rose in me. "Fight it, then, and see if you may free yourself," she taunted, striking me again. "Fight it!" Half obedient, half defiant, I did, until the cord drew so tight my hands were numb, and that knot, that little knot, rode up and down against Nama's pearl, slick with moisture against my swollen flesh, pleasure mounting higher the harder I struggled against it, until I surrendered and cried out at the waves of pleasure that overwhelmed me. When I opened my eyes, for I had closed them involuntarily, I saw the rich weave of Nicola's woolen carpet inches from me, and felt it scratch against my cheek. I'd not known till then, but I'd fallen on my side. "You may struggle all you like, but the result will never change." Nicola's voice was far above me, rich with amusement. "What I learned well. What will you give for your release, Phèdre no Delaunay?" "Anything you want," I whispered, trying not to move. The least gesture set off fresh ripples of ecstasy, giving me further into her hand.
Nicola crouched down, flogger in hand, her lovely amused face close to mine. "What I want," she said, "is your signal. You have only given it once, I am told, to Melisande Charizai. Or was that only because you loved her?" Before the moment those words left her mouth, I swear I was not thinking of it at all. Politics, betrayal, the game of covertcy, and Nicolas L'Envers et Aragon's part in it all. These things I relegate to a small part of my mind, the only part I hold back from a patron, and think on afterward. But when she spoke, a connection formed, and I did something I had never done before with a patron. I could not help it. I did not mean to laugh, but I did, soundlessly, barely shaking, lest the very act of it trigger further arousal. Nicola regarded me with startled displeasure. "Do you find it such a matter for laughter, Phèdre Delaunay?" she asked irritably, sitting back on her heels and giving me a flick with the flogger. "Do I amuse you so?" "No," I sobered, lying quiescent in my bonds, and rolling my eyes to look up at her beneath my lashes. "My lady, you tie a very skilful knot, and I am like to expire of involuntarily pleasuring myself, if you do not release me from these bonds. If it please you to watch it, then you may do so, but I will not give you my signal." Power is a relative thing. She had been unwise in letting me know what she desired to learn. "Tell me," I moved my legs and winced as the knot shifted against me. "Was it Lord Marmion bid you ask that, or the Duke?" With a disgusted sound, Nicolas L'Envers et Aragon threw her flogger to the floor. "I told him I was overmatched with you," she exclaimed, rising to her feet and pacing in annoyance. Cautious to the utmost, I tucked my knees to my belly and rolled to a kneeling position, legs doubled beneath me, buttocks resting on my calves. Moving stiff fingers, I plucked at the knots that bound my ankles together. "The Duke," I said, as if I was certain. I was, fairly. Nicola paused to cast a wry glance in my direction. "You could do me the courtesy at least of sounding surprised. And I thought you said I tied a skilful knot," she added, watching me kick off the cords that had bound my ankles. "You do." I wriggled my hands and shrugged my shoulders very carefully. "I can't get the rest on my own." I probably could in time, but the pleasure it would provoke would cause a distraction I didn't wish to afford just now. Was it worth my patron fee to Barquier L'Envers, to know if I once loved Melisande Charizai? "Once?" Nicola raised her eyebrows. I knelt and regarded her. "My lady, she is indirectly responsible for the death of Kushiel Delaunay, whom I loved, admired, and adored. Beyond that, she betrayed me and sold me into slavery among the Scaldi, and committed treason of the highest degree. Whatever I may have felt for her as my patron, I assure you it pales beside that. If we were in the Hall of Games, I would say that she hesitated before laying the hand she had been dealt upon the table. No matter, I had guessed rightly when I guessed who conned her into the game. "She spared your life once," Nicola said. "Does His Grace wonder if I returned the favour in kind?" I asked, watching her face closely. I could hear Delaunay's voice in my mind. What are the telltales of one who conceals information? Nicola exhibited several of them, eyelids flickering, her hands moving restlessly, busying herself picking up a flagon of cordial and pouring a drink. "I did not, but if he suspects me—" "He didn't do it," Nicola said brusquely, tossing off her cordial and setting the glass down hard. "And yes, he wonders who did. Marmion Charizai was his first suspect. You were his second." I might have laughed, though I didn't. "And you have established Lord Marmion's innocence?" I have established that Lord Marmion Shahrazai lives in covert terror of his cousin's retribution." Retrieving her flogger, she examined its braided thongs. "While you, who gave the very testimony that condemned her, do not seem particularly concerned at the prospect. You know I told Barkiel to let me play you a time or two, but no, he was impatient." It wouldn't have mattered. The loops around my wrists really were cunningly tied. "Probably not," amusement returned to Nicola's voice, "but I would have enjoyed it all the same, and he's not likely to fund another such excursion, now that I've botched this one." I gave up on the knots. "My lady, the fault is mine, and I will remand your patron fee. My laughter was inappropriate and inexcusable, and I can only beg your forgiveness." Nicola looked at me a long time without speaking, her gaze thoughtful. "You did suspect him, didn't you, Cousin Barkiel?" "Yes." I didn't add that I was not entirely convinced of his innocence. If there was anyone on my list clever enough to throw off suspicion by turning the tables, it was Barkiel l'Envers. "Why not Marmion?" "I did for a while, but—" I shook my head, forgetting the ropes, and drew in my breath sharply at the resulting friction. "You're right, though," I said when I recovered myself. "He's truly afraid." I shifted, trying in vain to ease the cord's tension. "Nicola, I swear to you on Elowa's name, I did not conspire to free Melisande Shahrazai." Her purple gaze continued to regard me. "Do you know who did?" "No." In one reckless phrase I cast the dice. "Not yet." Why I risked trusting her that much I cannot say. It was born in part of my abiding frustration and loneliness, of that much I am sure. Then, too, it is a matter of pride to me that I have never yet misjudged a patron. Whatever her motives, Nicola was that. She'd had me well in hand, indeed, before mentioning Melisandre's name. I watched her full lips curve in a smile. "I knew it would be interesting," she said softly, caressing the flogger. "Crossing wits with you, Phèdre no Delaunay. It is worth the price of losing, to see how it is done." Nicola circled me, letting the lashes trail over my skin, making me shudder. "This is what your patrons see, isn't it?" she mused. "This beautiful, abject flesh, trembling in supplication, forgetting all the while," pausing, she raised my chin with her fingertips, "that behind those great dark eyes, shining with tears, lies a subtle, calculating mind. It's so, isn't it?" "Yes," I whispered, trembling. "I like to see you cry." Cupping my cheek, Nicola brushed her thumb along my eyelashes, then licked the glistening salty wetness from her skin. "Elowa, I could have died. She truly was good. House l'Envers was Nama's lineage, but there must be Kushiel blood in there somewhere. I'd always wondered why their arms featured the bridge over the river of hell. It was a good thing it was sufficiently diffused in Isandra. House Kushiel was descended in a straight line from Blessed Elowa. But," Nicola said, jerking my attention back to her, "I will always wonder what else you are thinking when you do." In truth, I did not think a great deal after that. Not then, and not for a time to come. I dare say Nicola got her fee's worth after all. It is a considerably difficult thing to thoroughly please a patron when one is constrained to suffer unbearable pleasure at the slightest movement, and it is harder, too, to please women than men, who are simpler to gratify. On this, Nama's servants agree. One is trained half again as long for it in the night court. Well, I have never disgraced my training, with man or woman, and I did not that day. But there were a few times when I had to pause, writhing in my bonds, and Nicola's laughter rang in my ears.
She punished me with the flogger then, which only made it worse. So it is with patrons of mine. Naught pleases them so well as the exercise of power, and by virtue of Kushiel's dart, I am the perfect instrument for their desires."
"Take it," Nicola laughed and pushed the purse back across the table. "You earned it in the end. I have no complaints of you, Phèdre, and it's Bacchiel's money after all."
"I know." I smiled but shook my head. "No, my lady. If I have made amends for my misstep, I am pleased, but I cannot in conscience take this fee." Toying with the purse strings, she frowned.
"You know I contracted you under false circumstances."
"Well," I shrugged, "that may be, but I am Nama's servant still, and in her service I erred. Nama cares naught for politics and espionage. I cannot accept this fee."
"You really mean that?"
She sounded surprised. I nodded.
"Well, I would scarce say you failed her." Nicola smiled, her eyes heavy-lidded.
"Nonetheless, if I keep it, I will have your patron fee still. Would you accept if I offered?" I glanced involuntarily at the silken cords lying coiled and harmless on the carpet. "Yes," I said, my voice rough-edged with desire. You do tie a skilful knot."
"Good."
Nicola took back the purse, the matter settled.
"Ramiro likes to be tied. My husband," she added, catching my puzzled glance. "But it's not nearly so pleasing a sight. You're a great deal more fun, and considerably more skilled. Besides, I never have the slightest interest in knowing what he's thinking. And when you come to it, he's probably cost me more than you."
I had to ask, "My lady, you didn't tie Lord Marmion, did you?"
"No," she laughed. "I can play Valerian as well as Mandrake if I have to. Anything to get out of Aragonia for a time."
A non-D'Angeline wouldn't have known what she meant. I did. They are the houses of pain in the Night Court. Where Valerian receives, Mandrake gives.
"I'd rather the latter, but," she shrugged, "I am interested by variety. And the Shahrazai are, well, you know."
I knew. "I wondered," I said aloud.
"Yes, well,"
Nicola looked down, frowned, and met my eyes. "I'm quite sure he killed his sister," she said softly. "Why do you suppose he would do that, if he were innocent?" I could have dissembled. I thought about it, an expression of shock at the ready. In the end, I didn't. "She wasn't," I said bluntly. "I think she played a part in Melisandre's escape, and Marmion knew it. His mistake was confronting her. He didn't know who her ally was. I think she threatened him, and he killed her rather than call her bluff. Now he's well and truly isolated himself. He's right to be frightened. I don't blame him for that. But he's an idiot to think it's me. I don't hold that kind of sway."
Nicola looked speculative. "I don't know about that. Isandra rallied her nation for invasion and civil war on your bare word. If Marmion thinks she'd trust your condemnation, he may not be wrong. Nonetheless," she chuckled, "you and cousin Bacchiel, all at cross purposes, suspecting each other. It's Anafiel Delaunay all over again with him. Just think if they'd made peace earlier. All they ever wanted was the same thing. Isandre de la Courcelle on the throne."
"Mayhap," I said slowly, "but there was blood between them, bad blood. Edmé de Rocaille was a friend of Delaunay's, and not even the Duke denies his sister Isabel was responsible for her death." It was an old story, that one, a portion of the puzzle Hyacinth and I had spent so many hours piecing together. I was not even born when Edmé de Rocaille died, who was betrothed to Prince Roland. A hunting accident, it was said, but the girth of her saddle had been cut, and Edme had a bitter rival in Isabelle L'Envers, who bore no love for the prince's poet consort, Anarfiel Delaunay. Edme de Rocaille had been his friend since childhood. Although it cost him the favour of the court and nearly Roland's regard, my Lord Delaunay wrote a deadly satire about Isabelle L'Envers, blackening her name. Since then, he and her brother Kushiel had been dire enemies. I was but a babe in arms when Roland was slain in battle. As for Isabelle, whom Roland had wed in the end, I remembered her death. I'd been a child in Sirius House. It meant as little to Nicola as to me. She shrugged. And your Delaunay's verses named Isabelle a murderess on everyone's tongue, she concluded. Well, and so, it's naught to do with you, Phèdre, nor with me. What would you say if I offered to help you? What would you have me do? It was tempting. Eloa, it was tempting. Why? Because, Nicola frowned. Because you're damnably good at what you do. So good that I dare say no one within 50 leagues of the city even knows you're doing it. When this is over, Kushiel will ship me back to Aragonia, whether I will it or no, and my only hope of gaining stature lies in intrigue. That, and the fact that my cousin Isandre de la Courcelle retains her seat on the throne of Terre. Is that reason enough? She smiled then, that heavy-lidded smile. Besides, it may afford another occasion for dalliance, and that would please me for its own sake. So tell me, what might I do? I had been thinking all the while she spoke. Do you know the Marquise Solane Belfour? Tall and haughty, secretary of the Privy Seal. Nicola laughed. I know her. Why? I need occasion to question her, without her suspecting. If you were to hold a fete and invite us both— I can do that. Nicola cocked her head at me and jingled the purse with my erstwhile patron's fee. With this, will you tell me why? No, I shook my head. Well then, she glanced at the white cords, such simple objects lying in limp and dormant coils on the rich-toned carpet. If you will not trust me, Phèdre, I will not do it for free, I think. Such are the lessons of intrigue I am learning. If I do as you ask, will you give me leave to question you about it, in a manner of my choosing? I have bartered myself for aught other than money before. It was not the first time. I gave myself to the Duc de Morban in exchange for passage across his land. I would like to say that I thought it over carefully and weighed the gain. In truth, I followed her gaze and looked once more at those damnable ropes. You may question me to your heart's desire, my lady, I murmured. Oh, good, Nicola said cheerfully. I was hoping you'd say that. Chapter 21. Nicola's fate was considered a success all around. My patron fee was a considerable amount, though less than the 20,000 Severio had paid. Still, it was enough to throw an outstanding gathering. I learned in the course of the evening that Nicola was renowned in Aragonia for her hostessing skills. I'd not have guessed it ere that. The fete took place in one of the salons in the diplomat's wing of the palace, and it had an Aragonian flavour, with a leisurely meal featuring course after course of spicy delicacies and a goodly amount of hearty red wine, poured with a free hand by servants in Aragonian attire. Afterward came music and dances, fiddles and timbales, marking the beat, while women danced in flounced skirts. I dare say among the guests only Jacqueline and I recognized a strong Tsingani influence. The highlight of the evening was a quartet of players Nicola had hired to stage a pantomime. Skilled performers to a man, they played out a D'Angeline version of the Aragonian bullfight. It gave me a shiver when the bull emerged, clad all in padded black, hose showing his well-shaped legs, but above the neck a towering bull's head with long wicked horns curving high into the air. The picadors in their gilt-threaded jackets danced with the bull, prodding and whirling away, setting their barbed picks in cleverly placed padding, while the bull dancer's steps grew slower and more deliberate, massive head lowering. And then came the matador, the death-bringer, carrying cape and sword, bowing and flourishing. I gasped along with all the others as the matador's blade flashed toward the bull's neck. The shining edge of the sword cut clean, shearing through the papier-mâché bull's head, which fell tumbling to the floor. Out spilled an abundance of candies and trinkets, and the player's own human head poked grinning from the truncated bull neck of his costume. Everyone applauded then, and skirmished good-naturedly for the spoils. Nicholas smiled and ordered casks of sweet, nutty Aragonian brandy to be breached and poured all around, and we laughed and toasted her cunning entertainment, while the players bowed to considerable accolades. Amid the dancing and mingling that followed, I nodded a cue to Jacqueline, who nodded in reply, and waited as I made my way to greet Solane Belfort. Her demeanour had changed not a whit since I had first encountered her at Alcuin's debut. A little older, perhaps, but no less arrogant. Her golden brows arched, and she looked down her nose at me as I greeted her. "Phèdre no Delaunay, de Montrève, isn't it? You've come a long way from scrubbing my floors, little Comtesse," she said coolly. I could not help but flush a little at that. She had always known, the Marquise Belfort, how to gall me. Among my old patrons, she was one I did not miss, and I was glad she had made me no proposals. "My lady," I said with all the sincerity I could muster, "we are both in service to Her Majesty Isandre de la Courcelle, and it does not become us, this ill will between us." Solane Belfort gave a rather delicate snort of laughter. "I would be more like to believe you, Comtesse, if you had not counselled Her Majesty to replace me." At that moment Jacqueline joined us, tripping over someone's leg and staggering a little, sloshing the glass of brandy he held, his face open and guileless. I swear if I'd not known better, I'd have believed him half drunk. Somewhere my Castelline had missed his calling as a player of no little renown. Hyacinth had guessed better than he knew when he put a mendicant's cloak on Jacqueline Verai. "Forgive me, my lady," he exclaimed, offering a sweeping cross-armed bow and spilling brandy on her shoe. Oh, twice over I beg your forgiveness." Blessed Eloa, but he was good. I would have kissed him if he'd have let me. As it was, I bit my lip and made a courteous introduction. "Oh," Jacqueline said, widening his gorgeous summer blue eyes at her and swaying on his feet. "You would know then, my lady of the Privy Seal. My lady, I am writing a treatise on the history of the Castelline Brotherhood and House Courcelle. Very interesting stuff, to be sure." Swaying, he placed one hand clumsily on her arm and peered at her. "Pray, my lady, mayhap you would help me gather information?" Solane Belfort shook him off, profound irritation reflected in her mien. "Love of Eloa, man, ask the royal archivist if you've need of that hoary old history. I've no time for Kushiel's nonsense." "Pardon, my lady." Jacqueline blundered backward a step, catching my eye for the merest second, a flicker of amusement come and gone so fast I might have imagined it. I would have held on to that flickering instant if I could, caught it and held it tight to me. "1,000 pardons." Solane stared after him as he went weaving into the crowd, shaking her head. "I never thought," she said unpleasantly, "that left to your own devices your taste would run to dumb and pretty, Phèdre. Do yourself a favour, and root around in the archives if you will, but stay out of politics." Nicola was right. My patrons failed time and again to pay heed to what I saw, what I witnessed, and I had seen enough to know that the Marquise did not dissemble. Her irritation was unfeigned. However so much I mistrusted her, and I did, there was naught she feared to have uncovered in the royal archives or the history of the Castelline Brotherhood. Still, she had been a patron once, and I could not resist pushing. "As my lady bids," I murmured, curtsying. She did, after all, outrank me. "I did not mean to offend." "I swear sometimes you live to give offence." Solane Belfort looked sourly at me. "But I will forgive your intervention with Isandre if you swear to leave well enough alone. As you say, our interests lie in the same sphere. All the same, you ought to have a care, Phèdre." A curl of contempt shaped her lips. "If you think all of Lionette de Trevallion's secrets died with her, you're twice the fool I reckoned." It was an empty threat, made for the sake of taunting. I'd have staked my reputation on it. I knew Solane Belfort, and I knew it rubbed her on the raw that Delaunay had played her for a fool, and I the bait on his hook. Still, a threat is a threat, and I noted it well, bethinking myself of Gaspard Trevelyan, who had stood surety for her. He had disavowed all knowledge and escaped all blame when Lionette de Trevallion's plan to put her son Baudouin on the throne was revealed. And indeed it was my lord Anarthiel Delaunay who stood surety for him then. If Solane had blackmailed Gaspard into aiding her, surely it was to do with that. I put two pieces together and thought. Gaspard knew. He knew of the plot, and said naught even to Delaunay. Once, then, Gaspard Trevelyan would have been content to see his kinsman Baudouin crowned in Isandre's stead. His loyalty did not run as deep as my lord Delaunay had believed. Satisfied with my conclusions, I made her another curtsy and withdrew, finding Jacqueline. He kept up his pretence well, unsteady on his feet with another glass of brandy. "They will be gossiping tomorrow about Phèdre's castling," he murmured, "and Solane Belfort knows nothing." "Well, that in itself is something," I retorted, "and I have never known you to care for gossip." Jacqueline smiled wryly, swirling his brandy and lowering his head as if to drink. I dare say no more than a sip of it had passed his lips. "They talk about you, you know," he said into his glass. "They say you are somewhat taken with the lady Nicolas L'Envers et Aragon, so much that you refused her payment. Your friend Apollinaire de Fiers was passing jealous." Raising his head, he gave a short laugh. "And of me?" His lips twisted bitterly. "He thinks I am the most fortunate man alive, it seems." "You would be," I said, "if you had his tastes." "Or his sister's." Why is there ever this perverse cruelty in humankind that makes us hurt most those we love best? Mayhap there is time and world enough in the blessed Terre d'Ange that lies beyond to play these games out to their conclusions, but for us on mortal soil there is so little time. And I, of all people, was the least equipped to answer this riddle. I, who even now, in a hidden part of my soul, savoured the deep ache of the words Jacqueline and I threw at each other, the pain of a lover's quarrel magnified by the deliberate act of hurting each other. Who knows how long we would be bound to the wheel of life by these acts, doomed to live again and again in mortal flesh, until we freed ourselves to pass through Eloah's gate. Yet even so, we do it time and again. "Come!" Barquiel L'Envers's voice, light and mocking, slid between us like a blade. "Trouble among the companions chosen twosome. Say it is not so." With an effort I erased my thoughts from my face to smile pleasantly. Jacqueline, forgetting himself, gave a smooth Castelline bow, hands settling watchfully over his dagger hilts. "Your Grace,
I murmured to the Duke, curtsying. "If Isandra doesn't stand on ceremony with you, I'll not," he smiled, showing his teeth. "And of a surety, Nicola is not minded to. She'd not be the first beholden to me I'd lost to your charms, would she, Delaunay's Anguissette?" In truth she would not. There had been Childeric Descamps before, and a minor lordling named Rogier Clavel. Delaunay had used me to get to them, and them to get to the Duke L'Envers. Neither of us had forgotten. "I do not think the Lady Nicola is lost, my lord," I said carefully. "Say rather she thinks we are about the same business, you and I." L'Envers rubbed at a scar on his chin, a souvenir of Kabylie-Macard, if rumour spoke truth. "And you doubt it?" I raised my eyebrows at him. "Don't you, my lord?" He laughed. "Ah, Phèdre, I begin to think Anarthiel Delaunay named a worthier heir than any of us suspected. I thought Isandra was mad when she sent you to the wilds of Alba as her emissary. If I thought it was aught else than a fool's errand, I'd have done somewhat more to halt it. But you did it, didn't you? And yet," his thoughtful gaze measured me, "could you truly have watched her slain?" I didn't have to ask who he meant. Melisande. I didn't have to answer honestly either, but I didn't trust myself with a lie. I returned his gaze squarely. "No, no, my lord. If you must know, I could not have watched it, which is why I passed the night on the battlements of Trois-le-Mans. If you do not believe it, question those men who stood guard that night, and learn it for yourself." Bachkiel L'Envers gave me a wry expression and ran a hand through his short, fair hair. "I've tried, actually, or my men have. They are singularly difficult to locate, the guardsmen of Trois-le-Mans." Jocelyn started, and I glanced sharply at him. L'Envers didn't miss it, looking from one to the other of us. "So you too have looked. Have you found them? Or," he asked, pleasant and dangerous, "or have you hid them, Your Grace." With an effortless motion, Jocelyn stepped between us, and his hands rested lightly on his hilts. "I swear to you on Kushiel's dagger that my lady Phèdre Delaunay de Montreuil had naught to do with the disappearance of Melisande Charazai, nor any knowledge of the guardsmen of Trois-le-Mans." His voice was even and deadly. "If you would be her ally, then be so. If you would not, then do not impugn her." He had a couple of inches on the Duke, and the training of a Carceline warrior priest, begun at the age of 10. But Bachkiel L'Envers was a battle-seasoned D'Angeline war-leader, whose prowess had won the admiration of the Caliph of Kabylie-Macard, and there are no fiercer warriors on earth than the Arcadians, ever since Ozymandias, the spear of Shamash, led his people out of the deserts of the Umayyad to reclaim the rights of the long-fallen house of Ur. "Don't swear on your daggers, Carceline," he said calmly, "unless you mean to use them. And if you do, strike quickly, because I'll have your head if you don't. Perhaps we are at an impasse, it seems. Perhaps allies, perhaps foes. Shall we bargain, then, Phèdre Delaunay? I know one place no one has looked for the guardsmen of Trois-le-Mans. What do you offer?" I touched Jocelyn's arm lightly, and he stepped reluctantly back. "What does His Grace the Duc de Somerville say of his guardsmen?" I asked thoughtfully. "You are friends, my lord. Have you not inquired?" Bachkiel eyed me. "Yes, of course. Do you take me for an idiot? He had given their command unto Guillain, who gave them leave to expiate their failure by pursuing Boscaldi. That much is clear. Their return, however—"
The Unforgiven. I bit my lower lip, unmindful of L'Envers's amused glance. Whom Percy de Somerville does not trust, and where no one has inquired.
Even so, he opened his hands. What will you give me for it in trade?
Phèdre, Jacqueline murmured. Sometimes one must play at hazards. A speculation, my lord. Do with it what you will. Persia Shahrazai paid her cousin a visit that night, but it was Melisande who left in her stead. This is the knowledge with which Lord Marmion confronted his sister. What she threatened him with in return, I shrugged, I cannot say, except that I think he killed her for it.
His violet eyes narrowed. Mayhap I will ask him.
And mayhap I will join the Unforgiven, I said dryly, unless I think of a better way to question them.
Your usual methods seem fairly effective. He gave me an amused glance. I am given to understand you've made a bargain with Nicola as well, in exchange for this night's entertainment. I might even claim it myself, Phèdre no Delaunay, as 'twas my purse funded it in the first place, if you'd not convinced me to be wary of you.
With that, he bowed and took his leave. I hastily closed my mouth on my astonishment, in time to find my arm caught tight in Jocelyn's grasp.
No, he said, his voice taut. Not him. Phèdre, if you love me at all, promise me. Not him.
I thought of Melisande sending the cloak, and laughed despairingly, my voice cracking on it. And if he were the one? Oh, Jocelyn! I shook the tears from my eyes and caught the front of his doublet, a handful of velvet and the Kay pendant bunched in my fist. What will you give me for it in trade? If you love me at all, will you promise what I might ask?
Don't. Phèdre, don't ask.
With infinitesimal gentleness, Jocelyn pried my hand loose, turned and walked away.
Watching him go, I whispered the words, knowing he wouldn't hear. I promise.
Chapter 22. After Nicola's fate, I prevailed on Remy to serve as my carriage driver, and ventured out to pay another visit to the Royal Archives. As it transpired, Micheline de Parnasse was abed that day with an ague in the joints, and I spoke to her assistant instead, the Sieur Valise lordling. Bernard, having learnt his name, I smiled at him. Tell me truly, are no others than the Queen and the secretaries of the Privy Seal allowed admittance to the archives? Ducking his head, he blushed and mumbled. It took some doing, but eventually he confessed that at those times when the royal archivist's steely gaze was elsewhere, various peers of the realm had been known to badger her assistants for access. I made him give me names, and from what he could remember, it was a long list. Barquiel L'Envers was on it. So was Gaspard Trevelyan and Percy de Somerville. He remembered them well enough. None, however, had been near the ledger recording members of the Castelline Brotherhood attendant on House Kushiel. Indeed, Bernard swore up and down that no one had ever desecrated the archives on his watch. What did they want to see? I asked him. Do you remember? He nodded, swallowing hard. The apple in his throat bobbed with it. Some one of them at least asked after the folios on the trial of Lionette and Baudouin de Trevelyan. Nothing for it, then, but that I must look through the folios, poring over transcribed records and supplementary materials. The letters were there, all there insofar as I could tell. Letters written by Foclade of Alba to Lionette de Trevelyan, the Lioness of Azal, plotting the invasion that would have put Baudouin on the throne. Baudouin, infatuated, had showed them to Melisande. Even worse, in extravagant, idiotic proof of his love, had given several of them to her, and Melisande used them to destroy him and any claim to the throne House Trevelyan may have held. She gave him a farewell gift, though. Me. Well, and so. It was the past, and should have been over and done, if not for the endless intrusions of old quarrels, old betrayals, into the present. Whatever was there, if it could incriminate one of those three, it was gone now, the allegedly watchful eye of Bernard of Sioval notwithstanding. Some one of them, he said. Mayhap others. More than one person had asked to see these folios. I had a good guess about Gaspard's apprehensions. About the Duc L'Envers and the royal commander I could only wonder. And of course there were 8 or 9 others Bernard had named, whom I hadn't even begun to suspect. "Thank you," I said to him, making ready to leave. One last thought struck me. "Bernard, my Lady de Parnasse said the Queen visits the archives sometimes. Does she bring her castle in attendance when she does?" "Of course." His eyes widened. "Not that she'd come to harm here, mind, but she is the Queen. It is their sworn duty to protect and serve the scions of Eloa." "Have any ever come alone?" I asked. Bernard shrugged. "Oh, once or twice, mayhap. The Queen has sent one of her castlines on an errand. One must make allowances for royalty, my lady. Even the archivist herself would not turn away the Queen's castlines." Alas, his description of the Castelline brothers he had seen in the archives was predictably vague, of middle years, dour, grey-clad. In short, it fit nearly every Castelline I'd ever seen, save for Jacqueline. "So you do not keep watch over them?" I said, discouraged. "No," he blinked at me, puzzled. "Why would we watch over Castelline brethren? They're Castelline. They, you know, protect and serve." "Yes," I sighed, "I know." Since there was no more to be learned in the royal archives, I collected Remy from the wine shop where he was awaiting me and returned home in a pensive mood. "You're back," Jacqueline said flatly. "I was worried." "If you're so damnably worried," Remy said, eyeing Jacqueline, "you should have gone yourself and left off your hang-dog sulking, Castelline." Jacqueline smiled tightly. "Should I not worry, then, that Phèdre Delaunay entrusts her safety to dice-playing sailors without the sense to remain sober when warding her?" Remy swore once and swore again, with a sailor's eloquence, and threw a punch at him. Jacqueline shifted his balance, turning at the waist, and Remy's fist struck the wall of the entryway. Cursing and shaking his bruised knuckles, Remy drove his left elbow backward into Jacqueline's ribs, forcing him back a step. Catching himself against the wall, Remy turned to face him, spitting out an epithet. "Sour-faced, vinegar-sucking cleric!" He threw another angry blow. With the ease of long training, Jacqueline slid out of its way, caught Remy's arm between crossed wrists, grating the small bones together, and with an effortless twist brought him to the floor, not disdaining to thrust a knee hard in his midriff on the way down. I stared open-mouthed, scarce able to credit the outbreak of violence within my own walls. When I gathered my wits, I shouted, "Jacqueline!" He froze and stepped back, raising his hands in surrender. Remy, swearing furiously, struggled to his feet, shaking his head like the dancer in the Aragonian bull mask, ready to attack again. "Enough!" I was angry, truly angry. "Remy, I granted you the title of Chevalier at your Lord Admiral's request. If you wish to hold it, act the part. Jacqueline!" Glaring at him, I rapped the daggers at his belt, then flicked the K pendant on his chest with my finger. "Live by one or the other if you must, but don't break faith with both." He drew himself up at that, but I stood my ground. "This is my household," I said softly, "and I will not countenance violence within it, least of all from you. If you do not like it, you may leave." Jacqueline muttering something, I could not hear it, and stalked off. And even as I watched, Remy gathered himself to follow.
Don't. I made my voice flat and emotionless. Have I ever given you an order? I order it now. Let him be, Remy.
He stared at me and shook his head, his auburn queue moving fiercely.
You're mad, my lady. I know you care for him, I do. But he'll break your heart, that one. Grind it to bits against his cursed castling pride.
Mayhap, I murmured, and mayhap his pride will break first. It is between Kushiel and Namar, who make our mortal flesh their battleground. Either way, let be.
Remy paused, then bowed stiffly to me. My lady.
I would have spoken to Jacqueline afterward, and told him aloud what I had whispered unheard in the matter of Bachkiel L'Enver's interest, had somewhat else not arisen. We learned of it in the morning, from the lips of a runner sent by Nicolas L'Enver et Aragon, racing so quickly with the news that he needs must double over on my doorstep, breathing hard.
Countess, he gasped, trying to straighten. My lady bids me tell you, Marmion Shahrazai is charged with murder.
I ordered water brought him, and by the time he had the story out, Fortune had quietly made ready the carriage. It seemed that Bachkiel L'Enver had wasted no time in pursuing his investigation. Where House Shahrazai quarrelled among itself, and feared to risk Isandra's displeasure, while Marmion stood in her favour, the Duke L'Enver had no such fears. Putting all his considerable resources to the task, he sent his men-at-arms on swift Arcadian horses to ruthlessly question Shahrazai retainers and survivors of the fire, and gathered enough evidence to confront Marmion within a scant fortnight of our conversation. When he played his trump card, my guess at Persia's role in Melisandre's escape, Marmion turned pale as death, and Bachkiel L'Enver ordered him taken into custody. All of this I learned, and more. Outraged at L'Enver's inquiry, Paragon, Duc de Shahrazai, the patriarch of House Shahrazai himself, had left his estates for the first time in 15 years, riding toward the city of Eloa the moment he'd heard word of it, with a large retinue. And if that were not trouble enough, Quinsel de Morban, the sovereign Duke of Kushiel, had gotten wind of the matter and elected to lead a delegation of his own. It all converged at once, and Isandre de la Courcelle, Queen of Terre d'Ange, was furious. "What?" she said succinctly, pacing the floor of her chambers and fetching up before Bachkiel. "Were you thinking?" Her eyes flashed violet with anger. "If this is a matter of state, and I have heard no evidence that it is so, you should have informed me, uncle. And if it is not, then it is most certainly not in your purview." To his credit, Bachkiel L'Enver never flinched, and Isandre's was scarce the only fury cast his way. In the centre of the room, surrounded by the palace guard, stood Marmion, glowering and shackled. Clustered to his right were the representatives of House Shahrazai, their Duke Paragon at the forefront. A black and gold brocade coat masked a barrel chest, but his face had that unmistakable beauty, like something carved of ancient ivory. His hair fell like rippled silver, caught below the nape in a gold clasp, and despite wrinkled lids, his eyes were the deep blue of sapphires. A half-dozen Shahrazai faces, male and female, were sprinkled among the retainers massed behind him. No less menacing was Quinsel de Morban, a lean wolf of a man, with a watchful look in his grey eyes. Despite the machinations of House Shahrazai, he retained sovereignty over Kushiel, and was no one to be toyed with lightly. And Bachkiel L'Enver had done just that with his investigation. De Morban's men stood at ease, as watchful as their lord. In the face of all this, Bachia Lambert gave a lazy smile.
My apologies for the irregularity of my methods, but it is a matter of state, Isandre, and your Lord Marmion Shahrazai is involved in it up to his eyeballs. He's been concealing knowledge of Melisandre's escape and whereabouts, which you," he bowed ironically to her, "chose not to believe. Since I cannot prove that, I have proven instead that he was complicit in his sister's death, which matter neither his house nor his sovereign duke thought worthy of pursuing."
There were murmurs all around at that. A couple of the Shahrazai surged forward. Duke Farragon raised one hand, and they subsided. Quinzel de Morban narrowed his eyes. For my part, I stood unobtrusive as I could behind Nicola. How Isandre had learned it, I do not know. Never underestimate a ruler's network of informants within their own domain. But when I arrived at Nicola's quarters in the palace, there was already a curt order awaiting that I attend the hearing with her.
"I've done nothing," Marmion declared angrily, shifting so his chains rattled. "You've proof of nothing, for there's nothing to prove."
Bachia Lambert raised his eyebrows and gave a cool nod to one of the palace guardsmen. Opening the door to Isandre's private hearing room, the guard ushered in the first in a long line of witnesses. There must have been over a dozen of them, all told. The guardsmen my chevaliers had questioned were among them. But too there were maidservants and kitchen staff, stewards, hostlers, and, most telling, a daring poacher's boy, who despied two figures fleeing the burning manor house and riding west on horses they'd concealed in the wood. It had taken him 2 days, but he'd tracked them to Lord Marmion's estate. If it had been aught but an internecine affair, he'd have sought an award for the information, but he feared to come forward among quarrelling Shahrazai, who were as like to string him up for poaching as reward him. How Bachia had found him, I'd no idea. Isandre sat formally to hear the testimony, and her face turned unreadable as it wore on. 2 Castelline brothers flanked her, upright and motionless, hands on daggers, nearly identical in their ash-grey Mandilian coats and clubbed hair. They were fixtures, part of the trappings of royalty, as much as the gilded sconces and the elegant tapestries. Small wonder, I thought, Bernard could not describe them individually. I was hard put to do it myself. I could consider such things because it had grown evident, long before the testimony ended, that Marmion Shahrazai was guilty. After the poacher's boy, his shoulders slumped, chains hanging slack from his wrists. I glanced at the Duc de Shahrazai and saw an implacable sentence writ in his gaze. When it was done, Isandre spoke, her voice cool and measured. If ever she had cared for him, no one would know it to hear her. "What do you say, my Lord Marmion?" His answer, by contrast, was strained. "I didn't intend it." He gave her an agonized look. "I sent them, but only to search the manor. When yon steward summoned the guard, they panicked and fled, throwing down their torches." Marmion Shahrazai turned out his elegant hands, shackles clanking. "I never intended a fire," he whispered. One by one, beginning with Duke Farragon, the members of House Shahrazai turned their backs upon him. I pitied Marmion his fear, a little. Isandre's expression never changed. "And why, my lord, should we believe you, when you have done nothing but lie to us? It is far easier to credit that you set fire to your sister's manor to silence her, lest she reveal your complicity in the matter of Melisandre's escape. Of a surety, she is not alive now to gainsay you."
"No!"
the word burst from Marmion's lips. Staring around the room, he gave a wild laugh.
"Who is it? One of you here? You, your grace?"
He indicated Bachia Lambert with a jerk of his chin.
You've done for me sure as death. Or you, my lord." He laughed despairingly as Quinsel de Morban raised an eyebrow. "I trusted you. I betrayed my own cousin into your hands for the promise of the rewards my loyalty would bring. Did you and Persia use me as your stalking horse? Was it naught but a plot within a plot all the while?" It could not have been de Morban, I thought. He delivered Melisande as a pledge of his loyalty, but he hadn't fought on the battlefield. Lysandre never trusted him wholly, nor would the garrison of Toilemont. The guard at the postern gate would have challenged Quinsel de Morban, duke or no. So I was thinking when I realized Marmion Stair had picked me out of the gathering. "Or you," he said softly. "How high you have risen, little Countess. To think so short a time ago you were but a runaway bondservant, convicted of murdering her lord. Now commoners bow in the streets, nobles vie for your favours, and you conspire openly with the scion of the Stregarza. But I have not forgotten you were Melisandre's creature." "Enough." Lysandre did not raise her voice, but the tone of command silenced him like a hammer. "Then is it your claim, my lord Marmion, that your sister Persia conspired with an unknown ally to achieve Melisande Shahrazad's escape from Toilemont?" "It is," he said grimly. "She told me as much, and that it was worth my life to breathe word of it within 10 leagues of the throne." "And you sought proof of this from her manor house?" Marmion licked his lips. "A courier had come from the east, unmarked livery, but there was a stable lad who brought me information in exchange for silver. He saw the insignia of the Stregarza on the courier's bags. I thought if I could learn somewhat—" He gave that laugh that was no laugh, tears standing in his eyes, and raised his shackled arms. "I thought," he gasped, "I might not end like this, Lysandre." She looked at him without remorse, without pity. "You should have told us, Lord Marmion. We would have protected you." "Would you?" he whispered. "From whom?" Having no answer, Lysandre gave him none. "Your Grace," she said crisply to Quinsel de Morban, "I am satisfied with Lord Marmion's confession in the matter of withholding evidence in an affair of state. As for the crime of arson leading to death, that is a matter for Kushiel justice, and I remand him unto your jurisdiction." "Your Majesty." Quinsel de Morban bowed and turned to Duke Faragon. "Your Grace, these crimes fall within the domains of House Shahrazad. I am willing to give Lord Marmion over unto your custody. Do you wish it?" Silver-grey hair rippled as the patriarch of House Shahrazad shook his head, never glancing at Marmion. "From this day forth he is no scion of my house," Faragon de Shahrazad said in a deep voice. "Pass sentence as you deem fit, cousin." "Very well." Quinsel de Morban took a breath, and in a formal tone gave his judgment. "Marmion of Kushiel, for the crime of arson leading to death, you are herewith stripped of your title and estates. Your possessions shall be sold, and the proceeds distributed among the survivors of your actions and the families of the deceased." Pausing, he continued in a different voice. "Whether or not you sent your men to fire the manor, I cannot say. I don't suppose you can produce them to testify on your behalf." A distant look in his eyes, Marmion shook his head. "I dismissed them from my service, and told them I never wanted to see them again." "Then I shall do the same." Quinsel de Morban pronounced his final sentence. "Exile." At a nod from Lysandre, her captain of the guard produced a key and struck Marmion's shackles. No one spoke.
He stood alone in the centre of the room, rubbing his chafed wrists. The guards formed a double line leading to the door, giving him a cue to exit. After a moment, Marmion gave a soft, despairing laugh, and I thought I had never seen a man more alone in the midst of a throng. He turned to Isandra and bowed. She inclined her head once, briefly, and Marmion turned, walking away. A pair of guards fell in behind him. They would see him, I knew, to the gates of the city. Beyond that he was on his own. I gazed at Bachkiel Lambert lounging against a column, at the keen hatred on the Shahrazai faces scattered here and there. I did not think Marmion Shahrazai would live long. Isandra turned her expressionless gaze on Bachkiel Lambert. "I am still wroth with you," she said, although she abandoned the royal pronoun for the personal. "And you?" The violet eyes turned my way. "I want to talk with you, Phèdre." Chapter 23. I was some time cooling my heels, waiting on the Queen's indulgence, imagining all the while the most dreadful things. Foremost among them, that Isandra had taken Marmion Shahrazai's accusations to heart. Indeed, Isandra may well have intended it, bidding me to wait in an antechamber without so much as a foot-servant for company. A nervous silence loosens tongues. I knew that much from Delaunay's teaching. When one of her castellans came to fetch me, it was not to one of her receiving rooms that he escorted me, but a room in the palace I'd never seen before. The Hall of Portraits, it is called. The scions of House Kushiel were prominently displayed. I walked past a long line of them, to find Isandra gazing at a small portrait hung in an out-of-the-way niche, near to the images of Prince Roland and Princess Isabel, her parents. "Pretty, wasn't she?" Isandra asked by way of absent greeting, ignoring my curtsy. "Yes, Your Majesty." Unsettled, I glanced at the portrait. A young woman with kind brown eyes and a gentle smile, rich brown hair coiled at the nape of her neck in a pearl-studded mesh caul. Who was she? Edmé de Rocaille. She was to have married my father. Isandra touched a brass plaque at the base of the frame that gave Edmé's name. "Imagine," she mused, "how different matters would have fallen out if she had. I would not have been born, and an Raphael Delaunay would have stood at my father's left hand as his sanctioned consort. You and I would not be standing here having this conversation, Phèdre." "Your father," I said, "would still have been killed in the Battle of Three Princes, and Scaldia would still have given birth to Voldemar Selig, uniting for the first time under a leader who thought." "Mayhap." Isandra looked directly at me. "My mother was responsible for her death, you know." "I know." I glanced involuntarily at the portrait of Isabelle Lambert de la Courcelle, a fair blonde beauty with her daughter's violet eyes and a cunning mouth like her brother Bachkiel's. A cut girth strap, a riding accident. Isandra resembled her a great deal more than her father. "And now I have allowed Marmion Shahrazai to be sent to his death," Isandra murmured. "Or at least I'd not give a fig for his chances. Would you, near cousin?" She glanced at me, and I shook my head slowly. She sighed. "If he dies, and I learn the cause of it, I'll have to mete out justice, and there's another blood feud in the making. It never ends. And the awful irony of it is, Marmion was loyal, after a fashion. 'Twas fear sealed his lips." "He did what he did," I said automatically. "Loyalty does not make right of it, nor fear." "I know that," Isandra said impatiently. "Eloa, do you think I wanted to rule as I did? One has no choice when the law is clear."
but I think Marmion spoke the truth nonetheless. Phèdre, I am neither stupid nor blind. Did Persia Shahrazai aid in Melisandre's escape? I nodded slowly. Good. Her voice was hard. Did she have an ally? I nodded again. Do you know who it was? I shook my head. No, I whispered. Neither do I. Isandra gave a short laugh and pressed the heels of her hands against her eyes. Marmion always suspected you, but he wasn't there when you and that half-mad Castelline staggered out of the wilds of Scaldia onto my doorstep, while my grandfather lay dying, to give me worse news than I could have dreamt in my darkest nightmares. I gambled everything on your bare word, Phèdre, and rewarded you by sending you into even direr circumstances. I want very badly to trust you, and yet I am afraid. At that I fell to my knees and protested my loyalty, tears standing in my eyes. I could not help it then. What I said I scarce remember. Not everything, but it was a great deal more than I'd intended. Isandra listened, and gradually a semblance of calm came over her features. You should have told me. It was what she had said to Marmion. I dare say she was right on both counts. Why did you tell my uncle instead? I did not think there was much love lost between Jacqueline Carey and the household of Anafiel Delaunay. It was scarce more than he knew, I murmured. Nicola already suspected Marmion was responsible for killing his sister. He plays at some game with me. I wanted to see what he would do. I didn't think it would be this. My uncle, Isandra said reflectively, had, to the best of my knowledge, Dominic Strigard's assassinated on suspicion of killing my mother. He is not a temperate man. Exactly how deep in it is my charming cousin Nicola? Not very. I shook my head, settling back to sit on my heels. He uses her as Delaunay used Alcuin and me, only she does it for amusement and money, and the experience of the thing. I don't think Marmion guessed it. You trust her? I shrugged. I trust it is no more than that with her. And my uncle? When I didn't answer, Isandra gave me a hard look. You suspect him, don't you? My lady, I spread my hands. Jacqueline Carey claims to be protecting your interests, and I owe him my life. But it is someone we all trusted. In the distance, but not out of earshot, Isandra's Castellines stood on guard, features impassive, at ease in the familiar stance, hands crossed above their dagger hilts. I thought of saying more, and closed my mouth. Why? Isandra asked aloud, frustration in her voice, staring at the portraits of her family line. Roland, Isabel, Ganelon, Benedict, Leonette, House Kushiel in all its tumultuous history, and off to one side Edmé de Rocaille, who had been caught up in it and died because of it. So had my lord Anafiel Delaunay, keeping a promise. Isandra was right. It never ended. Why would anyone who risked their life to save the realm risk everything to betray it? I heard the Marquise Solane Belfort's voice in my memory. If you think all of Leonette de Trevallion's secrets died with her, you're twice the fool I reckoned. A desecrated ledger in the royal archives, a folio perused by unknown eyes, condemning letters written to Leonette de la Courcelle de Trevalion, letters provided by Melisandre Shahrazai. When had Melisandre ever played the whole of her hand? Never, I thought. Melisandre had held somewhat back, and whatever it was, it sufficed for blackmail. The more I learned, the less I knew. At the far end of the Hall of Portraits, the door opened. "Your Majesty," The captain of the guard stood bowing in the open doorway. "Forgive my intrusion, but I thought you would wish to know. The outriders from Azal have arrived. The flagship of the Cruach of Alba has been sighted crossing the straits."
Drustin! Isandra breathed his name, and her entire countenance lightened, violet eyes fair glowing. For a moment she looked not like a queen, but only a young D'Angeline woman in love. Blessed Elora be thanked! All thoughts of intrigue temporarily forgotten, she looked down at me in puzzlement. "Phèdre, what on earth are you doing on your knees?" I wasn't sure myself. Asking forgiveness? "Name of Elora!" Isandra considered me. "All right, Phèdre. I need candour, not apologies. Fail in it again, and I'll consider my trust misplaced. Now get up and help me plan to welcome the king. And while you're at it," she added, asperity returning to her voice, "you may tell me exactly what you were about with that young Strigardza lad." "Yes, my lady," I murmured, rising with the fluid motion drilled into every prospective adept of the Night Court, and casting a dubious glance at her Castelline guards. "As you wish." I made a fair job of evading her questions after that. It was not so hard, with the news of Drustin's incipient arrival distracting her. Isandra had not forgotten. She missed little and forgot less, but she was more than willing to set it aside for the moment. For that I could not blame her. Her path to the throne had been a difficult one, and the crown lay heavy on her head. Lest anyone doubt that Isandre de la Courcelle cared for her Pictish lord, I may say the palace never knew such a scouring as it received in the days that followed. My skills as a translator were much in demand in those days, for naught would do but that diverse entertainments were to be staged in Drustin's honour, given in D'Angeline and Cruinia alike. It was sweet, after the long winter months of wrestling with Harbiru, to turn my tongue to a language I knew well. Isandra planned a procession to begin a full league outside the city, and I rode out as part of her delegation to make arrangements. Her master of ceremonies came himself, fussing over plans for a series of pine bowers to arch over the road. My part was easier, and I had Nicolas L'Envers et Aragon to help me. Accompanied by a guardsman bearing a great satchel of coins, Nicolas passed out silver centimes to children and youths along the way, with the injunction that they gather flowers to throw in Drustin's path, while I instructed them in shouting, "Long live the Cruach of Alba!" in Cruinia. In truth, we had a great deal of fun doing it, and the day passed in laughter. Even so, I slept fitfully, plagued by nightmares, which had worsened since Marmion Shahrazai's exile. In an effort to take my mind from such matters, I took an assignation with Diane and Apollinaire de Fiers, for between the two, nothing passed at court nor in the city but that they heard of it. Most of their talk was of the coming arrival of Drustin Mab Nectaner. In those days it was on everyone's tongue, but they heard other things too. "There's a rumour Tabor Shahrazai has sworn blood feud against Marmion for the death of Persia," Apollinaire said lazily, winding a lock of my hair about his fingers. "Our Marmion hit the gates of the city and started running, they say. Some say south," he added, eyeing me, "toward Aragonia. Of course, some say he set out dead east, for Cumlach and the Unforgiven. I heard there are Shahrazai hunting parties riding both routes. What do you say, sweet Phèdre? Did our fine Lord Marmion please cousin Nicola well enough that she would offer him asylum in Aragonia?" "I've no idea," I answered honestly. "Oh, I dare say Phèdre has other things on her mind," Diane said cheerfully, snapping a bullwhip for the sheer amusement of watching me twitch. "Arrange